the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my
All right,
knees.
8 minutes past the hour. Welcome in. Kickoff hour. Thank you so much for being with us. The number 866, we be big. I got a list to run here, so I'm just going to bring the boys in. Let's get this thing going. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Hey.
One Blazing Silverman is here. He's got your phones and show prep, getting that dialed in. We have a lot to discuss today. If you are a golden ticket seat holder and you're headed this way to be with us in a few hours, please drive safely. We look forward to seeing you. We know the wheel of meat will spin today because we have not spun it yet this week. So that's there for you. We're going to sound the alarm on the Beth Mowins game this coming weekend. RBU this weekend is with author Jeff Pearlman. His book, The Last Folk Hero, The Life and Myth of Bo Jackson. What a great discussion that was. We'll talk to, we talked to him about that, and that will publish Saturday morning, which is the 12th. It is Veterans Day, and on behalf of the Rick and Bubba Show, if you have served or currently serving, or you're a family member of someone serving who has served, we thank you so much for your service, and we'll talk more about that today. So today, the Veterans Day edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. This coming weekend, tomorrow, I'll be at the last home game for UAB this season. They play North Texas. It's Salute to Service Day, is an extension of Veterans Day today. So we will honor those that have served and are currently serving, and so that's going to be a big part of it. I also have that that thing to do at halftime, that Dr. Pepper shoot around or whatever, where they have to throw the ball in the hole.
I like that.
So that's going to be a lot of fun. So if you're headed out to UAB and Protective Stadium this weekend, or you're from Eastern Kentucky and you're headed this way because that's who they play, we welcome you in. Northern Texas. Eastern Kentucky is the JSU game. They play at home, and I cannot believe this, but it's the 30th anniversary of JSU's 1992 national championship team, and the team will be recognized at the end of the first quarter. Greg will be there to represent the family with the Burgesses, for the Burgesses with Coach Burgess. So I know you're looking forward to that too, Greg.
I love going to the JSU games.
Yeah, so it's a busy,
right there in my neighborhood.
Busy weekend. You got JSU and them being honored there, and then UAB's last home game of the season at 2:30 Central Time as they host North Texas for that game.
We had a caller yesterday said their son played for EKU.
Yeah, that's right.
Coming to Jacksonville.
And Helmsy's world collides today because his youngest daughter, Maddie, is bringing two friends, Annie and Mary Moran. Is that right? Moran. Gosh, yeah. I thought I had it.
Moran.
And they will be here in a few hours, and they're going to be helping Blazing Silverman and be our interns from once they get here to the end of the show.
I'll be a nervous wreck.
Oh, don't worry about it. We're going to have a good time.
Let me just tell you, these three have high energy.
Okay, well.
Big time high
Speedy
energy.
needs to watch his language.
And I got them some Rick and Bubba University T-shirts. They're all fired up by that.
Saw that.
And so we'll see. They are excited, and I'll be honest, I'm not. But we'll get there.
Oh, hey, you know what?
There. I'm a nervous wreck. I know how y'all do things. Okay, when it comes to family, and I'm a little nervous.
Here's what I'm gonna do. Well, and you should be, because we're gonna talk to him about Daddy.
Sure, there we go.
And we'll get that going. And she's getting so grown up. At one time, she was scared of us, and now she's kind of embracing us a little bit. And so we'll have a good time with it. But you know what I'm gonna tell you to do? I'm gonna flip it on you. I want you to enjoy this today.
Oh, I am.
Because you know why?
We talked about
You're
it.
going to blink, and they're going to be she's going to be 18, and they're going to want to be hanging out. So just enjoy it.
No.
Just enjoy it, and she's
it's not 18 they don't want to be hanging out. It's 14 and don't want to be hanging
that too. Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
We had a nice little chat on the way home yesterday about today.
Yeah.
And it was fun. It's going to be fun. But I'm telling you, just get ready. High energy.
Mm.
We need a little energy around this joint.
All three of them.
So yesterday, I
had you a nice little trip.
I did. I went down yesterday to Pascagoula, Mississippi, where I was born and raised at Singing River Hospital there. And James and Mary were my mom and dad's. You know, they had a lot of good friends. I would say they're probably some of their closest best friends, couples,
Oh, yeah.
Do things together.
Vacations.
We took trips together, and my sister, who's 2 years older than me, sends me pictures of some of the stuff that, like yesterday she sent us a picture from July 1975 when we went to Washington, D.C. with Mary and James and Mom and Dad and took a D.C. trip. Of course, I got flickers of memory, okay?
Yeah.
I look like Opie from Andy Griffith. Just think about that.
Okay.
And she remembers every detail of it. She's just that way, and I go to her for things that I should know. But it's been kind of a sad situation over the last 2 to 3 weeks. Mary passed away 17 days ago. I'd say now probably let's just say 20. Not exactly not 17, long. But as you can
less
see,
than
it's
a month.
Yeah. And within 17 days of her passing away, he passed away. He was born 1927.
Wow.
You don't think that was a different bunch? 1927. He passed away on November the 8th, and he had his family and friends that were there with him when he passed away. But he was born in Laurel, Mississippi, and I'm not going to sit here and give you the whole obituary, but he served in the Army, and he died of a broken heart. He and his wife were together, Mary, for 76 years. 76 years. And
wow.
You can imagine the grief of the family for the loss of Mary. And then within 17 days, James passes away. And so I ran down for that funeral yesterday. Got to see a lot of friends that I haven't seen in a long time. Got to see my sister and be with her. But going back to their house where, Katrina, it changed the landscape of Pascagoula, Mississippi.
Yeah.
I know a lot of you think it only hit New Orleans. It didn't. I can tell you that.
It flooded New Orleans.
And it, it really has impacted that area, and some of it will just never bounce back. But it hit their house pretty good, and so they had to redo some of their house. So it didn't look exactly the way it did when we grew up. But I walked around and I took video from my mom and dad who wished they could be there, but they just couldn't make that trip. Just like the backyard where we would play and stuff. And I go back to this, and we've talked about it. When you grew up, you thought the yard was as big as a football field. Okay, you thought that they had a pool, so which means they did pretty well for themselves.
Anybody had their own built-in pool?
And I guess they put that pool in when I was in middle school.
You loved it,
and you just thinking I thought the road they lived on was like a highway.
Oh yeah,
and it's this itty bitty Martin Street, which is just this tiny 2-little road.
I go back to the neighborhood I grew up in now.
Yeah,
and I'm like, these woods are not as big as I thought.
Right. Yeah, little tiny 2-lane road. The house, it was a house, but it was just a house, and the yard was not real big. I just thought it was huge.
Yeah.
But just going back as an adult and revisiting all that, and
it's fun.
I've been back, but just walking around and reminiscing and being able to see everybody.
Little Calvin.
Yeah. But he also, let me tell you this, not only he served in the Army, he was a barber by trade. And he had your classic barbershop
with
the
striped bow out front.
Yes, and
they had his barber smock on.
Yeah. And if I was telling this story to my boys, which I have, was, oh, you had hair? Yes, son, I'm bald now, but I had hair. But my dad would always take me. We'd get haircuts, but it was the type of place where you would sit back and like shoot the bull, and you'd get a Coca-Cola Classic with a glass bottle. And sit there and just talk about life. And he was known for that. He cut hair all the way up to his death. I mean, people would still be in town, old friends, and they would come by his house, and he'd cut their hair.
Yeah, that was before the stylish days. I mean, these are barbers.
Yeah,
so that's what we went to when we were kids. Everybody got the same haircut.
Yeah, they had 8 grandchildren, 17 great-grandchildren, and 7 great-great-grandchildren.
Right,
so do you think there was a lot of people there yesterday?
I bet there was.
There was, and just love their family and hate they're gone, but they
lived a full life.
Full life, and just impacted so many people. And my mom played piano, and he directed music at the church, and it was just, they were just inseparable as friends, and we celebrated James's life yesterday. So it was good seeing all of you down there. Bye-bye.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you've thought about protecting your home with security, but you've been waiting for the right time, you want to listen up. Right now, listeners of this show can get 40% off Simply Safe's award-winning home security system. We use and trust Simply Safe to protect our home and family because at Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that matters. Get 40% off your order when you visit simplysafebubba.com today. Customize the perfect system in just a few minutes. That's simplysafebubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com.
Folks in Dalton, Georgia, our friends at WizKid Clean Pods make smarter cleaning products where you bring the water and their cleaning pods bring the clean. A lot of you are already loving their glass cleaners, their bathroom cleaners, floor cleaners, and the very popular pet cleanup Urine Blast. These cleaners defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime, which reduces cleaning frequency and saves you time. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. cleanpods.com/Bubba.
Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com. Fall is the tastiest time of year, and HelloFresh makes it easy to savor all the season has to offer with 35 weekly recipes and fresh ingredients delivered right to your door. Not only does HelloFresh spice up your cooking routine while saving you time with fewer trips to the store, it saves you money too. HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping or takeout. Get 65% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com. If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa, and folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble, and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Knock out holiday gift shopping early and snag some of the best deals of the season on Raycon. Raycon's wireless earbuds, headphones, and speakers offer premium sound, a comfortable fit, and up to 54 hours of battery life, perfect for anyone on your gift list. Just go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and use the code EARLY YBF to get 20% off site-wide, or save even bigger and get 30% off Raycon's holiday bundles. That code is EARLY YBF at buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com. Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
23 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's Kickoff Hour. We've kind of ran the table a little bit. It's a really, really busy day here on the show, and so we look forward to hanging out with you. If you're headed to the Golden Ticket Seats, again, drive safely. We look forward to you hanging out with us with the Great Elite 8, or was it the Elite Grade 8? There we go. We're just going to put both of them in there. It makes it even better. Yesterday, as I said, I was down for the funeral of James Gunter, a family friend, and I just wanted to say this one thing. I fly down, I leave at the end of the show, and I couldn't make it to the visitation at the church, but the plan was I was going to meet my sister at Jackson Memorial Cemetery, where he would be buried, and that was going to be around 2. It ended up being around 2, and I knew it would take about 4 hours to get down there. But I had a suit that I had to get on because I didn't want to wear a suit here, and I didn't want to travel in the suit, so you want to get close and maybe pull over to an empty parking lot or something, sling open the doors and just change into your suit. And I did that. I pull up.
Standing in your drawers.
I pull up, and, you always wonder where to go, and you're looking, and you're like, okay, I think this spot's pretty good. It was close to the cemetery. And so I change and everything, and so I text my sister, and I go, hey, I'm here. I'm in position, and because she was giving me updates. She said, we're literally 5 minutes away. So with 5 minutes to spare, I was ready, back in my truck, and sure enough, here I come. I see the police escort, and as I said, it was a military funeral because he served in the Army, and so I mean they did such a great job, and so here they come, and I just jumped in the back of the line and parked and went in, and the service was there in the mausoleum section of the cemetery, and it's over. We come out, and I'm talking about it was flag over the casket. It was
they played
the folding of the folding of the flag, presenting it to the family and everything. They did it was such a great service, and all of a sudden, I mean, now think about this. Okay, I'm in Pascagoula. This is just people I grew up with and family and friends and sisters standing there. All of a sudden, I hear in the background, over kind of behind a couple of cars just outside the mausoleum overlooking the cemetery, hey, Speedy. And I'm like, what? I'm like, is that James talking to me right now? Who is that? So I start looking around. What are you doing here? I'm like, what? You knew my Uncle James? That's what he called him. Yeah, he helped raise me. It was like my parents' best friends, James and Mary.
I'd whip you.
You're kidding me. I've been to the Golden Ticket Seats twice. And I didn't even know this.
No, you had a connection.
No. And I'm like, oh, my gosh. So we sit there and reminisce and talk about the show and everything else.
Know.
But you never know, do you? And he's like, are you going back to the house? I'm like, yeah. He goes, we got to catch up. And so we went back to James and Mary's house where the family, and boy, the food. Good night. People, the food, the platters, the fried chicken, all the fixings, the desserts. And so we hung out and talked about the show for a while, and he was part of, remember 2059 being torn down in downtown Birmingham.
Oh yeah, that was
he was
quite
part
a
of one of the businesses and engineering crews that was part of putting that thing back up, and so he lived here for a year.
Yeah, that was
but anyway, I just thought that was funny because the show was tied into yesterday, and I was like, I wasn't expecting.
Yeah,
that.
you wouldn't expect that.
I have found, and whether I'm involved or not, the show pretty much goes wherever I go.
Yeah.
Somebody's talking about it. Mm-hmm. Somebody's in trouble about it. Somebody's celebrating it.
Could be good, could be bad.
It could be.
Yeah, but some of the people that were that we grew up with, they looked at him and they looked at me because they didn't know that I was part of a show.
Yeah.
Now and I've been, and they were like, "What, Speedy?" Whatever. So now we're talking about telling them about that, and they're like, "Okay, I had no idea about that." But so it was a great day.
I would always have to have uncomfortable conversations with my grandmother before she passed away because she would say things like, "Hey, now you still with John Boy and Billy?"
Yeah.
Are you serious?
And I'd be like,
happens a lot.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure am.
Yeah.
They're doing great.
Close enough.
You kind of weigh it out like, do I even go this path or do I just say yes?
Yeah, that's crazy. I was able, so I get back. It's a little late, and I'm driving on the interstate. Don't see how you truckers do it. I don't. And so anyway, I'm heading back, thinking I've had a long day, and y'all really have had a long day. I did. People, I do want you to know I was in Pascagoula, so I did drop by Ed's and get a chili cheeseburger. I had to.
You
I had to.
back with you?
My sister claimed it would be a sin if I didn't. She said, "You're here? Are you kidding me?"
Did you put ours in the refrigerator?
I didn't. I'm so sorry.
Thanks, buddy.
I dadgum it.
Thanks for
but
we had somebody bring us some one time. Remember that at the
Yeah.
old studio?
Yeah.
They were really good.
I was keeping tally on some of the things going on the way back, and I see where the Panthers ended up beating the Falcons last night in the Prime video game. Prime video game on Amazon
I missed
Prime.
that. I must have missed that.
Panthers now 3-7, Falcons 4-6, and so the Panthers won that one 25-15, and got a busy weekend in college football too. This coming weekend, and we'll discuss and sound the alarm for Beth Mowens. We got a lot to talk about. Helmsy says there's been so many questions sent to us, he don't know what to do with
They
it.
don't know what to do with them.
I got a stack.
A lot of
over here.
questions.
Stack.
A lot of variety, too. A lot of variety.
And we've also got to discuss something that has happened here at the studio.
What's happened?
Well, we'll have to talk about it. It's a little bit of, it's created tension. Let's just put it that way. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
From pumpkin spice to apple cider, fall is the tastiest time of year, and HelloFresh makes it deliciously easy to savor all that the season has to offer. With mouth-watering recipes delivered to your door, right now you can treat yourself to gourmet meals and pick up some cooking skills along the way with their new limited-time Harvest Dinner Series, complete with easy-to-follow videos, and HelloFresh Market makes hosting your next tailgate or party easier than ever with fall flavors. A rotating selection of fall-inspired brunch kits, dessert boards, and more available for a limited time this season. With more than 35 weekly recipes to choose from and the ingredients delivered right to your door, HelloFresh helps spice up the cooking routine with fewer trips to the store, and it even saves you money too. HelloFresh is actually 25% cheaper than grocery shopping. Sign up today for 65% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code BUBBA, HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
There's nothing worse than the mall in the months leading up to the holidays. You got children screaming and take forever to find parking. The list goes on and on. Now, right now, you can shop early, skip the stress, and snag some of the best deals of the season on something everyone will love. Premium audio products from Raycon. Raycon's wireless earbuds, headphones, and speakers offer premium sound, useful features, and almost custom, comfortable fit, and up to 54 hours of battery life. And they start at half the price of other premium audio brands. Plus, Raycon makes gifting easy with holiday gift guides for everyone in your life. Or knock that list out all at once and get 30% off by shopping Raycon's holiday bundles. Just go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and use the code EARLYYBF to get 20% off site-wide. That's 20% off and save even bigger and get 30% off Raycon's exclusive holiday bundles. That's code EARLYYBF at buyraycon.com/Bubba. or rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, my coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got my coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code BUBBA to save 25% off your order of my coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but thanks to CarShield, you don't have to worry about how much it will cost to fix your car when it breaks down. Their price will never go up, and they help handle everything. Here's why we love them. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck on the side of the road. Every protection plan comes with coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options at no extra cost. So as long as your car is covered, no matter how old it is, you're protected from the rising cost of parts and repairs. Get coverage today. Go to carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888 to save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba or call 800-391-8888.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Busy show today. Looking forward to spending time with the golden ticket seats that are going to be full today. And so if you're traveling, drive safely. Look forward to seeing you. Also, we'll enjoy.
See you, wouldn't want to be you.
Maddie, Helmsy's youngest daughter, will be here today to be an intern for the day. She'll help Blazing Silverman and also bring two friends. Annie and Mary Moran will be with her, and so they're going to bring lots of energy and make Daddy nervous, so I can't wait for that. Really look forward to that.
Both of them are they're I'm telling you, I said it earlier, high end. So I pick up a lot of times. I get Annie at carpool, so around Annie a lot, and then Mary Moran is goes to tennis with us 1 to 2 days a week.
Yeah,
and so spend a lot of time with her too. So I'm just telling you, y'all are in for a high energy treat.
Well, let's go.
Listen, if you were planning on taking an energy drink around 7 or 7:30, I'd hold off.
Right.
Well,
Because they're gonna bring plenty of it for everyone.
well, I told you earlier, we need that around here. We're a bunch of deadheads.
Yeah, there you go. Get you in a good mood.
Well, you gonna have it today, friend.
Couple of things. JSU football game Saturday at I think it's 1 p.m. Central Time. They take on Eastern Kentucky, but it's a special game because it's the 30th anniversary of JSU's football 1992 national championship team. The team will be recognized at the end of the first quarter. Greg will be there to represent the Burgess family, and I cannot believe it's been 30 years.
Yeah, that's quick, isn't it?
I worked with I was a student there, and I worked with the campus radio station WLJS.
You were partying then.
And I hosted a big welcome party.
That's funny.
And kind of got in trouble from a lot of the former players that were organizing this anniversary. They wanted audio of the welcome party because I basically went live, did a Marty shot from across campus to do it live.
That's long
And I'm
gone.
like, back then, man, you just
Didn't have the archives and
no,
all
you
like
just
you do now.
didn't have that. I
Plus,
tried to
you've
find it, and it was just no way.
You had to leave a frat party to get
No, but I did host the party, and it turned out to be a lot of folks that welcomed them.
yeah, it was fun.
It was
that
a lot of
fun days.
Can't believe it's been 30 years, but lots of fun.
Those were some really
Lots
fun
of fun.
times.
Yeah, and so anyway, there's been some tension today, and I just think the three of us need to talk about it.
What is going on?
Well, and I know what Helmsley's done, and I don't know if it's a foul or not, but high school football in the state of Alabama is a big deal, right?
I'm fixing to go change shirts.
Yeah,
Get my more prominent one.
right. We have a Coach Burgess now in the family, and it's Taylor Burgess.
Yeah,
for the Thompson Warriors.
Didn't keep the family
No,
business going.
he's a
at all.
darn good coach too, and I cleaned that up. And he and Thompson are in the playoffs in the second round of the 7A playoffs for the state of Alabama, and they host Vestavia, where the show used to be broadcast from. So y'all have heard us talk about Vestavia a lot. And Helmsley, living in Vestavia and having kids that go to Vestavia, has brought in a Vestavia zip-up pullover. And he's sporting the Vestavia Hills logo.
Big game tonight.
And it's almost like he's throwing it in your face, here we come.
That's fine. I have a subtle. I just got the Thompson T on the back, but I'm gonna swap. I got another one in the car.
I mean, and I'd like to
we can pose for a picture.
I'd like to see y'all get on the rug and get down and get the hand in the dirt and see what we got.
Two things at play here. This was
wide open.
This was intentional. Okay,
Well,
I thought
you
I'm
need
gonna
to
throw a little
support your
shade
team.
at Greg.
Yeah.
Could it be a mojo?
And
for
the second thing was, you know what? Vestavia hadn't. I forgot I had this. Number one, forgot I had this pullover, and it's nice. I like this pullover.
Yeah.
Amanda got it at some consignment shop.
It
It
is
was
nice.
probably Gorosky's. He threw it away.
He was done with them.
But here's the other thing. I don't think they've been to the playoffs in since 1937.
No,
Okay.
that's not
And so I wanted to show some support today because you don't get that opportunity in football.
Well,
in
they got
Vestavia
it.
much.
They got
a pretty good team.
They got a really good
Now
team.
I don't.
Well, it's created controversy.
really don't
here today.
think-
there's some tension in the air.
Greg has been telling me. Now, Greg's my high school football analyst.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
I
he
did
knows.
win the
He's
pick
got a
still,
son that
but-
coaches
And he
him.
has been telling
I won
me.
the pick show the other day.
Right.
Remember?
You did, and he's
got
been
10.
telling me all year how good Vestavia is.
I told him,
And
after
I've
the
been
first
like,
time.
eh.
I told you after the third game they'll make the playoff.
And I do know.
Head's the quarterback, right?
Yes, I know. I knew that when John Paul. I know we're getting local here, but this is
No,
it's
but
controversy in studio.
it's just weird because you talking about getting old. You know, we've heard you say that name since they were kids growing up, and now they're old enough to play high school football.
What's funny
That's
is,
just you getting old.
JP had the quarterback. His parents are one of the reasons that we settled into Vestavia so nicely.
Right.
And
That
so
you started getting money.
that has
a little
nothing
bit
to
of
do
that.
with
That
it.
had a lot.
and so I knew once he got to be a junior that class, the class that Braden's in, and Braden doesn't play football, but I knew a lot of his friends. I knew that they would have an opportunity, probably make the playoffs, make a decent run. Now they're going to run into a buzzsaw tonight with Thompson.
Let me tell you about this region.
But they've played them already, and you said that it was close to a certain point, and if they would have done
and
some
that's the
things a
beginning
little
of the year.
different, and that was the beginning of the year. So
I know this. They were the number 4 seed out of the region. You got 4 out of each region.
yeah,
All 4 of these from this region destroyed the ones from the
other
north.
regions, yeah.
So they were the number 4 seed. They played the number 1 seed out of the other region and beat them by like
It was ugly.
30-something points
Yeah.
or more.
yeah. It was
So,
ugly.
but so basically now the region's back. They're all playing each other again because they were all from the same region because they destroyed the Huntsville.
Right. Yeah, because see, it really doesn't matter from wherever you're listening. It really doesn't matter the school or what's going on. It's the fact that we've got tension in the studio.
Sure.
That's what you take
Look,
from
it's
this.
fandom.
And
It's good.
and now we got a Vestavia hoodie or pullover
Normally-
over here that's throwing it in your Thompson
Normally
face.
we
is
all
what he's doing.
we all pull for the same team.
Right.
Normally.
Well, we're divided apparently, and I'm in the middle. I don't know what to do. I'm
It's
looking
a
left
friendly
and
thing.
right.
It's
I
a
tell you
friendly
what,
thing.
Greg, I'm a rebel tonight.
Well, you should
Oh.
be. You should.
I am
Sorry,
a
Taylor.
rebel tonight.
Sorry, Coach Burgess.
No, I mean, look, you got to go. That's where your family goes, where you live, and you are the tennis coach at the high
But you know
school.
how sometimes if you'll just have
It's
it
not
out,
true.
it just
Probably
relieves all the
should be.
it relieves all the tension. You know how sometimes if you just have it out, and I just think maybe y'all two just need to get on out there and
You
let's
want us on the rug.
let's give it. Look, and I know we're all a little bit older. Let's give me 15 seconds of going after it.
15.
No, let's go bright. Let's go
two.
two rounds of 7.
How about like
7
riding
to
a
8
bull?
seconds.
Let's go 8.
All right, we'll settle on 4.
But I notice, you know how sometimes Greg won't say anything if he sees you wearing something, but he's trying
Well,
to decide.
and-
He's been staring at your logo
And
a
he's
lot.
going. And I think he's going to be forced now to go. See,
I'm gonna have
right
to-
now we
Yeah.
don't know what he's wearing.
Right.
When he walks around, we see the T on the back of
Yeah.
the shirt. And I asked him. I said, I was hoping you'd have some big T on the front. And he goes, "It's in the car, and I'm about to go get it."
Yeah,
And it was a
yeah.
little swagger when he said,
Because
it.
it's going to be a little chilly tonight. Not
Yeah.
cold, but chilly. And so I know he
tomorrow's
brought what
gonna
he's
be
going to
cold.
wear to the
Yes.
game. He brought what he was going to wear to the game.
Yeah.
And now he's ready to go get it.
Yeah.
Well, you know.
All right, so that's
love
that. I
that.
had to
I
get it out of
love
the way
high-
because
hey.
I felt like it was the unspoken tension that's in the room,
Yeah.
and we just had to get it out.
Hey, ain't nothing like a good Friday night. Come on.
And it's at Thompson, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
Okay.
All right,
You riding with me?
No.
are you going?
No. I have not been to a high school football game.
I love a good high school.
I'll tell you, the last high school football game I've been to was Tyler's senior year, and I went and watched him play.
Really?
Yes,
That's
the
been-
last.
that's
That's
2015.
the last high school ball game I've been to.
Good night alive.
How about that?
Well,
I have not been back since.
Yeah.
And prior to that was a long time.
It's I love the atmosphere of high school football games. It's just
and ours.
there's nothing more American than a good old Friday night, kind of cool high school football
yeah.
games. Hear the band going, the fandom.
That's right.
It's just great.
Yeah, and now, especially in this area, you can during the regular season on Thursday nights, Friday nights, you can watch them on television.
Sure.
And then
Yeah.
they have the streaming system.
Right.
What's going on tonight? What's the situation? Viewing situation tonight?
I don't think they do playoffs.
No,
on the
yeah.
local TV
Yeah.
Because that's how they get you on the money.
The NFHS streaming is all year long, but each team has to provide their own crew doing it. And all.
Right.
And Thompson, they got a really good one. They do it. They got a bunch of camera angles.
Yeah.
Drones.
I do think it's foul. I'm
Jerry.
getting word we should play Mr. Lucky's Rebel, but I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Just not doing it. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We do have some questions, but I hope that was just some internal stuff that we just need to get out of the way.
It's a friendly rivalry.
We just need to get it out of the way.
Yeah.
And the eyebrows probably need to lower a little bit.
I'm just excited that I realized I still had this pullover. Because it's a little nip in the air in the next
I like
couple
that
days.
pullover.
And,
Yeah, a little windy.
and I can get this out now.
There you go.
We'll take a break. We'll come right back. It is the kickoff hour, and we're honored that you would choose us. Don't regret it. Stay with us. We'll get there. Rick and Bubba join us, as well as Adler, right after top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you have certain chronic conditions, such as
heart disease,
asthma,
diabetes, and you're 19 years of age or older,
52,
36.
42, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I'm going to ask my doctor
About getting vaccinated.
With Prevnar 20.
Nacho fries are back at Taco Bell. You know, the fries covered in bold Mexican spices you dip in a warm nacho cheese sauce. You could also dunk them in nacho cheese sauce or pour the sauce onto a pile of them and create like a nacho fries nachos. The thing is that you eat them with nacho cheese sauce. That's what makes them nacho fries. Otherwise, you're just eating fries and sipping on nacho cheese sauce, and that's the wrong way. Sorry, just really passionate about nacho fries.
Nacho fries are back, only at Taco Bell. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only while supplies last. Contact local store for hours and participation which vary.
Yellowstone, television's #1 show, returns on Paramount Network.
I, John Dutton, do solemnly swear to uphold the Constitution of the state of Montana against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Featuring an all-star cast led by Academy Award winner Kevin Costner.
The invasion is over.
They will fight you dirty.
Is there any other way?
As the Dutton family fights to protect their legacy, they'll learn power has a price.
Signing this is a declaration of war.
We're already at war.
Yellowstone returns Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern for an epic 2-hour premiere event exclusively on Paramount Network.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less but people are happier with it? That sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Well, if we're being totally honest, we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day, but if you're like us, we don't always have the time or energy to make that happen. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you'll have more energy, you'll feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that when we take our next physical, the doctor compares our old lab work to the new lab work, and he says, hey, keep doing what you're doing. This wonderful product is powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. So join us and take Field of Greens, too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without
It is 10 minutes until top of the hour, and this portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by Upside.com. That's Upside.com. From cringing at the pump, I did that on the way in today. Running a little low there. Had to go on and stop. And I did cringe at the pump. Or getting an eye-popping check at your favorite restaurant. We've seen all that go up. We all know that inflation is hitting us all where it hurts. It could be different aspects of groceries or restaurants or just going and buying clothes or getting gas, as I just mentioned. Anyway, not much is expected to change anytime soon. That's why we're encouraging you to start using Upside to get cash back on every purchase you make. This is a straightforward app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out, which we all do. To get started, just download the free Upside app and then use special show promo code BUBBA25. That's Bubba and then the number 2 and 5 to get 25 cents or more back for every gallon on your first tank of gas. After that, just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, and you'll be saving right away. So check it out right now. Join us and go download the free Upside app and use our special show promo code BUBBA25 all together and save 25 cents on your or more on your first for every gallon on your first tank of gas. And then after that, let us know how much you're saving on everything else you buy, because you will. Or you can check out a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. I actually heard about this before they started advertising on the show from a friend that used them and said it's legit. He saves money on it. So
how about that?
Anyway.
Hollered that.
Yep. All right, so we're rolling back. We've cut the tension. I think we're good there.
Yeah.
Now Adler's here talking smack because he's a rebel as well. Vestavia Hills. So now it's 2-on-1. If you need
his wife teaches at
I know. And so it's like its own. I mean, it's legit. You've got kids that go there. He has a wife that teaches there. Greg has a son that coaches at Thompson. So it's a lot of tension in here.
And she's the special teams coach too.
That's right. I forgot about that. She's a great punter.
And
in her
the
day.
defensive ends, they get a lot of advice from her too.
Okay, that's so good. But I mean, so that it is. If you need, I mean, just let me know, Greg. And if you're just joining us, it's high school football rivalry. It's two big high school 7A schools, which is the highest classification in Alabama for football. I know there's different classifications in different states. Big two Birmingham Metro teams, and they're clashing tonight.
They are.
And it's created a problem in here. But hopefully we'll get through it. Rick and Bubba University, speaking of football, is about Bo Jackson from author Jeff Pearlman. JeffPearlman.com is the website. The Last Folk Hero, The Life and Myth of Bo Jackson. That's this week's RBU. Great sit down with Jeff, and we'll talk about that throughout the podcast today. Make sure that you are subscribing and getting notifications for Rick and Bubba University, the podcast.
You know what I didn't realize? And I heard they had him booked for the university. I'm reading Showtime, which was the book that inspired the HBO. Was it HBO that did about the Lakers? Yeah. And I didn't realize he wrote that.
He did. Showtime.
So I'm about halfway through.
The source for HBO's Winning Time, the biography of Bo Jackson, is from Jeff Pearlman.
Yeah, I didn't realize that to him yesterday. So.
He's had 9 books, including the Bad Guys 1, Boys Will Be Boys, Showtime, and Sweetness. And I understand from a friend of mine, and I didn't know this at the time, but I understand that, let's see here, Pearlman, I believe, he wrote what is probably the best book about the original USFL called Football for a Buck.
Ooh, I'd like to see that. Read that.
Yeah, so he's a very successful author.
See it or read it.
That's Rick
you
and
actually
Bubba
have
University.
to see it to read it.
Yeah, you do. You do.
By the way, we talked about this the other day. Speaking of sports, movies, and books, and Draft Day was on last night, and I just every time it's on, I have to stop.
You and Draft Day.
And I love that. I love that movie.
Too.
That and Moneyball are two of my favorite, and it's because it's the business of sports, and I love the business of sports.
I agree. I'm the same way.
And
the behind the scenes thing.
So
Draft Day's a good one.
Yeah,
it is.
And I love Kevin Costner. Everybody knows that.
Yeah,
so.
Everybody knows that. All right, so we got maybe time for a question or two to get us to top of the hour. Then Rick and Bubba join us.
QFTA Cindy Clark.
Hey, Cindy. Is that Cindy Clark from Nashville?
No, I don't know about that.
Okay.
Her. Well,
and
I don't want to give too many.
She's been with us for a while. If it's the same Cindy. Hey, Cindy.
No, you're thinking about Cindy, a different Cindy.
Okay. Speedy and
hey, Cindy.
And Greg will have to answer this one because I know this has not happened since I've been here. But have you ever had to fire an intern? If so, why?
Yeah,
I kind of did.
Yeah, we have. We've had to fire an intern, and we've also had an intern have to quit because his mom made him because she didn't like our influence. Yeah.
Okay.
But unfortunately,
the one when I was here, she was gone and didn't tell anybody, and then shows back up.
Yeah.
We were like, "Where you been?"
Yeah.
Oh well, and then okay.
Do you have a best and worst intern?
We've had
what is your best and worst intern? Was the next question.
We've had some really good ones.
Yeah, we've had a lot of really, really good ones.
Yeah.
The worst one's probably the ones we had to let go.
Yeah.
So I don't want to say that.
Yeah.
But
yeah, sure. Okay.
So more good than bad.
Yeah,
I can't really sell on
the good ones.
There are several that stick out in my mind that were just that fantastic. Matter of fact, we got one right now.
Yeah, Blazing's really
category.
good.
He's my favorite.
I will say this: we've had enough interns. You can tell when their internship is over how successful they'll be. And normally,
right, by the way.
They're the ones that contact us about a year or two later and go, "Hey, man, this is where I'm at. This is what I'm doing. Let me drop by." And they've got a job and doing well.
This is
Alex is
why,
a little loud.
Yeah,
this
he
is
is.
why I love
Right.
This is why I love our audience right here. Okay, Cindy had 3 questions.
Yeah.
2 of them were about interns. You know what the third one is? What is your favorite John Wayne movie?
Oh, okay. Let's see. Wow.
Which I can't.
Cowboys,
I don't have a
Cowboys.
John Wayne movie.
Hands
He died about the year that I was born, so I'm not a John Wayne guy.
Cowboys, hands down. Not even
Okay,
close. That's the first
Speedy,
one.
do you have any John Wayne movie memories at all? that
You know,
stick with you?
Cowboys is good.
If you don't like Cowboys, you need help.
how you feel about True Grit?
That's a good one.
Yeah.
What about McClintock?
Is it true that he had tiny feet?
I have no idea.
All right.
Never heard
Is that because you know how sometimes
Never heard that.
somebody he was a pretty big dude and he had like
He was a big
size
man.
9.5 size shoes.
I think you made that
Okay,
up.
I think I did too. I asked if it's real.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
Is that just one of those things that's just not true?
I heard he had huge feet.
Really?
No, I made that up.
Okay.
Real quick.
So you're making stuff up. I thought.
Well, I thought I'd just ask because you know everything.
No, it may be. You may be right.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I thought you'd go, yeah, that's right, and then
Well,
tell me all about
I
it.
normally know stuff like that.
From Paige. Hey, Paige.
Hey.
When your intern is not in the studio, how do you, Greg, and Speedy decide who will screen phone calls? It's a good question.
We play rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah, normally Greg goes first because that's when food gets here.
That's it.
Yeah.
And he likes to eat in there.
Yeah.
And then I've adopted second and you third.
Yeah.
And I
But
just want to get it over with.
but if
Is
any
that
of
what it
us
is?
Slide up.
but if any of us are in a handle, we just nod and the other one jumps in. It's not a problem.
But it's not bad because we don't do like we used to constantly sit in. We just go, hey, if we do phones, run in there real quick.
Right.
We don't have to stay in there the whole
Correct.
day. So
Yeah.
it's not as bad.
That all started with the pandemic, us running in and out, and it did. It was almost like, well, Speedy and I were like, well, Greg really likes to go in there and eat his breakfast, so he's going to do the early one, and which I get.
It's
That's
really
fine.
more I wanna
You
get
got to
it
eat.
over with.
You got to eat, but
got to eat.
that's the other part.
But it
if you
doesn't
wanna
stop
get
me
it
because
over
I'll
with.
eat in here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
you will. It's funny
I
too.
watch the camera.
Yeah, and sometimes you
that's
miss
where I
on
get-
that.
Yeah, sometimes. But does that hurt anybody? Anybody hurt by
What
it?
I love is that when you have food in your mouth and the camera gets on you, you like hold the chew
You're
and
like,
you don't
on
do
Adler.
anything.
That's
Hey,
on that.
here's
He
his
knows
look.
I'm eating.
Here's his look.
Well, I wouldn't do it today because he knows Vestavia's at Thompson. He's going to try to show you a lot.
Hey,
doing
Greg,
stupid stuff.
be nice to the girls today when they show up.
Oh,
Okay,
I'll try.
be nice to
Speedy
them.
needs to watch his language, and I'll calm my volume down.
Well, I just want Blazin to calm down. He gets kind of active.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This meal for myself, and it involved deer tenderloin, which I absolutely love. If you never had deer tenderloin, so I'd already earlier, because Gary, is always throwing out something he's trying. Hey, let me tell you what you need to do out there, tenderloin. Next time you get deer tenderloin, and what he was talking about, and I kind of did a combination of my own version of what he was talking about. What Gary was talking about, and I did this part of which I agree with, is you take the tenderloin, the whole tenderloin, thaw it out, all right, and lay it down. Just take a really sharp knife and you just cut little strips of it. Make strip, and then if the strips are too long for you, take them, cut them in half, and then get you a frying pan, and not battered or anything, just kind of a stir fry. Get whatever kind of season you want, but put in with it peppers and onions if you like that to give it flavor, and then the thing that was the coup de grace, I threw in 2 pieces of bacon in there with it because tenderloin is so lean, deer tenderloin, there's really no fat in it at all.
Right.
So to get a little more flavor into it and add a little fat in there in the frying pan, tossed in a couple pieces of bacon in there with it, and then did the seasoning and all that, and brought it out. Now I, of course, being a good Southern boy, yes, you can take that out and you can put it over rice if you want to, which is great. Delicious. You can put it into the tortillas as fajitas, which is great. Or you can just take those things and put them in biscuits and eat them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You can do it.
And you can do
Pretty
it.
tender.
Oh, Bubba.
And I know several recipes like that you can do in the crock pot, and it'll just fall
Yeah,
apart.
crock pot's great and it's good. This is just if you're in a situation where you don't like. I wasn't set up to let these things cook a long time, and I've done that too. I put a whole tenderloin in there and cook it with potatoes and carrots and onions like you cook a roast, which is really good. But this is where this takes no time. The only time you got to be sure you got it thawed out ready to go. But you just take it out and just lay that tenderloin down, take that sharp knife and start cutting those strips. Cut it all the way down into strips, then cut those strips in half. Put it in a frying pan with stir fry, whatever kind of seasoning you want to. And if you don't like onions and pepper, you don't use that, but that's an option. Put onions and peppers in there with it, mushrooms if you want to, and then take it out, put some white rice, put it on top of it. Or if you want to make fajitas with it, do that. Or if you want to not do the onions and the peppers and just do the seasoning and the bacon in there with it, put it on a biscuit.
Huh.
Well, that sounds good.
Real good.
What about you just put it on a stick and eat it?
You can do that too. I had it exactly like I liked it.
You talking about a twisted stick?
But yeah, I mean, it was really, really good.
Make it a deer dog.
Yeah, it's funny. There was a guy that I know that said he wanted some deer meat. Said, "Hey, see, my wife's kind of got an attitude about it, whatever." I said, "Just say you're gonna cook one night and serve it. Don't tell her what it is."
Yeah.
And he did. And he said, "Now she's always asking when you gonna get some more deer meat." You know, if you get that, there's some people it's a more of a mental thing than the actual taste of it. Yeah, it's actually very, very good if you prepare it right.
Yeah, and it's not deer meat. And I told Greg this a couple weeks ago. For some reason, we've got on a tenderloin kick at the house and cooking it on the grill, and we've never done. I don't know why I've been scared of that for so long.
We do that a lot too.
Why are you scared of
I don't know. I don't know. You can't really mess it up, and I found a
Now you can
way
mess
to.
it up by overcooking it or undercooking it.
Well, yeah, but I'm telling you, there is a. It's called the 7-6-5 method. And as far as minutes, 7 minutes, 6 minutes, 5 minutes, and you can't mess it up.
I
just found that online.
You talking pork or beef or both?
Pork.
All right, I got a little something for you in that too.
Oh, 765.
The old 765.
A little brown sugar.
Oh yeah. You can buy
olive
them
oil.
with the season already on them, or you can just buy them and so. But I don't know why I've been so scared of this world. And it's changed.
Slow cook world bother you?
Huh?
You scared of slow cook?
Well, you don't even have to do that with these. That's the 765. High heat 765.
Really?
And on the last 5 minutes, you turn it all the way down or even turn it off, and because the grill's so hot. I don't know. That's
Like the last
the
five?
internet's an amazing thing.
I hear if you let it marinate in Jack Daniels overnight, it does a lot for it.
Yeah. How about this?
Somebody
olive
said.
oil.
Oh yeah.
Say that, and then
You
put
don't want
brown-
to do too much.
And then put
because-
brown sugar in that olive oil
Yeah.
and let that turn to a caramelize on it.
Yeah, baby.
Look out now. Look
Yeah.
out now. It is 6 minutes now past the hour. Fun Zone Friday. Yep. Rick and Bubba Show. Been here a while. And we've been doing this since 2001, since the attack on America, starting this hour with a national anthem. go. 7.5 minutes past. 28 years we've been at this. Getting ready to celebrate our 29th birthday coming up in January. The Rick and Bubba Show, winding another one down. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here ready to go forward. Kickoff hour behind us, blazing Silverman, focused like a laser at 866-WE-BE-BIG, ready to take your phone calls. And he's also ready to host the Great Elite Eight, or the Elite Great Eight, coming in. 8 seats will be filled with listeners from all over Rick and Bubba land. There's our big boy standing over in the corner, and I'm not speaking of Bubba. He's looking at us. Hello, big boy. How are you today? Thank you for the reassuring look. Wheel of Meat will spin today. That's going to happen. But first, let's bring in the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to Rick and Bubba.
Talking just the other day. There's them Eagles already gone. But I noticed you stepped on the last two.
The mix was a little hot that time,
not
and
like
I
you.
was having a little problem hearing myself.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. I mean, the last 2 days you stepped on it, just as hair. I mean, just barely.
Yeah, got not much of a porch there to work with.
I know. I just
give me a little more.
Well, I've seen though you've usually handled those just fine. I mean,
it was today. The music was a little hot, and I couldn't hear myself.
I hate to bring up Pro Vigil, but I just I mean.
Yeah, well. We all miss it.
I'm just funning with you. All right, so we've got a lot to unpack today. Bubba, Wheel of Meat's here. You heard me say our guests are coming today. I mean, I'm going to tell you something. One of our guests that is coming today, I saw last Sunday night in Americus, Georgia, and he told me, he said, we're all hoping the wheel didn't get away before Friday because it's been a dream. And I said, well, we don't know how things go. There's nothing in us that we don't ever assume that we're planning much of anything.
Yeah, not too far ahead.
Now, let me tell you something. We are the quintessential seat of your pants. I mean, we fly by the seat of our pants. So, and I think when I tell people that sometimes, because I've seen us both have to do it together, I think it kind of terrifies people. They want to assume that we're planning and trying a little harder to prepare.
Well,
when we tell them that it
doesn't work.
When we tell them it's absolutely, I mean, there's very little other than firing out the stories of the day, laying them down, coming in here, anybody got anything, and here we go. And it's amazing that we've cranked out. What did you tell me? Are we approaching somewhere between 5,000 and 6,000 shows?
Oh, I forgot. I had the numbers one time.
I remember it was like 5,500 somewhere in there, but that's been a while ago. So
the Elite Eight that'll be in here today.
Yeah,
will see us with about a minute left to go on the break. Go, hey, what you want to do?
Absolutely, 100%. You would think, especially because the only time you see us get anywhere near planning the next segment is if you have to go to the bathroom.
Yeah,
because
you're going to be gone the whole
right.
segment.
Because when you leave, you don't want to come back in and not know what everybody's doing.
And it's crazy. I don't know if it's because it's Friday or what, but I woke up with a craving for sausage balls today. I don't know what it is.
Well, you know what? I don't know whether she's going to do it or not. But do you remember? And I know when I say this phrase, I don't mean this in some negative way, because but you remember we had Brad Law, who was a listener of our show and now works in sports and has for many years.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And
he was about 14 when he first came.
And people would tell us
now he's got kids that old.
I know, it's weird, isn't it? And people would tell us that they could never get into the show. In those days, we only had 4 lines.
Right.
We have 10 now, so we tried to make that easy.
A little bit better, yeah.
And they would say, I cannot get into the show. Well, Brad Law could call the show anytime he wanted to and get in. And we were like, how do you get in and no one else can? And, of course, we started making a joke that he had a demon dollar.
Right,
I don't know why we called it demon dollar.
Well, there was a box back then,
and
it was programmable.
Right.
And it would dial a number in like a half a second. It would, just dial it through.
That's right, yeah.
And people could use those to crash contests.
Right. And so you're right. I forgot all about that. So anyway, Penny Miller has become that to the golden ticket seats. No one knows how she keeps booking herself here, and it's all.
She's amazing.
It's completely.
I mean, you're talking about a high level skill.
It's completely straight up, and she just. I don't know how she does it, but you're thinking, and I know what you're doing. You're hoping.
She was here a few weeks ago, and she said she was going to bring sausage balls.
Right,
and I think that was in my mind last
What
night.
I'm worried about, though, you remember it because we're not going to forget a statement like that.
Right.
But what if I hope she did, and you don't know how her schedule went. She might not be able to do it.
What are you talking about? Penny Miller, don't you walk on by.
Penny brings sausage balls, don't make our Bubba cry. So I don't know how she does it, but she does it. And, really, if you're thinking about trying to get golden ticket seats here, you're thinking to yourself, can I beat Penny Miller to them? And so it's not an easy
Or maybe just buy them from Penny Miller on the secondary market.
She should start scalping. True. She really should. She should start scalping.
She does it, but it's incredible.
Matter of fact, she says she's already been here when we started back twice. Is today 3?
Today would be 2 that I know of. I don't know. Yeah. I'm not.
But she's already got another one in a couple of weeks.
Really?
Yeah,
is
3.
Today 3?
Yeah,
that's what I thought. And then the one she's already booked will be 4. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wow, I don't know. That doesn't seem possible, huh? And we've only done 6, and she's gotten 4 of them. That didn't even seem possible, does it?
We always say we love to see anybody who's the best at what they do.
Absolutely.
And how about this? It is Veterans Day today. A big thank you to all the veterans out there.
Amen. Amen.
We wouldn't be here today without you.
Nope. We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show. Let's jump right in this thing and see what we got. Start digging. You know what that means? Let's figure out what we're going to do next.
That's right.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Fall is the taste. Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Bank.
Yeah, betcha.
Hollywood Nights. We do have a lot to cover going forward. Wheel of Meat Wednesday. We made the comment in the promos that may have run on your station yesterday. Is it the frozen wheel of meat today, or is it the wheel of frozen meat?
Yeah, either one. It's pretty cold.
Always keep your meat frozen. So anyway, that coming up at any time on the program today. We were hit or miss. We were prepared for Helmsy to do a best of Rick and Bubba. Now, most of the country, it doesn't apply to everybody, but a lot of people have been hit with this winter storm, and it's still rolling through some other places. And as far as we were concerned, thankfully, it wasn't that bad. Of course, the real Greg Burgess lives an hour and 20 minutes from here, and the roads were closed where he lives, and I think they got a little more than maybe we got where we lived. Or Greg just wanted, when he went to bed last night, to already have his decision made, and as Gerald Kate said,
went with it.
Bingo.
He's piled up into bed. Now, there was a day the power company, he'd have got out.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's back when he had calluses, Rick.
Right. We've softened Greg so much that he's taking a day off work and is snuggled with a chihuahua right now.
Right. I don't blame him.
So, and Rick, look, we've got in good conscience explain this, but there's a lot of territory out there.
Be careful.
And a lot of people are having different issues. I mean, when it comes to snow across the southern part of the United States, a degree here, a degree there, at a certain altitude is the big difference.
Don't have the equipment, don't have the skill, all that.
It's the difference between a major event and a no-show. So it's extremely hard to forecast. But I'm watching the news, folks, this morning, and you would think that we are in an impassable state. And it's just not true outside. You need to be careful, especially people who are inexperienced. Right? And again, it varies. You may go a mile one way and there's frozen bridges, and a mile another way there's not.
Yeah, our path, what we did, was nothing.
Yeah, and I want to underline that again. I live on a part that's a mountain range, and I feared the worst coming down. I have navigated it before. I know how to get off the road and get one tire in the grass, and I can work that. I have a very steep driveway, which is always the worst thing I deal with.
Right.
But I came down that mountain this morning in total shock as to how easy it was. There was no problem. I had people passing me in the left lane and cars. I got to the interstate that is the southern smiley face, if you will, the mouth of the smiley face, our southern bypass. And there was no ice, no snow, nothing, nada, nothing. It looked like a bright sunny day, much to my shock. So I come up through there. I'm actually looking for ice, and I can't find it. Yeah. Not black ice, not white ice. No. None. Rick, there wasn't even any snow.
There was no brown ice? No.
Rick, none. Okay? None.
Right. How much?
None. And I came over to I-65, which is the major thoroughfare through the state and our city from north to south, and I thought, well, surely it's over here. I couldn't find any. There was none. I had 18-wheelers blowing by me like I was sitting still, and I thought, well, it must be the side streets. Got to be the side streets. 31 that gets up to the studio here. That thing must be eat up.
No way we get through it.
And I got off, and I looked, and I even did a U-turn and went back and tried to find some on the other side of the road, and I thought, well, am I in a dream or something? Because I thought we were in some kind of disastrous situation. So I get here to the studio and I flip on the TV, and of course the news coverage is that we're in a complete iced-over lockdown. We've got reporters out on bridges where they're telling you that it's impassable, and cars are zooming by them, not even slow.
I know.
And I told you, I said, Rick, am I just...
Mine.
We're selling an event on TV, folks. It ain't happening right now. And I know that varies. I'm just saying where I am, where I travel today. But the message and what's out there is totally different.
Well, when I knew that...
Is it me? You can tell me. Is it? And I don't make anybody mad or whatever, but I've got to tell the truth on this.
I thought it might be me because I'm on Tamiflu. Yeah. But what I'm saying is this.
Now, it's cold as a brass something on somebody somewhere.
Matter of fact, I've already
I don't know if it's a witch or a well digger, but it is cold out there.
I got a text from the Klondike today, and they asked me. They said they can give me the temperature of a well digger's butt, and we've come to the conclusion it is colder.
Yeah, but any time that we're 20 degrees colder than Great Falls, Montana, that's pretty cold.
21 minutes past the hour. Happy Veterans Day, and as Bubba said, going to the break, thanks to veterans everywhere for your devotion to the country and continuing to stand there and guard the freedoms that a payment must continue to be paid on. And thank you for paying it.
You know, freedom, Rick, we've always talked about it, that it's never fully paid off.
Nope.
It's a lease.
It's a lease.
It's not something you can buy and go, okay, it's ours, we'll have it and hold it. And every generation will have to pay the cost in some form or fashion.
And as Speedy saw yesterday, was it Uncle James? Is that what?
No, it wasn't. I called him Uncle James. He was not my uncle, but yeah, James Gunner. I was at his funeral. He served in the Army.
Yeah, so you got to see a military funeral yesterday.
I did.
Yeah. It's kind of cool, isn't it?
With Veterans Day today, wow, that was something. I bet that was very moving.
It was.
And
we've talked about it before. My dad fought in World War II. I'm kind of late on the tree.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
Fought in the Pacific against the Empire of the Rising Sun.
How about that?
Wow. I had my uncle on my mom's side fought in Germany.
Mm-hmm.
So
country looks good today. All right, so I think about them, people like your dad, when I think of the state of the country, and I'm just like, hey, how disrespectful can we be?
thankful they're not here to see it.
Oh yes,
really,
really, it's a blessing.
really, because I can't imagine.
Well, knowing some veterans, one of the biggest things they struggle with right now is the sacrifices that they've made and the battles that they fought and what the country's turning into now. And
I know,
what they need to understand, though, I mean, that I talked to one yesterday, and he's like, that's the biggest thing that's so frustrating. You know, we're done serving, we're back home, and now we see everything going to pot, but they need to understand what they did in their service at the time they were doing it. It changed everything, and we appreciate it. That doesn't diminish what they've done, I guess is what I'm saying.
It's almost like when you run your leg of a relay. Mm-hmm. If you were ahead, when you handed the baton to the next person,
that's all you could do,
and they got beat.
That's all you could do.
All you could do is run your leg.
Yeah. Right.
And they, as you're saying, Speedy, they ran their leg, and they actually were victorious. Mm-hmm. But we've let it go, and we're at the point now where we have people who want to make that same sacrifice. And think about how stupid this is. And I'm not going to choose any other word. Mm-hmm. It's stupid. There's another word I guess could be worse, but I'm going with stupid. That we now have people that are not serving in the military over stupid political wokeness.
Yeah.
Yep. And we're weakening. And we have people who want to make this sacrifice.
Right.
And they're asked to compromise things, or they're asked to be part of godless things that they're not going to do. Mm-hmm. And the more we turn away and put our military out there facing death, and we are trying with everything we can do to remove God's protection from them, I can't even wrap my mind around that.
We have some history on that. And, of course, Rick, the main part of our freedom is our elections, and we had those this week. Here is the latest update. Now, it just depends on which news organization you're talking to, because they declare winners based on criteria that they have, and they have their own, desk that declares that. As it stands right now, you need 218 seats in the House to control that. The Republicans have between 211 or 220, depending on which news outlet you're looking at. The Democrats are around 192. In the Senate, they're saying 49 seats now are solid for the Republicans, 48 solid for the Democrats, 3 are in play. We know that Nevada and Arizona are going to be very close. I think the Democrats are going to win Arizona. Mark Kelly, the astronaut, he's been in the lead there most of the time. I would be shocked if that one flipped. By the way, we interviewed him when he was on the space station. Did you know that?
I remember that.
Mark Kelly, he was up when Doug Wheelock was up.
But not so fast, Bubba. They found 400,000 more they still have to count, and they think that might be done. They might be done by Monday or Tuesday of next week.
So Arizona,
but the guy actually said, but don't hold me to that.
Arizona, Nevada in play. We'll know eventually at some point that Georgia is going to have a runoff, and it will be December the 6th. That will be the one that's going to decide it. Believe it or not, how it's all going to come down. Looks like.
Well.
Yeah, Ted Cruz was out with Herschel Walker last night.
It's going to be all hands on Georgia. Everybody will be there campaigning for both sides. I mean, you're going to see Obama, you're going to see Biden, you're going to see Trump, you're going to see DeSantis, you're going to see Cruz, you're going to see everybody on both sides on Georgia. Everybody on Georgia. Ready, break.
When you look at some of these races, and you think about how it once was on people that were serving our country, and well, I wouldn't call politicians serving, because they do pretty well when they're done with all the access they have. It must be a pretty good gig, as Greg pointed out, based on how much money they leave with versus which they were actually paid.
And how much they pay to get elected.
Right. But anyway, I want everybody to know that you're living in a time where a hoodie-wearing, homeless-looking man, Fetterman, who lived in his parents' house till he was 50, will be the senator from Pennsylvania. By the way, he was going against a TV doctor. And then
don't forget that.
Yeah, that used to be on Oprah. And then in Georgia, probably to decide who gets the majority, to Bubba's point, we have, and I use this term loosely, Reverend Warnick against Herschel Walker. This is our country now. it's not the most comforting thing to see the position we're in. Have you seen these people that are running for office?
Let me tell you
that we're voting for.
Control of the House is important.
Right.
Control of the Senate. You're talking about confirming Supreme Court justices.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you're talking about approving treaties that the U.S. is in.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about approving all the judges on the federal circuits, which has a lot to do. It's a huge thing what that one seat is going to control.
Yeah,
because you're chairman of the committees. You're in charge.
It's huge.
You've got one more vote on everything than the other side does.
Mm-hmm.
And the Democrats have the tie break. So if the Republicans can't get to 51, it's going to be the same old song.
Yeah. Oh, I know. It's just a bizarre situation I find myself in. And do we even want to try to figure what in the world Trump's doing? Do we even? I have. What in the world? What in the world is this strategy? I don't. I can't even. What are you doing? So we can unpack that.
Rick, I don't know how you unpack it because everybody's scratching their head.
I don't understand it.
By the way, in another little snippet of news today that is just FYI, Governor Greg Abbott, who won re-election in Texas, says that they have just loaded up the 300th bus of illegal immigrants headed for Chicago.
Yeah.
So they have launched 300 busfuls of illegal immigrants, spreading them out to other blue states that say, we'll take it.
Well, if we're going to have, if the blue folks want us to have open borders, they're going to have to share in the responsibility.
That's right. Everybody up, everybody up.
We're going to get a little skin in the game.
300 buses.
Bottom of the hour. Didn't mean to throw you.
Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, so it is cold and it is a situation, but thankfully, because of preparation, apparently, because of the wind, and because of the fact that a lot of variables, it's okay to say here's what it is. What I don't like is when people, the place where they are, they're saying something's happening where they are that isn't happening.
Rick and Bubba.
Trumpy.
I don't wear a toupee. It's my hair.
More President Trump updates today. This time, President Trump has kicked CNN star Jim Acosta out of the Oval Office yesterday.
Well, several big stories at the White House yesterday.
Yeah,
this was one.
We'll start with this
do we
one.
have the video? Let's just look at
it. I want to set it up first because I notice, again, we're talking about journalism is dead. Now we're watching shows.
Yeah.
It's just shows.
Yeah.
You remember the famous question, when did you stop beating your wife? You can't answer it. When we have journalists literally screaming at the president, "Are you a racist?" And then, of course, dropping this, S-hole thing, they scream at him.
They're not reporters anymore, Rick. They're activists for a cause.
That's correct.
In there under media credentials.
And so, of course, we also have stopped with civility. Journalists have a job to do, and they can ask any question they want to ask when it's their turn, or when they're in an opportunity to interview. We don't just keep shouting insults at anyone while they're talking to another person. So here is President Trump, and he's trying to have a conversation, and then Acosta just keeps shouting things at him. Did you say you want more people to come in from Norway? Did you say you want more people from Norway? Is that true, Mr. President? And then, of course, he says, I want them to come in from everywhere. Thank you very much, everybody. And then Acosta starts screaming out, just Caucasians or white country, sir? Do you want people to come in from other parts of the world, people of color? And then Trump has had enough and pointed to Acosta, and you'll hear it here, and just says, out. You got to go.
Yeah.
So here we go. Here's the scene.
And by the way, if we could just also
and who's he trying to talk to there? Who's this guy with him?
I don't know because it doesn't say in the story. Back to the reporting, he loves to grandstand. Acosta does, and this is just
he's been.
Bubba
said he's been doing this for a long time.
Exactly.
It's not his first time.
Oh man, it's not in. Hold on, I'm not. Something's wrong here. Here we go.
Okay, all right,
everybody for being here.
Mr. President, did you say that you want more people to come in from Norway? Did you say that you wanted more people to come in from Norway? Is that true, Mr.
Thank
President?
you very much. I want them to come in from everywhere. Thank you very much, everybody.
Just Caucasian or white countries, sir, or do you want people to come in from other parts of the world where there are people of color?
Jim, thank
You hear him say out.
Yeah.
Thanks, everyone.
And yeah, you can hear a staffer saying, "Jim, thank you."
This
Out.
place is closed. Acosta, you are out. Out.
White countries, sir, or do you want people to come in from other parts of the world where there are people of color?
Jim, thank you.
Out. 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 Well, I mean, because that's not. I mean, that's not a question. I mean,
There's another angle.
Thinks
You
that,
hear it a little
no
better,
one
but-
thinks that any president in modern day is truly sitting there wanting only white people to come into the country. I mean, that's just silly.
Yeah.
And I mean,
And the Norway reference was because the prime minister or the president, whatever they call him, from Norway had just been there, and him and Trump had been hanging out, and Trump liked some of the things he told them that they were doing. He thought it was innovative, and they were getting after it. And he thought, we need more people from Norway here because they're winners. They get after it.
right. And now him not thinking through how that was going to come across.
Right.
That's classic.
Well,
Trump.
it's a template that the media is waiting on. Everything has a color factor to it.
Yeah. Right.
And see, the president talks in excellence and accomplishment. He doesn't talk in color.
Right.
Because he's not a racist.
Yeah, well, that's true. I mean, you can say a lot of things about him, and
There's a ton you can
one,
say that you go, that's justifiable.
Well,
agree or disagree, but this doesn't make sense.
Undoubtedly, this is going to be a big "the boy who cries wolf" day.
Yeah.
And see what that also does, regardless of parties, regardless of presidents, when the journalist of any background in any station, any network, when you start going after any president on your personal agenda. And then you're so obsessed with it that you pick examples that turn out not to have any credibility. Then when you go and try to break something on a president that has legitimacy, no one takes you serious.
Shocking.
Because they watch you do all this other garbage.
Isn't that just shocking?
It is. All right, so the next thing is that we got the health report on Donald Trump. And again, I couldn't believe what I was watching, what some of the journalists were asking. I honestly could not believe what I was watching.
Right.
The next thing I thought they were going to tell me is that the roads were treacherous while cars were flying by.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so I mean.
Well, it's because they couldn't comprehend what Dr. Jackson was telling them, and that is.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. SimplySafeBubba.com. I felt cool the other day. You know how sometimes our friends out there that deliver packages, either the U.S. Postal Service, FedEx, or UPS, sometimes, God love them, in a neighborhood, they will put somebody else's package on your step. And I found one of my neighbors something that he probably was looking for. So as I was walking across the street to take it to him, and I'm coming up his driveway, guess what I see right there? Big sign that says "Protected by Simply Safe."
There you go.
And I thought, he knows what he's doing. SimplySafeBubba.com. If your business or your home is not protected by Simply Safe, you need to make the move now. It's award-winning. SimplySafeBubba.com. Right now, we're going to get you 40% off the security system that you put together, and you do customize it for your own property, and they can cover it all. The great thing is that they, when their professionals start monitoring your property, they can dispatch first responders even if you're not there and unable to respond. They're watching 24/7. Costs under $1 a day for the monitoring, about half the cost of ADT's traditional professional installed plans. SimplySafeBubba.com, they blanket your place in protection. They have hazard sensors that immediately detect fires, flooding, frozen pipes. That's helpful. And, of course, you can save big and protect your home or business now by getting 40% off your order when you visit SimplySafeBubba.com. Customize the perfect system in just a few minutes. SimplySafeBubba.com. Find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like SimplySafeBubba.com safe. All right, so a couple of updates, which is kind of funny. The guy who threw the can at Ted Cruz, have you seen his defense?
No.
He said, no, I wasn't trying to hurt him. I want him to chug it.
Now you got to admit.
That's a good defense.
It is.
I wasn't trying to hit him with
Right.
it.
But
I
you-
wasn't trying to hurt him. I
But
wanted
you threw
him
it like a fastball.
right. I wanted him to chug the drink.
If you were throwing it, you would have underhanded, put a little air under
Right,
it.
right. Unfortunately, no one's hearing that, and he's still going to face felony charges.
He is.
And so political violence is never acceptable, says Attorney Bill Stradley in a public statement. What happened at the parade was not political violence nor aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Instead, it was an Astros fan trying to toss drinks from his cooler to the senator during the championship parade, not realizing how it would be perceived when he saw security's reaction.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to doubt that.
Look, he turns that baby loose. Like y'all said, if he wanted him to chug it, you toss it.
Well, how about this? Go to this guy's social media pages and see if he's a Republican or a Democrat.
Mm-hmm. That would
if
help.
he's a Republican, then he might have a case.
Unless it was Donald Trump.
Yeah, but now if it was if he's a big blue guy all the way around, you think he's probably throwing it at Ted Cruz.
Right. Bubba, this one was sent to me a lot. You probably got it too. It really sent some shock waves out there, especially considering it was the state of Montana. I had a lot of people send this to me, friends of mine as well, and they're kind of scratching their head.
Yeah.
Now, our brethren at Blaze TV, Glenn Beck, he said that some people in Montana were saying, well, we didn't understand how the vote, what we were voting on, how it was worded.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, I agree with Glenn. I don't know how you could misunderstand the way it was worded, but there are people now going, well, it looks like we voted. You remember what I said? I thought no matter our political affiliation, no matter our worldview, no matter our commitment to a faith or our commitment to no faith, our different faiths, I thought we all agreed that life began outside the womb.
Right.
But look at this. So in Montana, the referendum was number 131. And it was about requiring medical care for infants born alive. Now, that born alive is a big statement.
Yeah,
okay?
I think you should
born,
stop right there.
Hey, born alive, meaning I'm now in the world, okay? And do you think we should require medical care for infants who are born alive, including after, this is a key line here, an attempted abortion? And the vote was no. 52% says no, we should not provide any.
The fact that we're having to vote on this
unbelievable
tells you the state of the world.
But there are, and people are really, saying shame on Montana and all this. But some people in Montana are saying, well, we didn't understand how it was worded. But does that look complicated to you, Bubba?
It look very complicated.
But it may have been written different on their ballot. I don't know.
I think
a lot of amendments.
In the story, I think it has how it was written.
Yeah. All right. So, but I thought, well, that's what we just read. But
that's you're right, Rick. That's a pretty much a condensed version of what it said.
Okay. Well, I do need to see how it was actually there. I thought that's what that was. Is that someone paraphrasing what it said? Because the actual would have. I'm looking to see if it has the original. You said it's in this story.
I'm trying to look to see what their elected officials.
Are they saying anything?
The governor is a Republican.
Right.
Let's see. I don't know Steve Daines, what he is. I'm trying to find that to try to get some idea because I thought Montana was pretty conservative.
Right. Because I don't see.
Here's another version of it being summarized.
Okay, but it is being summarized, so it was longer than this.
From what I understand, yes, but this has more information about any stage of development that wasn't in the first summary that we saw.
So this one says this referendum establishes that infants born alive, but I think I can figure that out, at any stage of development are legal persons and require medical care to be provided for any infant born alive after an attempted abortion, induced labor, or other method. This referendum also institutes criminal penalties for any healthcare provider who does not comply. That doesn't look hard to understand to me.
Very hard.
Yeah.
And again, I can't believe we're having the question.
And 52.4% said, no, I don't want that to be provided for infants born alive. Only 47% said yes. In Montana, which is surprising. So I don't know if it's true that some people got confused or some people did it, and now they're embarrassed of their state, and everybody's getting mad saying, we thought this was a pretty easy decision to make. You know, and I guess some
again, I don't know why it's up for a vote.
But back to your born alive, Rick, the Montana LR 131 medical care requirements for born alive infants measure. It should stop there.
Yeah, I mean, it does have it in the title. But have you been around people these days? I mean, so I
really thought that area was fairly conservative.
Well, you know, back to what I said, I know I'm living in a fantasy world here, but I thought this was one of those things just as decent human beings with some form of morality wherever it may come from for you, especially some of you that are agnostic saying you don't need God to know right and wrong, you know, that kind of thing. Apparently we do. But what I'm saying is this seems pretty basic that we would all, this would be that place on this very, very difficult issue that we would all come together. Mm-hmm. The baby has been born. It is alive. Does anybody disagree that's a person? And this is induced labor. This is any other method. And yes, it does include an attempted abortion too. If you didn't want this problem, the fact that we are allowing people to abort a baby that this is this far along, right, that should concern us. I know that for a lot of people it doesn't. By golly, this is the biggest issue in the whole wide world to you. But I will say this, even though there's many other options for you not to raise a child that you don't think you can or don't desire to without its life being taken. However, I thought we all agreed, no matter your view on this, the baby's alive and it's been born. And we can't decide whether we want medical attention to be given to the baby or not?
So the only thing I can find that even kind of makes sense.
Okay.
Under Montana law, it's already a felony to purposely, knowingly, or neglect the death of a viable premature infant. A federal law passed in 2002 says a person includes every infant member of a species who is born alive at any stage of development. It defines born alive as evidence of a heartbeat, breathing, or voluntary muscle movement. Opponents of the Montana measure point to these laws as evidence that this law is totally unnecessary and instead is meant to drive conservative voter turnout. This cruelty is being forced on already grieving families for the cold, calculated political gain of extreme right-wing politicians.
So it's already a crime. This was just taking it further and adding like a 20-year prison sentence for the medical provider is what I'm reading.
Right.
That
well, we're trying to make some sense of it.
People against the bill are what they're saying.
Yeah.
But here's the exact words of the ballot question. The ballot question was as follows: an act adopting the Born Alive Infant Protection Act, providing that infants born alive, including infants born after an abortion, are legal persons, requiring health care providers to take necessary actions to preserve the life of a born alive infant, providing a penalty, which maybe that was.
But the penalty part of it may have also been a red flag to some people, because now you're saying that the nurses and the people involved could face a 20-year penalty, and they may say that no, this was not viable.
Yeah,
I don't know.
And it looks like there already was a penalty, or it already was a crime, and this was making it more of a crime or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. But we're trying to not do what most, well, I'm not going to use the word journalists anymore because they don't exist, but we don't want this to turn into like we take it and now we want to try our best to completely vet out what's happening here, because a lot of things, I mean, it seems pretty straightforward, but when you start realizing, well, I thought they already had that covered, and now why is this? And maybe it's the prison sentence. I don't know, but we're trying to do our job to understand it, I don't mean it's okay, but to figure out where they're coming from.
It may be the premature born babies, in which would put medical providers in a really tough position or something. I don't know.
Rick and Bubba.
That Trump is fine. And the reason why they did a cognitive ability test is because the president demanded it. He wanted the test to be administered, but Dr. Jackson said he was never worried about that, but went ahead and did it. That's him explaining it here.
So many of you may have picked up on the fact that we did do a cognitive assessment as part of the exam. And initially, I had no intention of including a cognitive assessment in this exam because, to be honest with you, per all the guidelines that are out there, it's not indicated at this time. A lot of the guidelines would suggest that you do cognitive screening questions, and that if you have a positive or concerning answer in the screening questions, that then you engage with a cognitive screening tool. So I had no intentions whatsoever of doing that, like I said, because I didn't feel it was clinically indicated. And part of the reason I didn't think it was clinically indicated is because I've spent almost every day in the president's presence since January 20, 2000, or last year, when he got into office. And I've seen him every day. I see him 1, 2, sometimes 3 times a day because of the location of my office. We have conversations about many things. Most don't revolve around medical issues at all. But I've got to know him pretty well. And I had absolutely no concerns about his cognitive ability or his neurological function. So I was not going to do a cognitive exam. I had no intention of doing one. The reason that we did the cognitive assessment is plain and simple because the president asked me to do it. He came to me and he said, is there something we can do, a test or some type of screen that we can do to assess my, my cognitive ability? And so I looked into it. And once again, and my initial question was that I didn't think it was indicated and I didn't think we should do it. After looking at some of the guidelines, there are a few guidelines out there that lean in the direction of potentially doing it. The Medicare guidelines and some of the NIH, National Institute of Aging, they've indicated that it might be a good thing to start doing for most patients in the future. With that in mind, I went through and I looked at a variety of the cognitive assessments that were available. Most of them were very simple, very short, and I think that's the goal actually for primary care providers in doing this, is to keep it simple, keep it short. We picked one of the ones that was a little bit more involved. It was longer. It was the more difficult one of all of them. It took significantly longer to complete, but the president did exceedingly well on it. So that was not driven at all by any clinical concerns I have. It was driven by the president's wishes, and he did well on it.
30 out of 30, actually. Anything over 26 is considered normal, and he scored a 30 out of 30 on the test. And the media just could not believe it.
Perfect, by the way, perfect.
He also went into how the president is in really good health, despite the fact he eats fast food all the time and doesn't exercise.
The reporters hate that.
And the reporters just could not understand how he's in good health.
Today, I'm very proud of myself.
Yeah.
Explain to me how a guy who eats McDonald's and Kentucky Fried Chicken and all those Diet Cokes and who never exercises is in as good a shape as you say he's in.
It's called genetics. I don't know. It's some people have just great genes. I told the president that if he had a healthier diet over the last 20 years, he might live to be 200 years old. I don't know. I mean, he has incredible genes. I just assume. I mean, if I didn't watch what I ate, I wouldn't have in the cardiac and overall health that he has. So he's very healthy despite those things, and I don't think that he does that anymore. I mean, he's going to the White House now. He's eating what the chefs are cooking for him now, and they're cooking a much healthier diet for him now, and we're going to continue to work on that and make that even healthier. But I would say the answer to your question is he has incredibly good genes, and it's just the way God made him.
That's the president's physician there.
Now,
he'll run so far with that.
Hell yeah.
Trump can now declare he has superior genes to all the reporters.
Going back to the president a minute ago, do you think ever, okay, we have a reporter that when the president got a clean bill of health, a reporter who then began to say, well, I don't understand how somebody that eats McDonald's and fried chicken and drinks all these Diet Cokes and doesn't exercise. What kind of question is that? I mean, the doctor, so you think the doctor's, FOS? I mean, what are you saying? And
they were even asked if he wore dentures.
Right. Can you imagine when Barack Obama was president, and we all know that he struggled with smoking?
Yeah.
While telling the world not to smoke.
Right.
And people said that he smoked like a stack. And
buddy.
And he struggled
And he
with
did a good job keeping away from cameras when that was going on, except for once or twice.
And he looked like he was a fit guy and took care of himself. What if he got up there and if the same doctor, to Bubba's point, same doctor, said, hey, I've checked out President Obama. His health is good. I mean, do you think one reporter said, well, how is he so healthy when he smokes all the time?
Yeah, how do you justify that?
Do you think one reporter, and shouldn't have said that, but do you think a reporter would have ever said that?
And Rick, the line today would have been, "This is Trump's hand-picked guy. He's sold out."
Eight minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we start Another day together, wrapping up another week. Look for Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend, wherever you get podcasts. This is a unique, separate podcast that we do most every week. There's some weeks we don't do them, but most every week we do. And another one is coming out this weekend. It's a separate 45-minute conversation that Bubba and I have with various people or each other. And this weekend, we will be interviewing Jeff Pearlman. Bubba and I got the opportunity with Adler to record that yesterday. And he's put out a new book, The Last Folk Hero, The Life and Myth of Bo Jackson, by Jeff Pearlman, who's written many New York Times best-selling books, mainly involving sports. And so we had a great chat with him. And I will say this, because my first reaction when I finally figured out, as you know, sometimes it takes me longer to figure out what I'm involved in. When people, like when he was asked me about us playing high school against Bo and all that, I didn't realize who he was or what was going on, and you know, I live a bit of a sheltered life. But anyway, so when I first heard about this, I thought to myself, hasn't all this been covered? Do you remember when was it ESPN did the whole legend of Bo Jackson?
And Bo Knows Bo and all that.
Yeah, well, Bo Knows Bo.
That was the 30 for 30.
Yeah, but then the other was when they did all this taking on what was real, what was folklore. Remember, I remember it was they had cartoons in it.
Yeah,
remember that?
Yeah. That was the 30 for 30. Bo Knows Bo.
Yeah, and so I thought to myself, okay, well, I mean, the book. Then the book came to us. My goodness, the book's big. It's a thick book. And talking to Jeff, he gets in, like in everything I've ever seen, not hardly any of it spends any time on his high school career, because it was such a different culture. And I won't get into that today, because you can listen to the podcast, because we unpack that pretty good. But he's got a lot more in this book about his high school years and all of that. And there are stories in here that I have never heard anywhere else. Now, there are some that we are familiar with, but he also does a good job of interviewing so many more people to get different angles on some of the most legendary stories. And I think one thing that I think, Bubba, you and I took away that I did not expect, and is that we are from Alabama. We were born here, we were raised here, and so the Vincent Jackson, who became Bo Jackson thing, we saw it from one thing, but I think there was a tendency. You know, we talk about, we always quote the Jesus thing: a prophet is never loved in his hometown.
Right.
Is that we didn't understand. I mean, here's Jeff Pearlman from New York, and he said, I had all the Bo Jackson posters. Bo Jackson was mesmerized the whole country, and probably the world. And he basically was asking you and me, do y'all realize how big Bo Jackson is and what a legend he is? And we're like, yeah, to some degree. But he said, well, know that there was a boy in New York that was obsessed with Bo Jackson from Bessemer. Yeah. And I was like, yeah, I guess he had a huge. So it was. I think you'll enjoy the conversation. And he does. We do ask him some questions for him to drop the hammer on, and he drops the hammer on a few things.
It was very interesting. Like I said, he's done a lot of other works, and it was a great conversation.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I did too. It was one of those we could have gone a lot longer.
Yeah, so I think you'll enjoy that this weekend.
I didn't realize I'm in the middle actually of reading one of his books, and I didn't know it. Showtime.
Yeah,
he wrote the Lakers.
He wrote that too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm in the middle of reading that, and when I looked on the book y'all had in here yesterday, and I saw it listed. I said, well, how about that?
Yeah, I love the fact he goes and talks to so many people involved in every particular rumored event.
Yeah, yeah. And so he also, I'm not familiar with this. Have y'all ever seen? This is back to Showtime. The Showtime thing was also, that's the book that they did winning time on that HBO Lakers thing.
Right.
So Pearlman wrote all that. So I didn't know that. And he had a hit, and his Zoom was very stable, which we really appreciated. Adler did. And other than me getting lost on the timer over here, it was really a very smooth podcast. So I think that you guys will enjoy that this weekend.
Yeah.
The legend of Bo Jackson, in my opinion, never gets old.
No.
And he says, because I know some people were saying that some of the things Bo put out about it, they're saying, is this the book he's talking about? He told us he talked to Bo, that they had a conversation. Bo didn't want to be involved in the project, but he didn't feel like there was any animosity from Bo toward it. He said, I called him, told him I was doing it, asked him to be involved in it, everything.
I'm sure there's a lot of other books done on Bo, and Bo probably gets, tired of some of that. But,
sure. What I love too is like, but there hasn't been many people, Greg, and this is one of them. We'll get this because we're local. I don't, of all the things people have done on Bo, Jeff's the first person I ever heard saying. So there was a legend about this fly ball hit in Fairfield. So I went and talked to the outfielder that played at Fairfield. I mean, right. And did Bo really get to third while the ball was in the air? So
a lot of these myths and legends, he goes and tries to confirm them.
Yeah. So
or deny them.
I mean,
goes up the wall.
I mean, my goodness, he talked to me about the Oxford Matador game.
That's hilarious.
I mean, he really went into the.
Well, think about it though. I mean, trying to find somebody that was in that game is kind of tough.
Yeah, right.
He had told
Besides
us,
Bo,
he told us about a couple of Bo events too. We didn't even know about that. When he ran up the wall for the Royals, that was not the first time he'd done it.
He had done it in the minor leagues as well.
Yep.
And so didn't know that. So and the fact the thing that, and we do talk about this, and we talked about a lot on the show about the term what is a phenom. I mean, everybody keeps coming back and confirming that he was just put on this earth the way he was.
Yeah.
There was no real workout regimen. There was none of that. As a matter of fact, he says the first time that Bo truly was in a workout program was rehabbing from the hip injury.
Yeah.
That's when the first time he'd ever really dealt with a workout program. Before that, he would run a little bit here or there, but he didn't do much weights.
And
or
George
like
Brett in the 30 for 30 made that point. He said he went to his house and he had this one room. He said it was an unbelievable workout room. And he said, I asked him, I said, this doesn't even look like it's been used. He said it hadn't. He said, I do it just for people to see it. So he's never used any of it.
He talked a lot about him going to see Tampa Bay.
Oh, yeah.
And the fact that he did not get to finish his senior year in college of baseball. And what he told some of the Tampa Bay players after that.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty interesting. Yeah, it's an interesting conversation.
Yeah, I think you'll enjoy it. And the book's got all kinds of details. I mean, it's a good one. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well. We've seen the latest inflation numbers. For some reason, our president acts like it isn't real, but it is. And the Biden administration, they seem to be throwing a party about these midterm elections. Bubba, does anybody realize? I mean, has anybody been to the store lately? I mean, have y'all seen the cost of things?
Hey, I guarantee you, Joe Biden ain't going to the grocery store.
No, he's not. Have you? Let me ask you this: anybody taking a gander at their 401k or their IRA or your retirement plan? Anybody taking a gander? Hey, let's get a big thumbs down on that one. Well, Allegiance Gold says maybe it's time to diversify and protect it with gold and silver. And they're going to sit down and talk to you by phone, and they're going to look and see exactly how you have your retirement set up, not how somebody else does. How do you have yours set up so the plan is designed for you, for me, for Speedy, for Bubba, for Greg, Helmsy, Adler. It goes on. I don't know that Blazing Silverman even has an IRA, but I will say this. Now, maybe you say, I want the physical gold and silver. That's what I want. I want it sent to my door. Okay, they'll do that too. And they've got security to handle that. And also, the best offer that they have offered so far is available to you, up to $2,500 of free silver on a qualifying purchase if you tell them that Rick and Bubba are involved. And you do that if you call them, 844-790-9191. If you just go to their URL that they designed for this show, protectwithrickbubba.com, they'll know. Protectwithrickbubba.com, or call Allegiance Gold now. You can't do anything about what this administration is going to do, but you can prepare for it. So go to protectwithrickbubba.com for Allegiance Gold, or call 844-790-9191 and mention Rick and Bubba.
But he inherited this guy. Right. So he didn't even know him until he moved to the White House.
Well, and this is just going to fuel Trump. Now he gets to go out and talk about it.
It's superior genetic.
Right.
I can't wait for the tweet. Has it hit already? Does anybody know?
And Bubba said also the BMI people are angry because according to the BMI, Trump is supposed to be like almost obese.
He's 1 point from being obese, which would be 29. 30. Yeah, he's at 29.1 or something.
Guys, I got news for you. If you're 6'3", 239, you're not fat.
Rick, but here's the thing. See, the reporters are
I
going.
mean, you're just not. The BMI is a bunch of garbage. Right.
Rick, there was one guy, I don't remember who it was, Speedy, that offered $100,000 if Trump would step on a scale in front of him.
He's the director.
He said there's no way he's 239. He said one of his legs would have to be hollow for it to be 239.
Well, he doesn't look. I mean, I'm pretty good about when I see somebody's height and see how thick they are. I can get the weight almost dead on.
Mm-hmm.
That looks
well,
about,
you worked at a circus one year.
Yeah, that's right. That looks about right to me.
The Guardian of the Galaxy director is who you're talking about. He's offered $100,000 for Trump to do a public weigh-in and step on a scale in front of everybody.
Gosh, I wish he'd make
But
me
this
that
goes
deal.
back to the left not being able to
step all over it.
comprehend the results of these tests.
Right.
You know, it's but.
Oh, and Rick, one reporter come back and said he's not 6'3". His driver's license from New York said 6'2". So they've stretched him so he gets under the obese category.
Who cares?
The BMI thing is not right anyway. Do you remember we looked at that? Half of the NFL players were obese, and about 3/4 of the NBA were obese.
It doesn't take muscle mass into account. It doesn't take what kind of shape you're in.
Yeah.
What kind of
Rick.
what kind of training you've been in. When they declared Eddie George as obese, Eddie George, what is he? 2% body fat.
Yeah.
And Eddie George is obese because of his height and weight. What it is, it's just like everything else. They've come up with this deal so insurance companies can use it. So when they start trying to charge you for medical, all this, well, according to our stuff, you're not taking care of yourself. I'm a world-class athlete. Well, according to this right here, you're not.
Yeah.
You know, and the BMI is what it is.
Yeah.
The BMI is a bunch of garbage because it doesn't take individuals into account at all.
And it discriminates, Rick, against low center of gravity.
Yeah, if I want to know if somebody's out of shape, I just look at them.
Yeah.
I mean,
clearly.
There's about 60 more seconds of something I'd love to play talking about, you would think if you're the president, you're pretty stressed out. I mean, think about our lives and and what he deals with and what he knows every day.
Just a second. But have you already cued to that?
Yeah.
Okay, because I want to hear the reporter ask again, tell me how he eats Kentucky Fried Chicken. That is a precious clip.
And you want me to go back to that?
No, if you already got that, go to that.
Yeah.
And it's unbelievable. How can that be a reporter saying that?
Oh, I know.
I mean, is there any credibility?
This is a reporter at the highest level, Rick. This ain't the weekly whopper, okay? Yeah. Come on, this is a guy that's supposed to be a pro. He's on the White House press staff.
And you know what he sounds like? A little child that's been told something he didn't want to hear. Why can't I? Why how come?
Right.
How come?
That's what a good reporter that looks for the facts should ask. That's a good question.
Gosh.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll go back to that for you, Bub, because I know that's what you want to hear.
A guy who eats McDonald's.
Get the video right when he says it. Look at his face.
Never exercises. Is in as good a shape as you say he's in.
Look at his face. Look at his face, Rick.
McDonald's and fried chicken and all those Diet Cokes, and who never exercises is in as good a shape as you say he's in.
It's called genetics.
And look at you. You look like some kind of pasty white,
Yeah, have you seen the sun lately,
yes,
sir?
Right.
Yeah.
I bet your mama just covered you in 50 proof.
But Rick,
Look at that one right there, Rick.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Look at this picture I have.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's something else.
Yeah, I've been around journalists. Man, they're in fantastic shape.
Yeah,
Rick, where did
unbelievable.
Diet Coke supposed to make him unhealthy?
You ever gone down press row? I can't believe they lived through the event they're at.
Right.
Welcome back for a brand new hour, 6 minutes past the hour. Wheel of Meat will spin today. How about Helmsley's got family coming today? Got girls helping out with us today. Helmsley's daughters, and we got some friends in there too.
We got Maddie.
Yeah.
And then we've got Mary Moran and Annie.
Oh wow!
And let me tell you, they
ready.
Wow.
They ready to get after
high
it?
energy. High energy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
hold off on a second cup of coffee because they're gonna give you all the energy you need.
Right. Well, they're gonna help out. We're gonna put them to work today.
Well, they're expecting that.
That's good. And the last time we did this, I mean, they got to do all kinds.
They did. I want to say that was, and Annie came last time.
Okay.
Annie Getty.
Okay, you would think Annie would say, "I've been there. I'm not doing that again."
No, she's fired up about the day.
Come on, Annie.
And I had them some shirts made. They're all excited. So they'll be here soon. And
let's go.
And I'll want the next 3 hours to fly by.
Well, look, it's
Annie will.
You're making it. You're putting together a fun experience.
Yep.
I don't know what it is about when we have family coming to the show. It makes us anxious. I guess we don't know what's going on.
Well, and Amanda's bringing them too, and there's talks of, hey, I may hang around for a minute, and that's
oh boy,
I know what that brings.
Oh yeah, on air.
Yeah, it's.
I wonder.
Yeah, it's. So we got that coming up, and the Elite Grade 8 will be here. I
got an email from Penny Miller. Sausage balls are worth cooking.
I've got a contact from the group that's coming from Arkansas. Looks like they said, is it the golden ticket seat door that we go through? Because they came into town yesterday, and I said yes. So it looks like they're ready.
I got a text from David from Louisville.
Yeah, that's such a good one. So we got all that.
He's coming with Penny.
It's a big day.
We got all that coming up. So stay with us, and then we'll get some of your phone calls coming up. And Bubba, one of your favorite topics, the royal family.
The royal family. I just lit up like a little June bug when I saw that we had video of protesters throwing eggs at King Charles and Camila, the Duchess of Cornwall.
Yes, and so the protesters are throwing eggs at the king. Now, he's the king now. Oh wow, they're really throwing them.
God save the king. Please listen. He's got a little egg on him.
Somebody throwing eggs at the king.
I think they were really throwing eggs at Camilla.
Oh, look, there he goes. There's the egg thrower.
Yeah, they're booing at the guy throwing the egg.
So, and reciting God Save the King.
I don't think God has to intervene on an egg.
No, eggs, you're not in trouble.
Right, yeah.
Look, they got him tied. Look how they got him tied up. His knees, his ankle.
The Bobbies have got him.
That looks like the guy at the Iron Bowl that year.
Yeah, it does.
I'll never forget that. That's not a hog tie. What would you call that? Do you know?
Calf rope.
I call it an embarrassment.
See, now Charles has never seen an egg that wasn't scrambled. They got everything fixed before they bring it in there. What's that?
Greg.
What's that?
Go on, save the queen!
I really think they were throwing it. I think they were throwing it Camilla.
Yeah.
What about that guy? You can't throw at royalty. What's wrong with you people?
You know, Bubba's he's never been happy about this relationship.
No, he hasn't.
Is this the bunch
he says that every time.
that protesting colonization? They're always going all the way back to that. Now, aren't they trying to?
I'm not sure, Greg.
You know what? Maybe you need to do is try to make the world a better place today. You're not going to win the war of things that happened 100 years ago.
And you're not.
As he's getting carried out, the guy says he's blanking the country.
Oh, okay.
It's about maybe the current state of the country.
Yeah. Did you see his ears? Did you know how like a deer can turn its ear if it's his left ear turned right before?
Listen, that inbreeding will do stuff like that.
Greg.
It's a good point, Greg.
If that branch don't start branching off and it kind of stays like one.
Here we go.
Bubba, talk about Camilla some more, please.
No, don't get him on this.
No,
well,
please don't.
He told me
you want him to continue?
I got to tell you,
Trying to get Greg to move.
Camilla Bow Wow.
There it is.
There it is. We'll
He
wait
calls
on
me
that.
Camilla Bow Wow.
Throw a
scarf on her. She's kind of hot.
Who said that? Who was that?
Greg.
All right, so
look at Charles now that the Queen's died and he has to do things he didn't have to do before. He's like, my goodness, I like just kind of hanging out.
You mean Ichabod Crane?
No more polo.
someone Greg is throwing eggs at me. Thank you, Mama. But I am I the only one? I don't want to be disrespectful, but
I like that guy.
Because I guess now's the time to do it compared to what Greg and Bubba said. I'm really going to come out pretty good on this. But when I look at this ridiculous presentation, does this feel silly to y'all?
Yeah, oh yeah.
I mean, the guy standing there with a weird hat on.
Yes.
I mean, does this all feel silly?
Rick, this is what we came from.
I mean,
keep that in mind.
But to what all of you have said, does he realize that, like in most countries, even though you dress that way at one time, we don't dress that way anymore.
No. Right,
I mean, what if I was walking around in some colonial outfit?
Right here.
That's their tradition.
Look right there.
But I don't like it.
They
it's a bad tradition.
Let me tell you what, they think the same thing about us when they see a college football game.
The guys don't forget.
Or our president standing behind a podium these days.
Don't forget when Paul
they're laughing at us every day.
Well, we laugh at that.
Yeah.
But,
Bubba, I also think the way people act about college football is silly. I actually
do
agree with you. But it's all in the same category with me.
The thing they need to let go is when they put them wigs on.
I know.
Is it
the powdered wigs?
Oh, they still. Yeah.
They need to let that go.
Yeah, I agree.
But this, it just feels so like I'm watching something pretend.
But here we have people that
live in a
try to
fake
hang
world.
on to
You're
the
right.
past
It
too.
is.
I mean, we have people that just I mean, they just got a white knuckle grip on history and redoing
Well, I
it.
know we have reenactors of the Civil War, but we don't all line up to see it though in stadiums and cry and scream, "God save the rebels!" I mean, or something like that, or the Union. You know, I mean.
Well, technically, he's the king of England.
I got you. I know.
Who do you think you are, the king of England?
The throne, by their grace and mercy, have allowed the people to rule themselves. And they could take it back at any time they wanted to.
No, they can't.
Charles don't want that.
That was the deal.
Let me tell you what, they're delusional if they think that.
Well, it would get them thrown out of the palace.
How about this? The people have allowed them to continue this charade. Yes. They're not allowing the people.
Legally, it's the other way around.
No. I know that, but in the real world, though, it was an agreement they made so they wouldn't end up like the French royalty,
right?
With their heads cut off.
Yeah, we're about to string you up. How about you let us run it? Okay.
Why don't you let us be mascots? But we have some authority. But we have to approve this prime minister.
Right. Yeah. How about they have to go and present themselves to the king or queen for an okay?
But
have they ever turned one down?
No, they have not. You know why? Because of the point I'm making. You turn one down, and suddenly the people are not fired up about your role anymore. They're going to say, "So our voice, you're overruling it." And then you got trouble. But they got a great gig. I give them props. It's a great gig.
Betty was watching some, it was some movie about this and about how all this happens. And they had the Queen and her discussions with Margaret Thatcher. And apparently they didn't like each other all that much.
Well, you can't have two powerful women in one room.
And they were a little snippety with each other in this movie. Now I don't know if that was in real life or not.
I know the movie you're talking about. I actually saw it.
Yeah.
And the person playing Margaret Thatcher, and I never watched this show.
And she would like call her mom, the Queen. She would say, "Mom, I think we need to do this."
The actress playing Margaret Thatcher, because she didn't look anything like it. It's kind of like when that guy played Winston Churchill and he looked nothing like him. And I didn't watch this show, but it was the female on X-Files. Whatever that actress was. I never saw that show. I never watched it. Did you ever watch X-Files?
I didn't, other than just briefly. I never got into it. Now, if I went back now, I'd probably like it. That's what I'm doing with a lot of things.
I bet it's a show I ignored that I probably would have liked.
Gillian Anderson.
Yeah.
Gillian Anderson.
Yeah.
My wife is actually a huge X-Files fan.
Oh.
And
we know your cat's named after one.
Right. Her cat is named after the dude on the X-Files. So there are like the legacy episodes of the X-Files, it was one of the first shows to ever have like you watch one episode and what happened in that episode leads to the next one, leads to the next one. All shows were like just a one and done thing. You could watch the show
story
and
every
get
week.
it. Yeah, a totally independent story every week was how most shows were, and the X-Files was one of the first ones of those. That being said, it's kind of like Lost. It doesn't really go anywhere.
Conclusion.
They can't land it. They don't land
because
the plane.
The episode or two I watched, they saw something and discovered something so bizarre, and then they just let it. They didn't like go.
So
we
what
can't
was
continue.
that?
We
Yeah.
can't continue life like this till we know the answer.
Yes.
Like if I say if I'm in the parking lot early in the morning and I see Bigfoot running around the corner of the building, I can't just come in and act like I didn't see
Everything
that.
changes.
I'm outside the rest of the day looking for
Everything
that,
changes.
Yes.
Phone calls are next. You ready, Blazing Silverman? You ready? All right, we go to the phones. All 10 lines are available. We'll chat with you next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Man, they're some of the most unhealthy looking people I've ever been around.
Yeah, you can come out of this when you want, but just talking about the stress of the day-to-day, the
listen to
job that he's under. Take a listen to this.
No. I talk to him sometimes about stress. Just because I think it's my job as his physician to bring that up on occasion, as I do with many other members of the administration. I've never seen the president, stressed out about too much. I think the one thing that I've noticed about him that I think is unique, and I think and this is just my personal opinion. This has nothing to do with my medical assessment, but I think that one of the things he has that's unique that I think is probably I would just assume has led to some of his success over the years. He has a very unique ability to just get up in the morning and reset. And I've seen it before where things are going on, and I think a lot of people around him and and myself, if I were in that situation, I would get up in the next morning and the next day would build on the day before, and I would start getting more and more stressed. He has a unique ability to somewhat to push the reset button, and he gets up and he just starts a new day.
Well, I'll tell you why. He's put everything that he was mad about out on Twitter.
and he's done with
He's
it.
like, I have vented all night. Bubba, we have a very special guest on this Will Meet Wednesday, and that is old number 75. Now, when I say old 75, y'all think I'm talking about me, right? Because I don't know if you know, I played little ball and wore 7'5" as well. But we're talking about Bradley Bozeman from the University of Alabama, the Crimson Tide, the national champions, and Bradley is here with his fiance now, as we all watched after the national championship win when Bradley Bozeman proposed to Nikki Hegstetter, and Nikki is here as well. Nikki, congratulations.
Hi, thank you.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you what, the two of you, how tall are you, Nikki?
6'1"-ish.
And Bradley's a big old boy. How tall are you?
6'5".
And how much you go?
About 325 right now. Trying to get down a little bit.
You're almost as good a shape as the president. The two.
Bubba wants me to move Trumpy Bear.
Yeah, Trumpy Bear is in the way.
Yeah.
But guys, whenever,
it's like Thanksgiving trying to talk through the centerpiece.
do you realize the potential that is here when you two start having children? I mean, this is. I mean, I feel bad for your children because immediately people are going to be talking about all the things. Oh, I'll tell you what's going to happen here.
I mean, Olympians.
Yeah, I mean,
Huh?
I mean, and it doesn't mean it's going to happen. I mean, you could have someone that's very studious and doesn't play sports at all. But I mean, are like you and me, Bradley, studious and played sports.
Why do you think I got hurt?
Yeah, I'm telling you. So anyway, welcome, congratulations to you, Bradley and Nikki, won the national championship. And I keep, I pray a lot, hoping Alabama will win one. And so thank goodness y'all finally pulled it off. I know. Does it feel weird if you play at the University of Alabama during the Saban era? If you don't win a national championship, do you feel like that your era there was a failure?
Yeah, it was a failed season. I mean,
that's really what it's gotten to.
Yeah, that's really is. I mean, we won the SEC championship last year, and I lost in the national championship, and I felt like crap about the year. The goal is to win it all. So
yeah, well, and they pulled that off. And so, what high school did you play for?
Hanley High School in Roanoke, Alabama.
Okay, yeah, I know about that. Nikki, where are you from?
Kennesaw, Georgia.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Well, so now how long have you guys been dating before the big proposal?
3.5 years.
3.5 years. Y'all met at the University of Alabama? That's great. And so,
now, Nikki, do you play something too?
I was actually, funny story, I was actually the center on the basketball team.
And you're the center on the football team?
Well, how about that? Bose, you think you can block me?
We'll see. We can try it.
I mean, I can't get. I mean, as soon as I see you, all I think about is, I wonder if he thinks he can block me.
I'm gonna have to get some one-on-one reps for the combine and everything, so you can come up to Tuscaloosa.
He's got a Senior Bowl appearance and some pro days.
You got a lot to do.
Let's not twist an ankle or anything.
Well, that's right. I mean, because I'm at that point now. I'm dangerous. I mean, I got to make it. I can't go very long, so I got to go crazy. I'm gonna tell you something. For 10 seconds, you can have your hand.
That's impressive. You can go 10 seconds. That's good.
All right, for 2 seconds. You can have your hand.
He upped it. It was 5 last time.
Yeah, that's right. I'm feeling good today. I've got my legs under me.
Yeah.
All right, so we talk about the Saban era. A lot of folks want to talk about that as well, and we were talking about it in the break. He just seems, obviously he's if nothing else happened beyond right now, he's going to go down in history as one of the greatest, if not the greatest, college football coach of all time. I think you make a case that currently he is, because it's hard to compare eras because there's so many variables that aren't the same. He's coaching in a limited scholarship era when every team you play's got some players. There's no team that doesn't have players anymore, because there was a time you could put people, get as many scholarships as you could get in the coffer and have people on the bench just so they don't have to play against you. Those days are over because it's limited, so everybody's got players. And the SEC this. Let's go. All right, we're going to the phones now. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Happy Veterans Day, and thank you, veterans everywhere, from the Rick and Bubba family. We appreciate you. Also, a big weekend coming up. Speedy will be with UAB on Saturday in Birmingham. If you're going to be coming to that game, North Texas and UAB, look for Speedy, your stadium promoter. And also from themanchurch.com this weekend, active. Friendship Baptist Church tomorrow in Fanger, Tennessee. Tim Ashley, pastor and team member of the manchurch.com, will be there for their next Man Church. It is ticketed. Let them know you're coming, or you can just get a ticket as you come in tomorrow at Friendship Baptist Church there in beautiful Tennessee. Bay Springs Baptist, Sunday night, Dothan, Alabama, News Talk 103.9. Brian Gunn will be there for their next Man Church. This is their third one and final one of the year as they go through their first year of our curriculum and the strategy. And then on the 17th of November, Andrew Varvutis, Northside Baptist Church, Jasper, as they continue to work through the strategy through a curriculum and, of course, these Man Church services. And then November the 19th, Sand Spring Baptist Church, beautiful, Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. Scott Dawson will be there. So that's all coming up this weekend and next week. And make your plans to find a Man Church near you by going to themanchurch.com. All right, let's start with in North Alabama. It looks like that says Willie Bob.
Willie Bob.
I've heard of Billy Bob. I guess it could be a Willie Bob.
How confident are you, Silverman? It's Willie Bob.
We'll see. Willie Bob, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
We're good, man.
Is that the right name?
That is the right name. They call me
good.
Willie Bob.
Willie Bob. So go right ahead, Willie Bob.
I just want to let it be known I am 4 days clean. I have not made a Facebook post about how if I was the Alabama football coach, we'd win every game.
4 days clean.
Thank you, Willie Bob.
That is so good. It is amazing when fans become these expert coaches.
Yeah.
Let's go to Jordan. All right, Jordan. Fire it in there. Jordan, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
I'm good. How are y'all?
Fantastic.
So I saw this a few weeks ago. I don't know how old it is, but on the Dr. Phil show, they had a gender debate, and there was she looked like a woman, but she said she's a they, and she said she was talking about her kid, and she refers to it as a baby. And when someone asks how old or what gender the thing is, I don't know what it is, she defers the question and says, it's 2 years old. I don't know if y'all seen it.
No, I mean, but
she's going to let the baby decide.
Yeah, I've seen things like that. I mean, and I hope everybody, including Dr. Phil, if not, I don't know what his credentials are or what his expertise is. What you just described, if it went the way it did, and I don't doubt that it did because I've heard similar conversations
You can go on
other places.
Internet right now and see
y'all do realize, and we need to have compassion, we're talking about mental illness.
Yeah. No, you're right.
We are talking about mental illness. And it certainly needs our compassion, but it does not need
There's a lot of things
our affirmation.
There's a lot of things you decide, like what clothes I'm going to wear, what car I'm going to drive, where I'm going to eat today. Gender is not. It's given to you at birth. It has to do with XXXY chromosome. I'm sorry if you're uncomfortable with the one you've got. There's, probably some ways you can, try to address that. I don't know that what we're seeing is the correct way.
Billie Jean in Alabama. Billie Jean, go ahead.
Yes, on the last segment I was calling because Greg heard it, but when y'all were doing Save the King, Helms had a very good accent.
I heard it.
He must be hanging out with Speedy a lot.
Yes.
We could revisit that. Thank you.
Yeah, your English accent wasn't bad at all.
I really don't want to revisit that, Rick.
See, I can do
not really
one.
brushing up on it.
Now you get the spotlight on you. Like,
I'll try to practice it. Clearly needs it.
You have been working with Speedy.
Yeah.
866 We Be Big.
Thank you, Greg.
Lines are available for you.
He said I heard it the first time.
Mac in Florida. Mac, go ahead.
Hey, Mac.
Hey, this is Mac from the state of Florida.
Yes, it
Ron
is.
DeSantis is our governor. The rest of y'all leave us alone. We're trying to take our governor and make president out of him. Leave him alone. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what Trump said. Don't try to make him president.
Oh, wow.
What's Trump doing?
I don't know what he's doing.
Can't get out of his own way, can he?
What is he doing?
At one of DeSantis's victory speeches, part of the crowd started yelling, 2 more years.
Yeah, right.
2 more years.
That's funny. Beth.
That's a bit funny.
Hey, old chap.
Funny, Mom.
Mom and the kids are headed this way.
Look, that's all you can think about.
5 minutes out.
Beth in Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. Beth, go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to talk about Veterans Day. I just think it's so cool that World War I actually ended on 11/11 at 11, and I think a lot of people don't. realize that anymore, and that's why it's today. And I have a father-in-law who was in, or actually my 86-year-old mother-in-law lives with me now, and her father was in World War I.
Wow.
In the Rainbow Division, and so she talks about that a lot. And I just wanted to call in and say that.
Well, thank you, and great point. Remember, the veterans, they get 1 day LGBTQ and entire month. Let's go
Rick,
to
I had some kinfolks that were in World War One.
That's a long time ago.
Long time ago.
I know a lot about World War II. I need to learn more about.
Agree.
I know we're joking a lot, and y'all be able. I don't know if you'll be able to get her to do it on air, but all fair, she'll definitely do it. Maddie has a fantastic British accent.
Well, she got it from you.
Yes,
Oh,
she
you
does.
probably learned it from
I'm
me.
You
watching-
don't say, Mom.
You'll be caught off guard by how good it is.
Jim in Alabama. Jim, go ahead.
Learned it from you.
Hey, this is for Bubba. I got suggestions for you because I was really concerned about you falling. 2 words: life alert. Because if you fall, you can hit that button and just say, "Help! I'm falling and I can't get up."
The Apple Watch will do that too.
That's right.
Yeah. So I didn't have it on. But
At
it'll
one
do it.
point during that, I thought you were going to have to go to that when you were gathering your thoughts for a second.
Bubba, it's required to actually have it on. For
No, you do
record.
have to have it on.
JR.
I'll fall again. Don't worry.
You don't have it on today. What? So
No,
you don't watch this?
until it gets real cold.
You gone, man?
I'll fall again.
I can't wear it when it's hot. I just don't like nothing on my wrist when it's hot.
I get it, of course. I get that. You can give it to me. And
I'd be more apt to wear it on as a necklace. You know?
I don't know how anybody wears anything on the wrist.
Yeah, I can't take anything. I don't even like sleeves on my wrist.
I don't either. So mine are up there. I had them
That's why
long.
I wear short sleeves.
I had this shirt down. I was going to wear it down. Because I know it's getting colder over the weekend. I couldn't. I already pushed it down.
I can wear a short sleeve. Long sleeve, I mean.
Okay.
Well, I do,
Well,
but
I
push it
start
on.
doing that.
But only if it's Thompson Warriors.
Don't force me.
You notice he went to the car and got his pullover.
I just now noticed it's Vestavia versus Thompson.
Absolutely.
And Helmsley's Vestavia and Greg's Thompson.
We cut the tension in the
You know,
kickoff
Greg
hour.
is real worried about the game.
Hey, had his not so flashy shirt on, went to the car and got his pullover because of this.
Well, I couldn't have that.
Wow.
Fight.
Fight.
My T's bigger than your V.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There was a little bit down other than you guys, Georgia, and then Auburn, but the rest of the conference, wasn't very impressive. So maybe, but usually the SEC is stout, meaning that's not an easy road to go down, and it's even pretty stout on a bad year. So I think the era that Coach Saban has coached in, that what he's accomplished may be more impressive than anybody.
Yeah, I mean, he's done a great job. Coach Saban, he takes people from all over the world. I mean, all over the United States, and brings them together and puts us as a team, and we work really well together. All those guys, I mean, they're my teammates, they're my family, and I wouldn't rather be a part of another team because they do such a good job with the support staff, the coaching staff, to put us in the right situations where we will succeed in life and in football.
What is it like to play for Saban? What would you say if somebody said, put it in a nutshell? Obviously, he talks about the process. He seems to be a perfectionist. He seems to almost be quirky about he wants everything done a certain way. Is it his way or no way?
Basically, I mean, it's the process. If you buy into that, as long as you take what he gives you, do the things that are asked, you're going to come out successful. I mean, regardless if you play or not. It's that place. There's so many connections, so many different opportunities that present themselves throughout my career. I mean, 5 years there, and I've met so many unbelievable people, and so many people I'm going to be contacting in the future for possible job opportunities or whatever it may be. And that place will always be open to me to come back, and it'll always be my home.
Nikki, what we don't know what's going to happen with Bradley going forward, obviously, but is it difficult with a game that's as dangerous as football to sit there and watch?
Yes.
Do you get stressed about it?
Yes.
You being an athlete may not be as bad, but
I think it makes it worse.
Oh, really?
Because when you play, you get through warm-ups, you get a little butterflies, and then when the buzzer sounds, you play and you're rolling, so you're not nervous. I'm in the stands, sometimes I pace, sometimes I'm that, that dad that just walks. Sometimes I'm like, I have to go to the bathroom.
Just walk. Get off by yourself.
Most games this season were easy to watch. Some of them were were stressful, but it's a game of football, so I enjoy it.
What about the fact, like, the position he plays? You got to know the game because no matter how long you've been around the game, you tend to watch the ball. Because it just it's just. But do you just watch the interior line the whole time when offense is on the field?
I do most of the time. Depends on the play. We after the game, especially home games, we walk home, we sit on the couch, and we pull out film. And I'm like, okay. And it helps him, I think, as a teacher because he taught me this whatever it is, like why this messed up or who didn't block or why they didn't call the right mic or whatever that is. And as I'm learning, it enhances his ability to call the plays because he's teaching. And then I learn and I understand when I'm watching the game, oh gosh, that was the, so-and-so didn't block this or the linebacker didn't get picked up or the mic was called wrong or whatever it is.
You correct people in the stands when that's nothing drives me crazy.
No.
When somebody says something, by the way, the reason why that happened, you got that all wrong.
No. In my head, I'm like, oh gosh, here we go.
Apparently you didn't watch film. That's not what happened.
That's right. The one that drives me the most on offense is when it's a read and then the quarterback makes the wrong read. And of course it's not successful. I don't know why we just keep running it right in the middle. And I'm like, there was a wrong read. If he disconnected, we'd be cheering on how well the play worked. Yeah. It was the wrong read. We didn't call run right in the middle into a defensive lineman. We didn't call that.
My favorite is whenever we set up a draw down the middle, and Jalen will step back or to whoever will step back, pause for a second, then take off running. It's like, and then the defense will collapse and make the play. Behind the line of scrimmage. It's like, the O-line just gave up a sack,
That's a running play.
It's a running play. Yeah. Not really a sack. So.
All right, we come back. I want to talk about the game because, you were there when this quarterback change took place. All of a sudden, you look up in the huddle and, hey, we got a freshman out here.
Right.
The Pineapple Express is in the game. So we'll talk about the game. And, yes, sometime before Bradley leaves, he will spin the wheel of meat today. Just when you thought the national championship couldn't get any better.
Hey, I've always wanted to do that.
So we'll be right back. Hang in there.
Rick and Bubba.
Way to clean, cleanpods.com/Bubba. I'm telling you. They're taking the industry and they're reinventing a better way and at a lot less cost as well. Anybody want to save any money right now when everything in the whole wide world costs more and we keep being told that it's not happening? But I will tell you this, Clean Pods, this is all you really need to know. You've got a spray bottle worth of cleaner in your house right now. So you go look. If you're at home, go look at it. But most of you know, is it $2? Is that what a full spray bottle costs to clean glass tops, countertops? Is it $2? It's probably not. You're paying for water. You're paying for logos. And so cleanpods.com/Bubba is going to send you 5 commercial grade spray bottles. And so you're going to have those, and then you pick out what bundles you want. Do you want you want a clean pod for glass, clean pod for floors, clean pod bathroom, countertops, whatever it may be. Then you take a pod, you put it in one of these spray bottles, which now belongs to you, and then you use your own water, you shake it up, and away you go. It also doesn't have some of the harsh chemicals that some of the old school stuff has. So cleanpods.com/Bubba, and we'll get you 10% off any bundle that you get, and we'll get you free shipping right now. Cleanpods.com/Bubba. Also find a link at rickandbubba.com, and maybe get out of the old way of doing things and get in a better way, and a way that also will cost you a lot less money. So, Bubba, we actually have something that's been found in the parking lot here at the No Name Studio. Are we gonna share that, or do we decide we don't have to share that anymore?
Well, let's just say Jenny Richardson. If you're missing something, we have it, and we'll be glad to return it.
Right. If you work in this building and we have something that is yours,
and you probably do want it.
Yeah, you probably do want it. Greg found it in the parking lot when we went to get this Thompson pullover. Because of Helms' Vestavia pullover. And they play in the playoffs tonight. Some of you have no idea what we're talking about. It's two local high schools, and we didn't know we had a rivalry inside the show. So it's playoff time for high school football.
How about
this is when we get fired up.
Amanda, my wife, who is actually here at the moment.
Hey,
I'm a
Amanda.
nervous wreck.
Rick got an ally.
Hey, she went to Thompson.
So there we go.
Oh,
So-
Warriors.
Rick,
there we go. Yeah.
We want to
But
go
she
this
lives
way.
now in Vestavia.
She does.
Uh-huh.
Not
So
really
my-
sure how she feels about the game.
And my
tonight.
nephew, Rick's son, played for Vestavia.
That's right.
Wow, there's a lot of ties here.
A lot of stuff going on.
I think it needs to be decided on the rug.
Yeah.
Huh?
I'm too old.
Hey, I was rabid Vestavia. I'm talking about season ticket holder, baby.
Yeah.
3 years varsity.
I remember. Yeah.
From sixth grade Vestavia on, baby.
Yeah.
That's right, Rebels. But now
But of course, tonight you'll be a warrior.
I got blood over to
yeah,
Warriors
and I
now.
get that. Completely get
Yeah.
that.
Right.
Yeah.
I got to go where the blood is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going where the money is.
Absolutely.
Hey, taxes real high in Vestavia.
They really are.
That's all I can think about.
Right. The streets should be made of gold.
Yeah.
How can
So
we
I'd
get-
like to see us win a football game tonight.
With all the money that you pay
They
in all the money you pay in
Correct.
Vestavia, how can we have that little ratty area still down there? Can we not clean that up?
Well, I think it's in the works.
Yeah.
We've
Yeah.
shut one of those hotels down.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I know the one you're talking
Yeah.
about.
Yeah. Little ratty right in there.
Real ratty.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. I think they're
and it's the welcome to Vestavia part of
it
town.
really
That's
is.
where it needs
it's
some work.
right. Hey, right on the sign, and when you get off the interstate.
Right.
Look out
Yeah.
after a good rain day.
Yeah, I mean, you see a nice little thing there, a little white thing. You think, hey, I'm coming to a nice place. What's all this?
I know.
Right.
I know.
Just don't go.
I
Don't
think
speed.
I think it'd be a nice place for a lake.
Yeah. It tends to hold water.
I mean,
Might as
the
well.
water runs there
You
anyway.
might
I got Annie. Annie knows.
Andy knows about that.
Yep.
Yeah, so we have to help out with the show today.
Water bowling.
Well, is this a shadowing thing? Is this a special day? What is all this? right
Yeah,
here?
this is just they're out of school for Veterans Day.
Oh,
and-
that's
and,
right.
hey, you know what they wanted to do? Come to the Rick and Bubba show. This was not my idea. This was not Amanda's idea. This was the girls' idea.
So,
Wow.
so does Mary go by the full thing?
Oh,
Mary
yeah.
Moran.
Mary Moran Brown.
Yep.
Which one? Which Mary? Hey, Mary.
Mary Moran
Look
Brown.
at that. They've got their own little Rick and Bubba University
Yeah.
shirts on. And then Annie Getty, who is a veteran,
Yeah,
been
she's
here before,
Yeah.
Right.
and of course, Daddy's favorite, Maddie's here.
Yep.
There's the favorite right there. Hey,
Yeah.
Maddie. Understand your English accent's very good.
Your dad
Okay.
obviously didn't get it from her dad.
Right.
Did his.
Yeah. Did you hear?
Hers is actually good.
Did you hear Dad trying to do it on the way in here? An English
No.
accent? Okay, good.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
God protects people he loves.
It started out good, but then it faded a little.
Well,
bit.
you had one
hard to maintain.
phrase that went
Right,
well,
yeah.
and everybody got fired up, and they called you on the do it again. Yeah, I'll have that
The
happen.
encore was not as strong.
Did
No,
you know sometimes
I
like,
knew it wouldn't be.
and I don't know if Amanda does this to you or y'all's wives do this. Sometimes we do things on the show, you know, or she and I, like you probably y'all do. We're doing at your house. Well, I'll do impressions of people like that. Only Sherry and I who they are. It's
Yeah.
like people we interact with or whatever. And I know that we do that. And like every now and then, if we're in a group that they know the person, and we're just having some social deal, Sherry go, do an impression of them. Hey, Rick does it. Do that impression. And I'm like, I don't call it. I don't know.
feel.
We don't. I mean, I wasn't ready. I'm not ready to do it. It has to. I have to build up to it. You know, it's kind of like when people, and I appreciate them do it when they want you and I. They'll call and say, I got a scenario.
Yeah.
And we're like, you know, asking for some of the characters
I
we would
know,
do on
right?
demand.
That's terrible.
Sometimes you're just not ready
Yeah,
for it.
There's
you
only
know?
one
You're
man
right.
of 1,000 voices.
Yeah.
We only
I
got
don't-
one of those.
Yeah, I don't want to jump in the way of Speedy on that.
Yeah. So
Watch
Maddie the favorite, good to see you. Mary Moran, good to see you, and Annie Getty. They're going to be shadowing today. That's our other intern. See the college intern in there? That's Blazing Silverman, and we'll put you ladies to work. Glad
He
you're
might
here.
yell at y'all, so don't watch out.
So what did you have over there? I saw you pick something up.
Well, I had an Elon update. Right?
Oh,
his daddy.
Oh, okay. I'll tell you what.
I love my daddy.
So Elon Musk update. Y'all ready?
Here comes the money.
Hey!
Here we go.
Money talk.
Here comes the money.
So what's he up to now?
Wouldn't you love to be a fly on the wall at Twitter right now?
Oh,
when Elon came in and his no-nonsense approach to everything with a little bit of comedy on the side. And we've had all these people who've been working from home. And,
he ain't no fan of that.
they've got all these it's way far left ideas the way they've been running this. So Elon had an all-hands-on meeting with everybody at Twitter.
Yep.
And he said, Rick, it is being reported, if you can physically make it to the office and you don't show up, resignation accepted.
Boom.
He's so tired of this.
I need to work
from home.
I love it. What a bizarre concept that somebody that's giving you a check actually wants you to come into the office and work. Yeah. What an outrageous suggestion.
Well, and every business is a little bit different. I know during the pandemic, some people learned that they could get by without everybody in the office in a high-rent district, and they're doing fine. Some have not. So it's kind of up to each individual business. He also, in an email to all the Twitter employees, warned of difficult times ahead. He said in a tweet several days prior to the pending layoffs that the company was losing $4 million a day.
There goes the money.
There goes the money.
Right, that's
money.
Also, the Tesla stock has taken a hit the last week or two because people are assuming he's spending too much time with Twitter and not paying attention to it. So there's a point where you can get too thin no matter how much money you
saying
got.
Taking the off the electric ball?
Well, he may be doing it.
Well, how do you feel about it? Because
I think he's got it under control. I don't, I think he kind of sets the stage and then he lets people run the ship after that.
Well, I would
sets the course.
Yeah, I would say. I mean, I had to do this in my own life. I would say that it's fair to say. You are researching and moving forward in the electric car industry.
Right.
You are launching all kinds of stuff into space.
50 successful rocket launches this year. 50-0.
It's a fair statement for someone to say, you think taking on Twitter, I mean, you got room for that?
Well, this is funny, too. Who else at the top of a worldwide company would do this? Please take note that Twitter will do a lot of dumb things in the coming months. We will keep what works and change what doesn't.
That's an honest comment. There you go.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty good philosophy.
That sounds like our whole career.
Everybody does that to some degree, but very few will just state it up front.
Yeah. I mean, we do that. We throw things out all the time. If it catches, we keep going. If it doesn't, we say, well, drop that. That didn't work. And some things have worked at one time but won't work now. As you hear me say, everything has an expiration date. Then some things are evergreens. So we do have expiration dates and some evergreens.
Well,
and then even sometimes you look at an evergreen sometimes and you'll say, "Oh, I think that tree's dead."
Yeah, it'll have just a longer expiration date.
Right.
Everything.
Everything. Yeah,
you look at it that way.
It all comes to an end at some point.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
You have some people saying that they're going to leave Twitter because he's a right winger taking over all this nonsense.
Hit the road.
Elvira is the latest person to say that she's jumping ship.
Oh, no.
Meanwhile, Elon is tweeting, Twitter usage is at an all-time high, LOL.
Can I say this to Elvira? When you want to make a stand like this, you're supposed to do it when you're still relevant.
Yeah. Not a lot.
I mean, who cares? I bet half the people don't even know who she is.
You think Maddie and her gang know who that is? No. And they don't need to know who it is.
Yeah, hopefully not.
You don't want to know who that is. Yeah. We'll be back.
Whatever you do, don't dress up like her for Halloween.
No.
Please.
No. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Alabama just won the national championship. Senior center, about to go do some combine work, try to get to the next level.
Got a big Senior Bowl appearance, right?
Yep.
You still in that?
Right, yes, sir.
No, that'll be great. Fiance Nikki Headstedter's here as well, and she became his fiance after the game. I want to ask you one question, then we'll get into the proposal, because a lot of people are calling too and all asking the obvious question about if the game had not gone the way that it was supposed to, and we'll let you talk about that. But one brief moment. The quarterback coming in, the backup coming in, none of us can pronounce his name, so I'm not going to try.
Tua.
I just call him Tua.
Yeah, that's Tua.
Was that as shocking to y'all as it was to all of us watching?
We knew it was an option. Tua can sling the ball.
Yes, he can.
And I think we needed that in our game plan for that week. And he was ready to play. Tua has done an incredible job this year of coming in and preparing like he's going to play the next day. He knew there was a guy that just won the national championship coming back, or took us to the national championship, and knew that guy was going to be the starter. But he came in prepared, got ready, learned the offense, did an incredible job for us, and then ended up getting his time.
Did he handle it? I mean, he's a freshman, but you're in the huddle with him. Here you are, a senior. Did you guys try to help him a little bit, or he'd come in and take command like he'd been there all his life?
No, he came in and took command like he's been there all his life. I mean, he was on top of things. So, and Tua is one of those upbeat guys that always stays positive, and he was, he came in and he was ready to go.
And Hurts handled it with a lot of class,
unbelievably.
That didn't surprise you, though, really.
I mean, that was just from anyone. I mean, you win 25-2, and then you get pulled in the national championship game. That's hard. That's easy for anyone to go into the slumps. And the way he handled that was great.
And it was all legit. I mean,
it was all legit. Yeah.
Is any truth that Tua had done so well in y'all's preparation that maybe? You know how people start all these things. You know if it's true or not.
Well, the coach said he wanted to get him in.
I'm in the Red Elephant Club, and I know for a fact that Tua was going off in preparation, and so they were planning on playing him the whole time because he was just doing so good. People were like, "Why are we not playing this guy?" Is there any truth to that kind of stuff?
I mean, like I said, Tua came in prepared. He was ready to play.
Mm-hmm.
We knew that it was a possibility that he could play. Unfortunately, Coach Saban didn't come to us with all the
he doesn't.
with all the solutions and possibilities.
And doesn't want your opinion. I don't think.
Exactly. He doesn't really care.
Just snap the ball, son. That's true. All right. So the question everybody wants to ask about the proposal. Yeah. I mean, we want to see it.
We want to see it, and then I've got a question.
Yeah. I mean, you just win, and then all of a sudden the coverage goes to this. It's pretty funny, by the way. Is it spinning now? You're kidding
Bradley
me.
Bozeman, an even bigger moment, down on his knee to propose to his girlfriend right at the base of the podium. She's checking it out. Yes, the ring is real.
That's great.
Wow. So Bozeman wraps up his college career with an overtime championship game winner and then has this beautiful moment.
Now I know he doesn't smell good, and you're just kissing him.
I didn't. There's no.
You didn't care, did you?
No.
You didn't care.
Smell here.
That football smell's a special smell, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
So everybody wants to know, first of all, where was the ring during the game?
Yeah, where'd you have it stashed?
So up until halftime, it was my backpack in the locker room, and then and then after halftime, our nutritionist grabbed it for me and put it in his bag and carried it around. So
all right. So if you would have sadly lost the game,
were you still going to propose?
No, I would have just later on. It would,
but not here.
No.
But how do you ever top that night? Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you ever get back to that peak again?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel bad for the person that's going to tell you about anything you're really going to be thrilled with. Let me tell you, you're not going to believe Disney World. Who cares about the new ride? I mean, there's nothing going to be better than that day.
Yeah. Right. But what a day.
Yeah. It was a good day. It was a great day.
A very good day. And were you totally surprised, Nikki? Did you have any idea this was going to happen?
No idea. And my mom was like, "Oh, you think you were stressed during the game? I knew what was going to happen."
Oh, so your mom knew.
Everyone in the stands knew. My family, his family, my sister, my brother.
And nobody
all there.
told you. Nobody even.
No.
That was the most thing I was surprised about. Everyone kept a secret. Everybody did really good. So
good. See, I couldn't have handled that kind of information. I'd have been in the game going, "Well, you think this is good?"
yeah. Right after the touchdown, they go, "You ain't seen nothing yet."
Can you believe this? I said, "Do you believe we won this game?" Well,
just hang on.
Just hang on. Nine minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Catch RBU this weekend, Rick and Bubba University. We interview Jeff Pearlman. His new book is out, The Last Folk Hero, The Life and Myth of Bo Jackson. We interview him, and interesting, fun conversation there. Happy Veterans Day. Thank you, veterans. as we give our gratitude to you today, deservingly. You deserve it. All right, so as we come back, a couple things that we still need to run down. We have did you see where, we had the game last night on Amazon Prime? Is that what Thursday night's NFL game is? Amazon?
Right. Yep.
Amazon Prime. Did you see the Falcons lineman that flies back to Atlanta for his child's birth and then returns and makes kickoff?
That's amazing.
I mean, that is amazing. Atlanta Falcons starting left tackle Jake Matthews. Oh, one of the Matthews. That's one of Bruce's boys, isn't it? He's got a bunch of them. He said before playing the Carolina Panthers, he was preparing for the matchup when his wife went into labor with their first child. He flew back to Atlanta to be by his wife's side as she delivered a healthy boy named Beckett. But Matthews still had football in his mind. The lineman went right back to Carolina, thanks to Falcons owner Arthur Blank, who flew him on his plane, I guess. He had plenty of time to get there before the kickoff.
That's good.
That's great that they can do that. I mean, we've talked about it. A private jet's like a time machine.
Oh, it is.
And thank goodness they didn't have far to go.
No.
I mean, Charlotte to Atlanta, pretty quick trip.
Yeah.
If they'd been playing the 49ers, it'd have been tough.
Yes, that would have been a very impossible. And I don't even know if you could get somebody as rich as this owner to put those hours on the plane.
Yeah,
for somebody else.
So the Panthers beat them last night, though, 25-15, and I understand Baker Mayfield for the Panthers went around headbutting all of his buddies without his helmet on, which that'll hurt a little bit. But,
yeah, he'll feel that today.
Yeah.
How's little Bakey doing?
He
typical Bakey.
Well, yeah, I think he was.
He's not the starter, is he?
He is now. The other guy got benched halfway through the last game. So.
Oh, okay.
By default is why he's just.
So Bakey didn't beat him out. He's just in there.
Now this side of it.
Here he is, headbutting everybody, Rick. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, Bakey.
They have a helmet on.
Hey, buddy, you
don't.
might want to.
What an idiot.
But Rick, this in from Atlanta, they say Matthews didn't play very well. He seemed kind of preoccupied. Gave up a couple sacks.
Greg, don't be like that.
You got to stay focused. I mean,
Greg, don't be like that. Don't be that, Greg.
I'm just saying
Bubba,
probably hard for him to concentrate.
Yeah, Bubba, you mentioned that Washington's football club or whatever they're called, the Commanders, Dan Snyder is facing accusations in a civil lawsuit now.
Yeah, the Washington Commanders, with the help of the NFL, purposely misled consumers amid sweeping allegations of sexual misconduct and a toxic work environment in order to ensure the fans would continue to support the team, according to a complaint filed with the District of Columbia Attorney General's office. The Attorney General announced a civil lawsuit accusing the Commanders' owner, Dan Snyder, and the league of colluding to deceive district residents. I mean, they just won't leave. They won't leave the Redskins alone, will they?
Well, it goes back to this, and everybody make a note. Look, maybe there was some toxic environment. I don't know what happened, but I do know this. Whenever the woke mob's after you, you think, well, I'm going to bend. He wouldn't for a while, but he tried to make a stand, tried to be cute with the football club, and then he said, all right, I'll change the name to Commanders. It's never enough.
Well, it was the football team first, and then the Commanders.
Yeah.
You know who's trying to buy it? I'm not making a joke here. Matthew McConaughey is in an investor group is trying to purchase the Commanders.
Is he going to be
serious business? I'm not. That's
Jay-Z in it too.
Yeah,
are they going to make sure it's as woke as it can possibly be?
Probably so, but I thought I just found that interesting that McConaughey's got that soccer team now. I think that he's purchased and all fired up about, and he's a huge Texas football guy.
He is.
So he is wanting to buy the Commanders.
Yeah, I think he's part of the group. Yeah. There's another big player in that. I forget.
I thought Jay-Z's name was mentioned.
He is, but there's another one that's a billionaire. I forget his name.
I don't know if you've heard. I've been looking.
Elon Musk.
I've been looking at a pickleball team from Westover.
Oh boy,
I've heard about this.
They're known for it.
I've heard about this. Yeah,
a lot of people don't know that.
Yeah,
that you picked Westover.
And then there's that.
Well, they're known for
that comedian that keeps buying teams and sports he don't know anything about. What's it, Ryan Reynolds? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He keeps buying stuff.
Bezos, Jeff.
Right.
So he's part of that group.
College football this weekend.
You ought to see the helmet he's going to have on in.
The logo's going to be fantastic. That's good, Greg.
All right, so any matchups we're fired up about in college football this weekend?
I'm going to stare at Alabama Ole Miss.
Oh, yeah.
Alabama Ole Miss is my top priority.
Is going to be very interesting.
Yeah.
Is that the 2:30?
Yep.
Mm-hmm, sure is. I see it right here. All right, so
I'm interested in the Jack State Eastern Kentucky game.
That's where I'll be.
That's where Greg will be.
I may end up there.
Come on, Bob.
I'm trying to get my schedule.
And one of our listeners' sons plays for is Eastern Kentucky. Georgia, Mississippi State.
Can we say this? Unless something's changed, and you're in Eastern Kentucky, coming to Paul Snow Stadium, Burgess Field, you might want to bring your own chair.
What's happened?
There's no bleachers on the visitor side, or there wasn't last time I was there. You just had to sit on the concrete.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah. They took all that out because they were doing a remodeling.
I didn't even know what you were talking about.
I think that they're still out.
Why would we do that during the season?
Well, they were getting ready to do it, and they had it. They had everybody.
Oh, let me guess. They didn't get finished in time.
Well, I think they had everybody kind of pushed down, and they were trying to, get the jump on it. But I don't even know where that project is now. Is it on hold?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's everything's complicated. Moving up is a busy time. Conference USA dead ahead.
TCU, Texas. Anybody fired up about that?
I'll give it a look.
Yeah.
TCU, it's a real big game for TCU because they got to prove that they belong and they can stay.
What about
that's not easy. That's Tennessee.
What about Bowie Nix taking on Washington? Do you think Washington might?
I think
Oregon will blow them out.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Bo's going to score 6 different ways.
LSU, Arkansas early. I'm worried about LSU this weekend for some reason because it's an early game.
Right.
I mean,
and
the Hogs will play good at 11.
Getting a little full of ourselves.
Where are they playing at?
I want to say it's in Arkansas.
This is typical SEC West. You've got LSU playing so good.
I know.
And Arkansas has struggled.
They're due for a nice little win.
They're due for an upset over somebody.
They need to get bowl eligible.
Mm-hmm. It just seems like everything is against LSU right there.
I know.
I don't know why it feels like that.
It's perfect
to me.
setup for a letdown.
It is.
We'll see.
Brian Kelly.
Oh, come on. I'm glad the girls are not in here to hear this.
Well, the warning goes out. Beth Mowens has been assigned her game. Looks like it'll be a 2:30 Central Time kickoff on ESPNU. That's right, Rick. I'm Beth Mowens. I'll be kicking on the Ohio State Cyclones.
Oh.
And Oklahoma State Cowboys. Ride 'em, Cowboy.
Is that how you ride that?
Guy, you gotta slap that horse.
All right. You giddy up.
Tulane is glad to hear they get a break.
Yeah.
She's called about 4 of their games.
I like spending time in NOLA. Kirk Morrison, of course, will have the color commentary, and I'll send it down the sidelines to Stormy Bunyaya. Cyclones, Cowboys, Mowens. Coming up Saturday.
About the Cyclones.
Looking forward to being there. I'll be in Oklahoma. You know that stands for red people. Gonna have to change the name of the state. Little racist. Mama not like. Red people. Red people. Somebody get a timeout.
Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, wait. I wonder why Bradley keeps talking to the nutritionist. I wonder what that's about. So, and then I guess you would have just proposed later on down the road.
Right.
Yeah, but so that's what everybody want to know. There was a backup plan.
There was a backup plan.
So you really were surprised. You didn't think it was coming, or the relationship was about to that point. I mean, I guess you were thinking game, right?
You were thinking it's going to happen soon now that he's graduating, right?
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, we were thinking in like 6 months, but
I was putting little hints in her head that it wasn't going to happen for a while. So
right.
just to make sure,
well done.
Make sure it's
get through all the combines.
Man, I got to get senior bowl. I got to get through the combine. I got to get settled.
Yeah, exactly.
I got to know what it's going to look like.
Exactly.
I mean, we can't be talking about that until I know where I'm going to be. Oh, that's good. That's real good.
Well played.
So now I saw your face when you said he had it in his backpack in the locker room.
Yeah, because didn't the coach have a backpack stolen?
Yeah, I mean, here's all.
It's not like a big thing or anything. His mom goes, "Oh, where are you keeping it?" And he goes, "Oh, it's fine, Mom. I got it. And it's like, in a backpack in the locker room."
She said I need to bring a fake ring and all this other crap.
So you wouldn't lose it, yeah?
Yeah, I'm just no. We'll go for it.
What about the new? Is the new stadium nice? All the how's the dress rooms?
Yeah, it's really great.
Is it fantastic?
Yeah, it's big. It's that's really rare for a for an NFL stadium. At least the ones I've been in. Most of them are kind of small and cramped, the locker rooms, and that one was really big and open, and it was nice.
Yeah. Now they were saying that the roof was leaking during pregame on the 20. Is that true? Was there some water coming in?
I don't know about that.
Yes,
I think I had water drop on me during the game.
Really?
We were sitting probably 5 to 10 range. And yeah, I had water. I don't know. Who knows? There was lots of tears and sweat and everything going on. It could have been that. But, they were thinking it was the roof.
There was a clip in the pregame that looked like Kirby Smart got hit when he was on the field.
There was coming down. Was that weird playing against him?
Get somebody you'd seen and been on the sidelines for so long?
Not really. Just him knowing our game plan and how we play. Especially, I mean, he was there my freshman to, I think, redshirt sophomore year. So 3 years. So he knew my game, how I played, and everything else. But knew our calls. But that was the only thing that was kind of weird about it. But
who's the most difficult person you've had to block? Your own team.
I mean,
in scrimmages,
probably Dallin Thomason. That dude is he's the
real deal
technician. I mean, every time you think you have him, he's got 3 counter moves for it. I mean,
so he's more than just force. He's also he's got good technique. Got multiple. You can't predict what he's going to do.
Exactly. Yeah, I had him for 4 years in pass pro. So.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, at least that's getting you ready for the next level.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the beautiful thing. You get out there now and go, I've blocked these people for a while. A lot of people like this.
Right.
Of course, at NFL level though, when people are playing for that check, and
it's a little different.
And they're grown men.
Right.
They are men.
They are some. I mean, they are the real deal.
Yeah.
But you can handle it. You know, all right. Well, especially when you wear your Rick and Bubba shirt. So we'll. All right. When we come back, 866 We Be Big. Bradley Bozeman will spin the wheel of meat. It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home Alabama to the world. Somebody say, Well, who killed that bird upon your windowsill? Come on, Bubba. Daddy broke his back. Come on with it. Did I see you, baby, laugh about that? Let's get started. Somebody say. Oh. The gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. Got it covered. Blazing Silverman's got it covered. He's our Rick and Bubba intern. Shadowing today, we got Maddie Helms, Mary Morin Brown, and Annie Getty. Welcome back, Bubba.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Is it Mary Moran?
It is.
Moran. I keep saying Moran. Sorry, Mary.
Well, that's better than what Greg was saying.
What if I
Call her a moron?
You know what?
No, that's not true.
You know what I'm going to name her?
Mary Moran.
You know what I'm going to name you right here on the spot? Eminem Brown.
Yeah.
Eminem.
Eminem. She said that's a nickname that she gets a lot.
Well
Eminem.
done.
Eminem.
Eminem Brown.
Mm-hmm. Got Annie the favorite and Eminem.
You know what I'll say? The only brown M&M we like.
All right.
Well, you know, some people don't like it brown.
Yeah, you're
Don't
right.
pick out the brown M&M.
Who doesn't like brown?
So they're all the
M&Ms?
same.
They're
They really
exactly the same.
I don't look at the color.
It's
I
the
just
great
eat 'em.
Van Halen thing.
M&M Brown.
You remember where it came
I don't see color. I'm like you, Speed. I don't see color.
I don't see
band.
color. I just eat.
Yeah.
Van
There's a
Halen. It's a
band.
Van Halen story.
Bubba
And they're-
doesn't see color, but he's colorblind.
In their rider,
Oh, that's
I
different.
do see color. I just can't read those charts with the dots. on it.
Right.
in their rider, they had that they wanted a bowl of M&Ms, but they want all the brown picked out. They
You know-
claim they did it to make sure that you would read it,
Right.
the detail.
It was
and that's where it came.
little trick to see if you read the rider.
Yeah.
All right, so we got a couple stories.
So if they get there and the brown M&Ms are not picked out, what do?
They leave. That's the concert.
Well, they think what else is messed up.
They think, all right, so if they didn't read this, what about the important stuff on the rider? They probably didn't read that either.
Yeah.
So that was always their signal to the road manager.
How
Uh-oh,
intentional are
trouble's
they
ahead.
actually being?
That's a little hairband trivia.
Just a little Van
Just from
Halen
the
trivia.
80s.
Bubby got you a little knot there. You tangled up.
What's happening over there?
Help me. My headphone was cutting out, and I was like, what the heck?
I hadn't
Now
seen
I
you.
think we're good.
I hadn't seen you that confused since you were sitting in leaves. All right, so
Too long.
now you being smart, get up easy.
You know, the next time I watered them, I did it from flat ground, and I
bet you
just
did.
shot it way over
I
there.
bet you did.
Yep.
All right, a couple of stories that we got for we've got. When the Speedy, do you think we not know? I want everybody to know this. Speedy lays out the stories every day. So that means that Speedy handpicks the stories that we're going to cover.
It's just what's top news, Rick. Top news.
Does he not? Bubba, is that
And
accurate?
every story that has to do with being fat, we get.
I know.
Or a snake.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, good night. If it was
a fat snake, we'd have 3 copies of it.
What fat man eat by a snake?
What if he could find a story that snakes make you fat? I mean, so here he goes again. But is this something?
So y'all don't want the top stories of the day?
What I'm saying is, this is one of those things where I can't believe we've wasted research on this. But
Well,
but
and
anyway.
what you're trying to do with it's what's concerning.
Yeah.
Processed
We warned
foods
about this.
can be addictive and dangerous as cigarettes, according to experts.
It's cigarettes.
They say that the products meet the same addiction standards as nicotine. The foods have been linked to obesity, diabetes, heart disease, and other issues. And the scientists are calling for restrictions on the marketing of these foods. Now, what are we talking about? We're talking about donuts, cereals, and pizza. They're saying they all meet the same criteria as cigarettes.
As Bubba yesterday.
There you go, little bite.
That's not what that picture meant.
That's what you said. You said, look, this is Bubba.
I never said that. I never even implied that.
So let me get this straight.
Now, they're saying these foods, Rick, donuts, sugary cereals, pizza, cause mood-altering effects on the brain.
Oh.
They do to me. They make me happy.
Right.
Yeah.
Real happy.
That's a mood.
It is.
And having properties or ingredients that reinforce addiction or trigger cravings.
Ooh.
Ooh, well, it's just good business.
Ooh, I'm addicted.
I'm addicted.
Wait a minute. Hang on just a minute.
Wait, is this a confused American?
You mean
Wait
to
a
tell
minute.
me that donuts, cereals, and pizza will make me fat? And I crave them? I'm addicted to bad foods?
Yes.
How'd that happen? I mean, did we not know this? I mean,
Hey, been a while, Angry American.
That's good.
Of course, the two scientists on this study
What are you talking about?
are real thin females.
Of course they are.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Love the way.
Oh,
Wait just a minute.
Oh, so they also back here. They say they also cause cancer. Let's not skip that one.
Oh well, you know,
air.
we can prove that.
So between all these, Greg, me and you got all of them covered.
Yeah.
All right, but I
really love
Is there anybody in the whole wide world, okay, that doesn't know that donuts, cereal, and pizza can be bad for you? Anybody?
Yeah.
Does anybody not know?
Your diet probably
Thank
don't need to be
goodness
just
sausage balls didn't make
Right
the list.
there it is. Bill Bubba Bussey once went to a health food class that was called Pizza, Satan's Little Lifeboat. Party boat.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
I mean, pizza's got
That was the class that night. Yeah.
sugary cereals, processed. I mean, we got something called a puff. We don't even know how we puffed it. We didn't know where it came from.
What is a puff?
We got something called Frosted Flakes. You know what's frosted with? Sugar.
Yeah.
And them are good.
Oh,
too.
and they're good.
A boy cancer loves sugar. Just
I like
eats
that
it.
frosted rice
He
Krispies.
loves it. And then donuts. I mean, we don't even know.
I just
hear
don't
livers
know.
can't handle it.
I don't know
you can
how a
eat
donut
donuts.
can be bad for you.
Donut-
It's more air than anything.
There's nothing more American than a donut.
I'll tell you how it can be bad for
I
you. But
know.
again, sometimes
You
eat
can't
it.
hammer with a donut.
No.
It's air.
But here's the problem: if you left one in the parking lot, if the ants don't get it, it'll stay there for a week. And feed them.
Yeah.
That is kind of a bad sign, I
Right,
think.
yeah.
If an ant won't eat it,
Right.
So junk food's not good for you? Is that what you're saying?
Here's the other one too. And don't.
Hang
How
on.
about this? And it can be addictive. Yeah, I know. That's
It can.
Listen, all the fat people, all of us in the fat community went, yeah. Yeah, well, we've been craving these things, and they make us feel good, and it gives us a high.
and they'll even bring some of it to your house.
Yeah,
I'll tell
You
you
know,
what's
pizza was being delivered long before there was DoorDash.
Oh, let me
Yeah.
tell you.
Yeah.
You
tell
know
you
what?
what's not addictive. Kale.
No,
Not addictive.
Not addictive.
At all.
That requires a commitment to some sort of discipline.
Yes.
And also a lack of commitment to fun.
Yes.
Yeah, no fun. Ain't nothing fun. Don't even sound fun.
No.
Nobody looks forward to a meal with kale in it.
Picture this. I want you to picture
What
this.
is it? Is that like
Have you ever heard
punch?
It's a
What
weird
is that?
lettuce.
Have you ever heard anybody say fill in
watercress.
fill in the event, fall festival, men's event, women's event, kids event, a concert, whatever, ball game. Let's all get together. You ever heard anybody say? So what we'll do, we'll get together for the fill in the blank, and we're gonna have food. We're gonna have some kale.
No.
Hey, you know what? First time somebody asks something, hey, they'll ask, "You want me to bring pizza?" How many functions? How many things? Bubba, you were an innovator on this. How many things? What would youth pastors do without pizza?
Oh, that's
I don't
true.
know what they'd do.
They have no
What
hope.
about Little League baseball teams?
You know what?
Little League baseball teams.
They wouldn't need so many chairs. I'll tell you that.
Where would they be without this? What would a car dealer do with a remote with no pizza?
Rick, I'll have one today.
I mean, Bubba, y'all know Bubba invented that.
Oh gosh.
Of course, a
That's a
fat
great
person
invention.
invented that.
Sure they
Great
did.
invention.
Yeah,
Sure they did.
only fat people would say, "I'll tell you what, y'all need some pizza." And so we.
I don't know who came up with putting balloons on the antenna. I wasn't responsible for that
don't
one,
like
but
that?
I don't know who did
Do
that.
you?
It's an
Speaking of
intention
these, speaking of these sugary, no benefit whatsoever cereals, do you think they kind of chuckled the first person who put on the brand on the box 8 essential vitamins?
Yeah.
Do you ever notice they
Like,
put that on there? Do you think the person said, "Let's put 8 essential vitamins on there"? And somebody goes, "Well, what vitamins are we giving?" It doesn't matter.
But Rick,
Nobody
have-
will look for it.
Have you
hang
also
on.
seen these people that get like a healthy cereal and they'll take sugar and put on it?
Oh yeah.
I'm like, you might as well have got Tony the Tiger
You
out
missed
here
the fun.
and eat the Frosted Flakes.
You missed the fun.
You should have
get-
had Apple Jacks.
yeah,
you
if
should
you
have had
get-
Captain Crunch.
You get cornflakes and put sugar on it.
Yeah.
You might as well have Frosted Flakes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But the reason why you do that is because cornflakes are terrible.
I know.
Yeah. It tastes like you're chewing a paper towel.
It does.
how about
You ever try to
this?
throw banana? You ever try to throw bananas on top of it to see if it'll help?
Anything. Stick the banana in it.
Bubba ate it then.
Cheerios are heart healthy. According to
ate
the
it.
box. You seen that little thing they put on?
yeah.
That's got to be
Honey
something
nut.
made up something.
Well, it's due to the fiber, and I think they hadn't they had some issues with that too. I mean, I like Honey Nut Cheerios.
I do
That's
too.
the closest thing to healthy cereal I've ever had.
I like to eat them just.
Well, you know what you say.
I'll eat a half a bowl of that just to balance out the Captain Crunch.
There you But really, this is what I would say if I was in the fun cereal business, because the boring cereal.
Speedy knows how I like to balance.
Sure,
out.
right. You know, the bad cereals, the ones that look like dog food, little pieces of dry dog food.
Oh, yeah.
And they'll say, yeah, but it has good fiber. It's good for your digestive system. And I want to say, well, our cereal gets you cleaned out too. I mean,
They go about it a different way.
It's a different way,
Yeah.
but we'll get it.
See, aren't y'all glad I printed this?
Thank you, Speedy.
Huh?
Yeah. Thank you for that
Pretty informative.
cutting edge update.
Well, if they have their way about it, the Food and Drug Administration is going to be regulating pizza.
Hold on now.
We warned you about this.
Hold on.
And they'll tax it too. You can count on that. That's where they're going with this.
They are. 17 minutes past. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we're getting down to the end of the show yesterday, wrapping it up, and you always look for those texts from home. And we're almost done. And it's just a very simple text from my Sherry. There's a chipmunk in the house.
Oh, no.
And I'm like, oh, my gosh, chipmunk. And so I go, and then you read up on chipmunks. And, of course, she's convinced that even though it's cute, it's carrying disease. And
Rick.
and so I go home, and you know how you start thinking, this was a one-shot deal. Weather's been it might have come through a door. It doesn't want to stay here. It's probably going back out.
Right.
And I'm thinking the chipmunk's gone. It's not here anymore. And so I get there, and Sherry's walking around the house, and we get home, and because everybody's worried about the weather yesterday, so I got home early, and so I'm all the stuff I was supposed to do that day had all been canceled, and so I get home, and I'm sitting there, and I'm talking about just as pretty as you please. Also, the chipmunk just goes right. Comes right through the living room. Goes right there.
Like he owns it.
And I'm like, there he goes. And you ever try to catch a chipmunk? It's not easy.
Rick, Betty had one getting a Christmas tree during a Christmas party one time, and it looked a lot like Christmas Vacation.
Yeah.
I learned a lot yesterday. First of all, I learned that, critter control's in high demand. So you can't get anybody to call you back. So I thought, well, and this is not Cook's Pest Control because it's a critter. So, that's not their area. So you're kind of thinking, all right, what do I do in my ongoing battle with the chipmunk? And so, first of all, there was a very embarrassing time that I rode through the house. My kids have a lot of lacrosse sticks, and the defense
with a net on it.
Yeah, and the defensive lacrosse sticks are they call them long sticks. They're longer than what the other positions play. So I get that. I've got a long stick lacrosse stick out, and I'm rooting under couches, and I guess I think I'm going to scoop it and throw it out. I don't know what I think. I'm
like
do
it's
with
going to stay in there.
And so
you got to twirl fast to keep him in there, buddy.
So that was an embarrassing time, and then I tried, and finally I was like, because then you'd hear this. All right, where is this chipmunk? There he goes. You'd hear that, and then by the time you try to get to him, he's already gone. And
I should have just put one of our cats on loan to you. You could have gave him back.
Yeah.
And then, well, let me get to that. So the Sherry goes, go get the dog. I said, honey, our dog is useless on this. Yes, he chases him around the yard, but he's going to have no concept there's one in the house.
That's right.
He doesn't care. This is nothing but a stuffed animal that breathes.
Yeah.
That's all it is. He's of no use. He's not going to do anything. So everybody goes.
Now, what kind of dog is he, Rick? So
he is a combination of a King Charles Cavalier,
Springer
Spaniel or something, and a poodle. Cavapoo.
That is funny.
You think a Cavapoo's going to get something out of your house?
Rick, he looks like a little stuffed animal with a moving tail.
That's
all it is. And ready to get in your lap on a moment's notice.
So I go out to, he's really revving to go out on his little pillow. And I go out there on the porch. I said, buddy, you're on. That's his name. Buddy, we need you. Mm-hmm. And he comes in and he's like, this is great. Hey, find him. He goes over and gets in his bed. Hey, buddy, find that chipmunk. And he looks around like, what are you talking about?
You got him trained so tight, so he doesn't know to walk
And then he
around.
sees the lacrosse stick, and he's really confused. And you know what he looked at me like? I'm in trouble. You know what I mean? He looks at me literally like, am I in trouble? Are you after me with the stick? Now he thinks I'm after him with the stick.
Yeah, right.
And like an idiot, I think he can understand me. I'm not after you with the stick. You're good. And he says, I'm not moving. I'm where I'm supposed to be. And then I go, buddy, we got to have you. And so I go over to the couch, and I'm start looking through it. I look, he's on the couch like, No, buddy, you need to be sniffing around.
Come on.
Run him out of here. Get him going. Grab him.
Do that
Scoot.
beagle thing,
Scoot.
Rick. Get in there, boy. Get in there.
Yeah.
Well, you know it, you got the lacrosse stick on him.
Look,
Move!
And all he's doing, one time he runs over and gets in his crate. Well, what? He's like, what do y'all want me to do? We want you to go get the chipmunk. And he never.
Sick him, boy.
It was a complete waste of time. So then I go, all right, it's going to have to be me. It's me against this chipmunk. I now am declaring war, and I said it out loud. I'm now declaring war on you, Alvin, and all you chipmunks.
Yeah.
You're going down. And I'm now at the point now. And the sheriff said, don't smash it in here. I said, well, to smash it, I'm going to have to get anywhere near it. You can't even get close to it.
Yeah.
So I
Rick,
started.
one word, blow to the head.
Well, I was more than willing, and so I was trying to, but you have to land the blow. You know what I mean? And so I headed out to go. You know, there's a lot of confusion now when you go shopping for anything. A lot of confusion.
Oh yeah.
And just because it's online and says it somewhere doesn't mean it is.
Yeah.
You know.
Pass the gravy, please.
22 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. And we've been talking about it. And coming in 2023, the first ever Man Church Conference. Oxford, Alabama. Greg and that's our hometown. Bubba, same county, just about 12 miles north of there. And Jacksonville. And it's a great location between Atlanta and Birmingham. So we kind of centralized it best we could. For those of you that are doing some form of the strategy from the manchurch.com, everybody invited to make this kind of your trip. I know at my local church, we have our Man Church services set up, and we're going to make our February gathering. All of us going to the conference. Of course, I got to be there because I'm speaking. But anyway, but the rest of the guys are going to the Man Church conference. So. Great idea. If you need 10 tickets or less, you can just get them online. They're all reserved, so you don't have to hassle with that the rest of the weekend. I love some of these other men's conferences that I've been part of, but that old anxiety of, all right, it's a free-for-all. We run to go get our seats. Had a good seat on Friday, may not get it on Saturday. We got to get up early and get over there. So you don't have to worry about any of that. They're reserved. That's handled. And you can be with us, and we're going to have a great, great weekend. If you're part of what we're doing with the manchurch.com, you're certainly invited to come over and then see the latest things we're doing, hear from some of our speakers. We'll have a guest speaker, too, Recap Gray, young pastor out of Orlando. Chuck Hooten is doing worship. If you're in leadership, you'll get an invitation to come to a breakfast to be with the team, to ask us any questions, give us feedback on how things are going, and then we'll send you, when it's over, around lunch on Saturday, go to Big Time Entertainment there in Oxford, and you guys can have some time of fellowship together, too. We got that included with your ticket. You'll get a discount on anything you're doing over there. So themanchurch.com, remember, prices will go up if there's any tickets that remain in January, so go ahead and get those done. And ladies, a great gift idea for the men on your Christmas list. Just go to themanchurch.com, and you'll see it right there. Click on it. All right, Bubba, the lottery. This is something you and I have been saying how long?
I don't know, Rick, 29 years, thereabouts.
Those of you that love that lottery, the old Powerball payout. Now, did we got a winner on the?
Rick, we have a winner from Altadena, California, and it's going to be a big one. A little over $2 billion.
That's your big boy.
The odds of winning that, 1 in 292 million.
Let's say that again.
1 in 292 million.
Those are not good odds.
Now, Rick, here is the story, today. Lottery accused of systematic racism.
Here we go.
Systemic. Go ahead.
Did I say it wrong?
Yeah, it's systemic.
Systemic?
Uh-huh.
Systematic?
Very uncomfortable.
Well,
I'll take either one of them. I mean,
you're closer than I thought you'd be.
The only reason I know it because I hear it all the time.
Right. Is that like advertisement or advertisement?
Maybe.
Is it the same thing?
Maybe.
Rick, CNN ran a story Wednesday that spoke to critics knocking the lottery system as a form of racism that targets poor, black, and brown communities across America. With the largest Powerball jackpot lottery ever sold, one lucky resident will absolutely cash in at a little over $2 billion.
That's a big
Researchers told CNN that despite the extremely low chance of winning, State lotteries still aggressively market the lottery and sell tickets to low-income communities at higher rates, thus misleading Americans to believe it will help them to quickly generate wealth.
No, I don't think that anybody is convincing these people this is a way to quickly generate wealth. I think they play it because they know that, and it's not a good idea, and it's irresponsible if you're struggling to get food on the table. But this is a human problem. It's really I'm not I'm against this way of raising money. I think it's evil and wicked. But the people who play, it's really a flaw in them, not a flaw in the ones who are putting the game on.
So here, follow the quotes here. These communities are I can't say anything now. Disproportionately made up of black and brown people. Critics say that the consequence is that marginalized people will be driven into deeper debt by a system that is transferring wealth out of their community. Now, the national director of Stop Predatory Gambling called the lottery a form of consumer financial fraud and should be dealt with.
Well, all right, those odds you mentioned earlier, those are public, right?
1 in 200.
Aren't those public? I mean, those aren't secret numbers.
Yes.
So who's uninformed?
Well, I've said all along.
I've bought lottery tickets. I've never seen anybody in there with a gun to their back forced to buy tickets.
Right.
Never.
I've just said all along that any type of lottery is just a tax on people who are bad at math.
Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm. Well, and we've said
Yes.
this, and we've said this too, which is true.
And we know some people who've actually won some money in the lottery too.
And these states that use it for college scholarships, and of course you have to qualify for the scholarships on certain things in your high school. And what you find is that the people who end up with the scholarships are the very people that could afford college. And the people who can't afford college go out and fund college for the people who are wealthier than they are.
Yeah, it really, if you look at all the numbers and who buys and who wins and who goes, it really, you go, what are we doing here? This doesn't make sense on some levels. Now, I know some people just want to play and they don't care, and that's fine.
That's their own business, but they're not unaware of what they're doing.
Right.
You know,
I'll say this.
Nobody misled them.
I think, Rick, and I know you will agree with me and the other guys, that if you do win one of these big lotteries, it is customary to tip your favorite radio show.
Standard.
It is.
Standard. And that would be times 6.
Standard.
So, however, we need to break that down.
Right. The money.
I mean, if you got $2 billion, $10 million is nothing.
If we,
you don't even miss that.
If we've been here for you, the least you could do is give us some money we lost during the pandemic.
That's right. We're still trying to get out of that hole.
We're still climbing out of that hole.
Yep. So every little bit helps.
Right.
And I've told this story before. I was laughing. I was at a table with a young pastor who just was appointed pastor of a church, and he was talking to a guy who had been a pastor for 40 years.
Oh, yeah.
And he said, I need to ask you about this lottery thing. He said, have you ever had a member of your church win the lottery and then want to tithe on it to the church? Because some churches won't accept that. And the older pastor thought for a minute. And he said, well, he said to the young pastor, John, he said, the way I see it, the devil's had that money long enough.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You go, where can I find chipmunk traps? And it'll give you some
A
location.
sticky pad will do it, won't it?
Well, he's a little big. I got some sticky
But he'll
pads
get
ready.
hung up in it, won't it?
Well, I did that. I put some of those down.
Enough for the dog to get him.
But yeah, because
Slow him up.
But he's a little big for a sticky pad. The ones I could find. But I
got a gopher rat.
But I tell you, I went. And, no, I mean, it's about this long.
Yeah, it's a lot bigger than
It's not a mouse. Sticky pads are good for mice. Because they the whole thing. But like he'll have probably half his body on it, which will be enough. But I think it'll
He
be
won't
a
be
bad.
able to drag it on the couch.
But I think it'll be a bad scene. I think he'll be like backing it all over the place. So what I tell you told me it was bad about going to bed last night with a chipmunk still loose in the house.
One eye open
I
there.
know how you are about rats.
at
And
least-
I can't believe you went to sleep
It's a new
knowing
day.
that creature's in the house.
No, it's just
If it had been a snake, I couldn't. No, I'm out.
A snake's a different deal.
I'm not.
Snake's
I
a
can't go to
different.
sleep in there.
Snake's a different deal.
Bubba.
And a rat's
Well,
a
I'm
different
just
deal.
saying,
too.
I hate snakes. Rick hates rats.
Yeah, but
chipmunk closer to rat than snake.
No question.
Has better tails.
Yeah, but it's got those little stripes and look cute.
It's got racing stripes, and that helps out the PR.
It does.
I'll give you that.
But they are riddled with disease too. Though.
Sure they are, Rick. Sure they are.
But so anyway, but the funny thing was,
You'll never hear anybody taking their chipmunk to get shots.
you should have been, because I just want everybody to I just wanted to go to bed. And so
Yeah.
I was sitting there in the 16-year-old, which
Do you feel like you hear it walking around when it's quiet?
Well, it was last seen in the 16-year-old's room. Okay,
Is he sleeping in there with
No,
it?
this was funny. You know how you do things, and I said, "Oh no," I said, "You're fine," and the trap is right by his bed. Like that. I said, "No, you're good. The trap's in here." I said, "That's right," because this is where we last saw him. And he said, "Well, I'm gonna sleep with a chipmunk in the room." I said, "Oh, they can't climb. They can't get up on your bed.
They can't climb."
So he went to bed.
Climb like all get out.
He went to bed thinking he couldn't get up on his
Oh,
bed.
no.
I said, "Nah, he can't get up."
Rick,
I said,
in the middle of the night, it jumped in his mouth or something.
It's only 12 degrees outside. Hey.
Bubba, you've got it jumping in his mouth.
Why not? I'm telling you, it's a wild animal in there.
What is wrong with you?
What if it scratches your eyes out in the middle of the night?
With his tiny little chipmunk hands.
Yeah, he's just digging.
That's so funny.
Gets on your left eye.
Yeah, I tell you
Goes
what,
to town.
this is what I did. I understand.
Somebody scratch cornea.
Look,
Come on.
it's legitimate. But this is what I sent everybody last night. I said, we're in gripped and fair over this. look, Hams, this is what's got us all on edge.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's a little picture of a chipmunk. So anyway, so
But the little pitter patter of a little rodent.
No, I don't like it.
No. Walking around.
No.
I remember the first time I was down at Lenore Farms. I was spending the night down there, and they had named the pet mice that are in the
I ain't
in the
staying
house.
in there. No.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, I finally close my eyes, and everything gets real quiet. And I'm like, and all of a sudden, you hear.
No.
And I'm like, I suddenly I set up. And I was like, no. And there's a little heater over coming out of the wall.
No.
And one time I woke up in the middle of the night. It was just sitting up under there, like, oh, this is awesome.
Rick,
like,
was
oh,
it
this is cool.
Smoking a cigarette.
Was it
Yeah.
in Texas before Dan fixed up those places at the Hunter State that Gorosky was using
He claimed he used
a
one
bad.
bad.
He was using an oar to go across the floor because he wouldn't put his feet down.
Yeah, Grosky said, Greg got out, went to the bathroom. He says it's the bravest thing he'd ever seen.
He said he was one bad incident from not sleeping at all.
Yeah. He said, I'm one bad incident from not sleeping this entire week.
And see, that's all I could think about when I checked in out there.
No, Gorosky, he got on his bed had wheels on it where you can move it around.
Yeah.
And he had gotten a broom and he would just push himself across the room so his feet wouldn't get on the ground. But for some reason, this didn't bother me as bad as that. But because I guess
because we go back to the tail.
Well, I have to think. I don't want to think about it. So, so
Einstein won't even be bothered by your dog.
Yeah, the cat.
He's bigger than that.
Well, the cat and this dog won't be bothered by the cat. Trust me.
Unless the cat gets on his pillow.
Yeah, that'll be the only time we have an issue. I wish you'd seen that dog try because he's so used to just doing what he's told, and we've never.
You don't have a chipmunk command.
We don't have a chipmunk command, and one time he's got in the middle of the floor and just said, "I'm not sure what y'all want me to do."
Yeah,
I've gone to the crate, I've gone to the pillow, I've gone back outside. What do you want me to do? I've sat in somebody's lap. What am I supposed to do? And I thought, don't you smell him, boy? And I realized
was it this dog or the last dog that I got so just enthralled with the fact he would sit by the couch waiting on somebody?
Yeah,
to
that
sit
was
down?
the dog before this one.
He would like guard the edge of the couch, just looking for, and somebody start walking that way, his tail would start wagging.
You're
like,
right
come
up
on,
in your lap and
sit
sit.
down so I can get in your lap.
Right up in your.
You couldn't get in that seat to hear he come.
But we did notice.
Love that little
we did
fella.
notice later. Undoubtedly, the chipmunk at some point had rolled through one of the areas where the dog stays. Because 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number, and we are opening up all the lines for you. So all 10 lines are available. It's time to talk to you, America, or sometimes even from around the world. 866 We Be Big. 30 seconds a pop. The phone show a little different than just a regular phone segment because it features our friend the buzzer.
Oh, and it's painful.
At 30 seconds, the buzzer gets you. No shout-outs, no shameless plugs. So this is all about, I got a question, I got a comment, I'm bringing something to the table. If you were listening to the show or watching it right now and you heard yourself, would you be entertained, would you be informed, or would you have to be honest and say, I would find myself annoyed? If it's the latter, then, we can get back, people, and learning the gift of calling oneself. We can do it again. I know we can. While you're calling, let me tell you, I want to go life-changing here, fieldofgreens.com. Y'all own this? The Elite Grade 8, y'all not on this yet? Okay. Well. Those of us that are on it, it's been life-changing. I mean, we're talking about you're getting the daily recommended amount of vegetables and fruits and 1 to 2 delicious shakes every day. It's got science-backed herbs and prebiotics, which really help as well. I can tell you the way that I feel since I've started doing Field of Greens on a daily basis. It truly has been life-changing. The energy that I need to keep up with the schedule that I'm committed to. They're a little older now, and it's a natural energy that comes from my body getting the fuel it's supposed to get. So if you'd like to find out more about fieldofgreens.com, use the code Bubba, save 15% off your first order, then 10% off future orders. That website again, fieldofgreens.com, the code Bubba. The link also is at rickandbubba.com, right there under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. We begin with DJ out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. DJ, go ahead. Welcome to the program. DJ, that's a big build-up for you there. DJ.
Okay, sorry. Let me pull in right here. Good morning, guys.
Hello.
All right, then.
Let's go to Matt in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Matt, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
Hey, guys. So, Rick, you mentioned at the beginning of the show that you guys have done a whole bunch of shows. So I did a little math for you. I think I've sent this in a couple of times.
Okay.
Assuming you guys have done 48 weeks a year for 29 years, you guys have done 6,925 shows today.
Oh. That's about right.
Well, that's
we probably haven't been here 48 weeks, but that's pretty close.
It's close, yeah. We've definitely left the 5,000s and gone over in the 6,000s now. So, thank you, man.
That's a lot of shows.
That was kind of you to do that. Mobile, Alabama. Lacey standing by. Lacey, 30 seconds, go.
Yes, I love your show. I just wanted to talk about my favorite TV show. It's called My 600-Pound Life.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, that's Greg's area.
Lacey.
It records all day while I'm at work, so when I get home, I can just literally watch it. I just love to see the people eat, and it's my favorite show.
So you, no pun intended, you binge watch it.
Lacey.
Now, I haven't seen it in a while.
I just love to watch these people eat.
And she wanted to call and tell everybody. But
right, Lacey.
I like the one with the fat sisters.
Oh, yeah.
600-pound sisters or whatever it's called.
Is that 1,200-pound live?
It may be something like that. Half-ton sisters, I don't know.
There you go. I think that might be
those two.
Yeah, boy, they get to crack.
Boy.
Is that what they call a one-ton life?
Maybe it is. But
you know how most.
That's a funny
What
show.
is that, 1,200
It may
pounds?
not even be on, I don't know.
You know how there's just certain things that all of us as individuals, certain things we can do, certain things we can't do. I can't do it. I can't watch this.
It's tough.
Their heaviness. I mean, look, I'm heavy. I got it, but their heaviness is to a place that I can't go. I can't look
How
at that.
How about the doctor that comes in and talks to him?
Oh, he's
like,
Jig on a day.
I'm like, what's he saying?
I've never seen it. There's a man of 1,000
Speedy
voices.
Wonder, I feel like he sounds exactly like that.
Y'all Google it.
Because
He comes
I
in,
know
he's
who
like,
you're talking about.
Well, they're not listening.
I'm like,
No,
what the
They're not
heck?
listening. Do they ever eat him? I mean, is he not
He's a
concerned?
tiny- He's
Is
a
he not
tiny little thing.
Who's bringing
is he
them
not-
food
oh,
to
it's
eat? Because
tiny.
they're not going out and getting it themselves, right?
I don't know.
That one had to
Can they
take the
get out
seat
of
out of the car to ride in it.
Well, let me tell you
Somebody's
this.
feeding them then,
There's-
right? I mean, what are they doing? Bringing them
You're right. If you're
something with a
bedridden-
slingshot, how are they getting fed?
I had a. Oh,
I mean,
that's
what are they
good.
doing?
Oh, that's good. I had to wake up.
Open the window. Woo! Sausage ball coming in.
I had a wake-up call for me. It was when I stepped on the scales one day and I saw 303. And I said, hey, large one, You don't need to be 300 plus pounds, okay? Especially if you want to stand up in front of people and talk about self-control. So I immediately, that's when I said, oh my goodness, something must be done.
Yeah.
Okay. So to them, have they not had those markers? I mean, to me, when I need to go somewhere, to Bubba's point, what you're talking about, and the only option for me is them removing seats from a vehicle or coming up in a cargo van. And then if any kind of machinery has to move me, that's a wake-up call. You know, I can only ride in a storage area that's supposed to be for hauling things. I have to be weighed on things they weigh animals on. These things would be incredible wake-ups for me.
Yeah,
I mean, I would have to have the little doctor that's a low talker. I could see these things myself. Oh, my gosh, they're weighing me where they weigh cattle. Oh, no, I have to be loaded in a cargo van. Oh, my.
Rick, they have to cut the side of the house with a crane to get me out.
Yeah, and use a tow motor to move me.
I just don't.
I can't get to the door to order DoorDash.
I know that they're addictive, just like people that go the other ways and won't eat, and they're just eating themselves to death. And I guess it's something mental they can't stop. I mean,
we did a story on that earlier this hour.
We continue. Let's go to
what about being addicted to food.
JR. Yeah, we did. Thanks, Bubba. I mean, Speedy. JR. Tuscaloosa.
Had to bring it up, didn't he?
Go ahead. He got that in. JR, go.
No road tide this morning, Rick?
Road tide.
Okay. Driver truck guys love the show. Keep me laughing all day.
Thank you.
And just trying to keep you guys contained is like trying to keep a fart in a barbed wire fence. It ain't going to happen.
All right. Write that one down, Greg. That's new. I've never heard that one.
I don't think I've ever heard that one.
Let's write that one down.
Of all of them I've heard, I don't believe that one.
I'm going to write that down for later.
Let's go to Kobe in Birmingham, Alabama. Kobe, go ahead. ZZK.
Hey, fellas.
Hey,
I tell my wife all the time that that 600-pound life show is the only one you can smell.
I couldn't hear what he said. Did he say it's the only TV show you can smell? I think that's it. Kobe, that's so over the line.
Ooh, that's funny.
Oh, gosh, it's a fact, though.
That and hoarders.
Oh, I can't. I'd rather see the fat people eat than hoarders.
The hoarder thing is
good.
How about when they find like dead animals they didn't know they were there?
Can't do it. It's on the list of can't do it.
Cat went.
Yeah, it's on the list of can't do it.
How'd they not smell it?
Now, you talk about a mental problem.
Well, Greg.
Well, what about those people, the show they had where they would eat weird stuff?
Oh, yes.
You know, they show some lady driving to work and she's eating a bar of soap.
Exactly.
And I'm like, what?
Oh, I think they made that up.
Bobby in Ozark.
Krispy Kreme's a lot better.
Oh, yeah. Bobby listening on 107.7. Bobby, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I was calling to tell y'all about a documentary that my uncle's in. He's an embalmer, and I sent you guys an email last week. It's called Died Suddenly, and it's about the vaccine and what it's causing or what they think is causing blood clots and different things in the blood from a embalmer's perspective.
Yeah, I've actually heard that
some of that. Several stories on that.
That research is building now because there's people that can give them the information now, sadly. Let's go to...
He said his uncle was in it?
Yep.
Yes, he did.
Who's an embalmer. Tim in Fort Payne, Alabama. Tim, go ahead.
Yeah. Good morning, R&B family thing.
Howdy.
Hey, buddy.
Bubba, I sent you a link to Jeff's very last show here in Fort Payne on email. I don't know if you guys or not.
I don't know if I saw it.
You talking about Jeff Cook? Are you talking about Jeff Cook?
Yeah. Jeff's last show, he actually did it with the tribute band up here.
What time did you send it?
Sent it yesterday about 9 o'clock.
All right, I'll look for it.
I want to start a new feature. I sent you an email. That's what I want to do.
I get a lot of that.
I left my
Ooh. Let's go to...
Left his what?
Is it Kimmy? Kimmy in Alabama. Kimmy, 30 seconds, go.
Yeah, I want to talk to Bubba about falling.
About who? Falling.
Bubba about falling. About falling. Like to talk to Bubba about falling.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
I fell in my house the other day because I had on some socks and I was trying to put up a Christmas tree.
Understood.
In your socks?
I fell over. Yes. And I fell, and my husband had to pick me up. And then one time I fell at work, and I was picking up some flats, and I fell in the rock. And my boss man has cameras everywhere, so I come in and had to look, and we just laughed. So, Bubba, don't worry about everything because they said I had good bones, so I didn't get hurt or anything like that. But it is funny.
How big a gal are you? Greg. Well, you got to think about it.
At me all the time. So I said, okay. And then I fell in the yard one time.
What you go?
And I was toting some buckets, and I fell.
Oh,
and I
man.
said,
Kimmy,
Be careful. You fell a lot.
Kimmy, do you ever stand?
You
for any
live on
long period of
ice?
time? Are you
Yeah.
upright? What's the longest you ever been upright?
I have failed so much. It is unreal.
Do you think maybe you should
But
look into that?
Half the time they don't see it.
Right.
Yeah,
So
you might want to
I'm
look at them
glad.
shoes.
My boss,
Yeah. Are you? What'd you
my
say,
boss
Greg?
laughed at me.
Yeah.
How big
Try
a
some
gal
New
are you?
Balance.
Yeah. Greg's got a question, Kimmy.
I was just wondering how big a gal are you? Because a lot of
Okay.
times that it's hard to keep your footing.
Well, I weigh 148 pounds.
Oh, that's
Oh,
fine.
she's tiny.
160.
Tiny. Well, no wonder nobody's laughing at you and showing your stuff on YouTube.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to see little people fall.
Yeah, I want to see if we want guys from falling. We need a little weight.
Get about 270 to fall in leaves. Everybody will love it.
Hey, look, there's a petite woman falling. Everybody love it. Well, Bubba, do you realize this is basically these people saying, welcome to the club?
Yeah.
Hey, Bubba. I'd like to talk to Bubba about falling. All right, he's on the line. Go ahead.
She fell a lot.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Season. After TLC has announced that 1,000-Pound Sisters will be renewed for a third season after hitting a series high in the ratings.
Oh, listen, there's no doubt.
You love 1,000-Pound Sisters.
Yes,
don't you?
Rick, because they're a little sassy.
And big.
I'm large and sassy.
And they're huge.
Oh, Rick.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
The reality, well, let's see. My story.
When you got to
disappeared
take the
here.
seat out of
Yep.
a van for her to sit in it.
What?
Yeah, they'd take the back seat out so she sits on the floor on a pillow.
That's not.
Yeah, the big one.
That's not true.
Rick, the little one comes in at about 400.
The little
The big one comes in at 6.
Y'all, they look like straight up. I mean, they look like they could be.
Oh, listen, they dog each other.
Rick, you think this may be an isolated program?
Good night.
The reality series was the top programming among several key women demographics.
What?
Women 25-54, 1849, and 1834 when it concluded
Good
its
night.
second season on March the 8th.
Now, they're internet stars, too. Don't forget that.
How do you watch this?
It's unreal.
How do you watch this?
Yeah, I see the frustrated doctors who are trying, before I can do any surgery, you're going to have to lose some weight. And they're so frustrated because they just can't pull it off.
No. Are they?
Rick, and that's her boyfriend.
Well,
Are you serious?
Yes.
Just
That adds a whole new element.
Just given the eye test, you really wouldn't see that.
I swear. The little one, 400-pounder's got a husband. Did you see her boyfriend?
Him standing next to her, he looks like he's like a utensil. And he doesn't look like a person. Or he
And
looks
you
like
don't
a
want to hear
toothbrush.
some, Rick.
He
You don't
looks
want to
like
hear.
a toothbrush.
You don't want to hear some of the conversation.
Toothbrush. Oh.
You hear me? You don't want to hear some of the conversation.
He's so tiny compared to her.
Oh yeah, Rick.
Oh, my
Rick.
gracious.
Good
alive,
news,
y'all.
season 3, alive and well.
1,000-pound sister.
Rick and Bubba.
Because the dog normally comes in, you say, go get on your place, and he goes over there on his pillow deal, and he just gets down in there and goes to sleep and just kind of hangs out, okay?
Yeah.
So he got over there, and I saw him being restless, and I'm like, what's going on? Then I saw the nose, the nose starts moving.
Mm-hmm.
I said, yeah, you've been over on your stuff. And I said, you just going to let this go on? And he gets up, and he starts sniffing. He gets up completely and starts moving around, sniffing down the side of the wall and all that. I said, that's what I've been trying to get you to do the entire night. Are you going to let this guy just run roughshod on this place? I said, you got a chipmunk that is rubbing your nose in it. He's been on your stuff. He's crapping in the corners, and you're just letting him on it. What
What
your
have
keep.
Have you got a hole up in the attic or something? Are they getting in?
There's no telling. I'll tell you what my thought is, because I know that.
What if it's more than one? That's why you're seeing it everywhere.
Well, it may be. But
Multiple chipmunks.
What I think happened is we have a garage that is supposed to be for vehicles, and what is it? It's a
storage room with a big door.
It's a storage room. Is all
With
it
a
is.
big door.
And so there's a door there, and over time these old cheap contract grade doors with all the different temperature changes, they get to where they won't shut completely.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And so it has a chain across it, but if it blows or whatever, something happens, it'll open.
To chipmunk
and all that's between us and wildlife is a garage door. So if that garage door has been going up and down, people do it. I mean, the chipmunk could come in the garage, and then when that thing opens, it comes on in.
Sure,
that's what I'm thinking. Which I'll be resolving that with a new door. Because the bottom of it does shut.
Whose room was it in?
It's in Tasmo's room.
Can you check on him, see if he's okay?
Mm-hmm. He just can't.
You convinced him that chipmunks can't climb up stuff.
Well, yeah, because I was ready to go to bed.
If you're laying there, then all
Dad,
of a sudden that trap you've got
runs across you in the middle of the
Dad,
night.
I can't just sleep in here with chipmunk. I said, it ain't going to bother you.
The gravy, please.
All right, 8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Wheel of Meat will spin today on the program. Could happen at any moment. Standing by, ready. Be ready for that. All right, as we work our way back, Bubba, I'm afraid. So sorry. I'm so sorry, buddy.
What's up?
Well, it ties right in with our topic, and I'll read you the headline here. And this is not our headline. Obese man wins Miss Greater Dairy beauty pageant for women in New Hampshire. He is the new queen and is Miss Greater Dairy in the beauty pageant. What's funny in this
He looks like a dairy cow.
What's funny in this is to watch the biological females try to act like they're happy for him.
Oh, yeah.
When really deep down they wish they could scratch his eyes out.
And don't forget that Rick, they're just patronizing, letting him win.
Right.
Let's look.
I know.
Which one's the dude? Can you tell?
Yeah, I can't tell.
No. Yeah, the one that looks like a pulling guard.
Yeah, that may be it.
The one that's about 290.
The one with the hairy back.
Right. Yeah. The one with the shadow.
Yeah.
So yeah. So I mean, this is just so we have it.
Can we skip to the good part?
Look at that,
y'all.
I give the fakest laugh to the one third down.
Oh, my goodness. It looks like a little person there.
Wait a minute.
I think he's sitting down.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, I had to sit down to put the crown on her because none of them could reach that high.
They said there were some Buddhists in the crowd confused. They thought Buddha had returned.
Look, let's just call it, Rick. If that was a straight-up female, no way she wins. No way.
Greg, don't be like that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The only reason Chubbs won is because he's a whatever they call. I don't know. There's so many titles. I don't want to use wrong.
I wonder what his talent was. Because in those things, you have to have
standing
a
and peeing. Thank y'all.
Rick, great week. And you can have the line of the day.
I was going to say crushing beer cans.
Rick, y'all watch it.
Rick, and there goes y'all the watch this.
And there goes the beer can.
Rick, that was good. Pulling the dress up.
Adler,
Pulling the dress up had to be part of it.
Adler, you really had the wrong camera shot then.
Goodness. Didn't know that was going to come with it.
It was zoomed in a little tight.
Right.
That's ridiculous.
Wow.
Well, let me. There wasn't another one in the D-Patch you could do it. So there we go. But it's all patronizing. It's all feel-goodism. It's all weird.
It is. That's really weird.
And on a somewhat serious note on this,
y'all, she's had to sit down so they can put the crown on her.
Yeah, I know.
She's so much taller than everybody else.
I mean, he looks like he plays offensive line for USC.
He got some shoulders.
You know what I mean? Because they have the Samoans and all
they
that.
do.
Let's go back to this, okay? on a somewhat serious note, can I ask some of you that think all this is wonderful, and you are a female, meaning you're a biological female? Do y'all not? Are men just going to take everything from you?
Yeah. Now
they're taking sports from you. They're taking beauty pageants from you. I mean, are y'all going to have anything left? Has it hit you yet that men are now telling you they can be a woman better than you can?
Yeah.
I mean, has that hit y'all yet?
That's
I mean,
a fact.
If you're okay with this, that's unbelievable. Well, now I'm getting upset.
That right there
on
was
Friday.
Quite a scene.
To the phones we go. Wes is in Gadsden, Z93. Wes, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
I'm good, guys. First time caller.
Thank you, buddy.
Been listening since I was a kid. I'll tell a funny story. My dad played men's softball with the Home Builders Association, and I watched his team play at the sports complex there when I was a little kid.
Oh, wait a minute. Say it again. Your phone cut out.
You tell me that your dad played on the team that played the Rick and Bubba softball team?
Yeah, the Home Builders Association, and I was there, and it was quite a sight to see.
I bet it
Where
was.
was that at?
Where did we play it? Some sports complex. Was it in Gadsden there at the sports complex?
Yeah, they're off of Megan, the sports complex there. But I've been listening to you guys for a long time.
Thank you.
I'm a Christian. I lean a little bit left, but I like listening to you guys. And although we may not agree on everything politically, I still love the show and love listening to you guys. So.
Well, we don't have to agree on everything politically. I hope we agree on redemption and what Scripture says. As long as we got that, we're really the rest of it is all right. How far left?
I would like to walk that out.
I
wonder how I'm interested in people, Rick. Let's walk this out.
I'm like 1 inch left.
Okay. That's,
so you and Adler probably.
Yeah, about like that.
Hey, no way, buddy. I'm the most
kidding.
conservative person on this show.
Look, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Adler's slowly turning into Alex Jones. I mean,
they're turning the frogs gay.
We better watch it, or he'll owe billions of dollars to
That's
some
true.
folks from.
Yeah, true.
Sandy Hook.
Yeah, if you just could have got it.
Hey, I think I found footage of the Beauty Queen's talent here. Is this it?
Sumo wrestling.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. That's the World Games. My bad.
Well, the judges got crushed there. What happened?
Yeah.
I think we need a Rick and Bubba womenless beauty pageant.
No. Don't you think we've done enough damage? Yeah. Don't you think we've done enough? The softball team did enough to damage.
Well, I hate to bring up old things. I saw Greg in one time.
Yes, it used to be a thing. Ugly walk.
Oh, that was I forgot about that.
Look at his face. He didn't want to remember it.
He didn't think I
I
remembered
got guilted into it.
Your kids went to school there. They tried to get on.
That's the only time I've stood on a stage next to Greg and he had lipstick on.
Yeah,
can I tell you what?
And we'll be the last.
Can I tell you what though? His calves look fantastic in those heels.
What was your name?
I blocked that whole thing.
Yeah, you've got a mental block on that too. Yeah, I don't.
Lisa
I can
had
tell you
him
this.
made up cute as a doll.
I ain't got no desire. You know, people that do that and get their jollies all dressed up. I don't see how. It's very awkward.
Very.
You
hadn't
got
heard
heels and
jollies in a
dress.
while.
Oh yeah, you know Bruce Jr. used to talk about he'd slip off and put his mama's clothes on.
Got
You
it,
like
Greg.
that?
Yeah.
Right.
Greg used to
Look
you
where
gotta-
that ended up.
I hate to break to you. You got a spray tan at one point too.
Well, I did that on the show.
Well, there's a theme.
That was on the show.
Yeah, Greg. Do you know what? You never gave me one response when I sent you that great meme of Howard Cosell with OJ and Bruce Jenner, and what the quote was under it.
He'll claim he don't see things.
I didn't see it.
Greg, how much to come
I
in
remember that one.
Monday morning dressed like a woman? Monday morning.
No, I'm not doing it. Well, I'll do it.
How much?
50,000.
There's always a price.
50,000.
Every man's got his price.
Yeah.
You ever heard Jim Gaffigan's bit about sumo wrestling?
No, but I bet it's
It
good.
is phenomenal. All right, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There he is, Joe Cocker. This version of Get By with a little help from my friends. The gang's all back. And, it was...
Back again.
I don't want to get into all this stuff yesterday because wherever you are, if you're affected and impacted, but I guess it's because of our university that we've built and it's so strong as we continue to try to change society by sending out students clutching in their hands a degree, bachelor's or master's, in common sense, which truly, if you have it now, it's like being a superhero. It truly is. Yeah. And, like, to me, when we make these, it was these things that just, when people say, and again, it goes back to me, it's lazy and easy to just do these big blanket deals and not have to make any individual decision on, like, for instance, my wife was sitting there, and she goes, and I think Betty goes to it too, this little community Bible study down there not far from our house. Right. So Sherry's in there getting it all ready, and she goes, you ain't gonna believe this. They're not even having it tomorrow. Come out today. I said, what do you mean they're not having it tomorrow? And she said, well, they're not doing it because they're on a county system school, and when those schools close, they close the community Bible study. I said, well, here's the problem though. The schools they're closing are miles and miles and miles from where y'all are. You're barely in that county. Okay, so at the bottom part of that county, they do still have some ice and snow problems, but where the community Bible study is, there's nothing, nor has there ever been. And so the people that live in areas where nothing's happened, including where this is located, could easily go to the community Bible study.
Do you think that the moms, though, that would go won't be going because they got kids at home because the school's out?
Well, no. What I'm saying is, like, our kids are in school today, which is in the same area that this community Bible study is being held.
But I mean, there's some of them. Yeah. Does that affect it?
Well, what I'm just like,
I know when so many things are tied to the school closing, rightly or wrongly.
But what I'm saying is,
it does affect a lot of people.
But why be tied to it? But what I'm just like yesterday, we had our Bible study, and some people made it and some people didn't. But there was no reason not to have it. No. You know what I mean? I mean, there was no reason not to do it. Just like when churches close. Well, we're tied to a school system. Yeah, but why?
If you can get there, get there.
Where you are, a large number of people could get there with no problem.
Yeah.
I don't. That just doesn't make any sense to me. Why not deal with the individual situation where you are? Well, we're lumped, and some of these counties, we have the same thing with severe weather because we're barely in one county, and they'll just start sending off sirens and stuff going crazy, and it's nowhere near where we are.
Well, that's why they've gone to the polygon.
But we're in the county, so we have to do it. You can't just say, well, we do whatever the county does. Well, it's a big county. I mean, you make it. It just seems. It just seems
a big pet peeve of Spans.
Well, it just seems a little much. It doesn't make any sense. I don't follow the logic of it all. But anyway, of course, I hate to bring up the story that, people talk about Charles Spurgeon. I told Bubba about that one. There was the church where Charles Spurgeon gave his life to Christ. They had winter weather, and the guy says, well, I'm still going to have church, and people can just get here who can get here. One person got there, and it was Charles Spurgeon. Gave his life to Christ that day. Yeah, that's it. Hey, that was a big one.
Yeah.
But a lot of this has nothing to do with, it's the same thing that rules most of our world, back to Shakespeare's great quote. It's all liability.
Oh, that's all it is.
Because we live in a time, even with a church would say, we're having services, and if you can get here, get here. If you can't, and it's treacherous, then please don't. Watch it online. Or, whatever you want to do. And what'll happen is some igmo will think, well, they're having church. They're having church. I guess I'm supposed to go. And I crashed, and now my car's messed up, and I'm injured, and it's the church's fault. And no, the church said make your own call based on where you are, but we're going to be open because some people can get here. We'll have service for whoever can get here.
Yeah.
And but you know what I mean? Then somebody sued the church because the church had service, so they tried to go and they crashed.
Yeah.
Well, you got
as if that's the church's fault.
You got to be careful on the icy roads. Even Dale Earnhardt Jr. learned that.
That's funny. Yeah. And then we got into some Dale Earnhardt Jr. update in the first hour. What was that all about?
He slid into a tree.
Right.
Got in a wreck.
Yeah, but why was everybody feeling like they need to tell Greg what Dale's doing now?
Because I drive a Dale Earnhardt
he drives a Dale
Earnhart
Jr. truck.
Yeah.
Hendrick Hoover. I'm a Hendrick driver. I don't know if you know.
Oh, yeah, I do. So they wanted you to know Junebug still out there doing stuff?
Yeah, and when he hit the tree, Rick, he actually crawled out of the window after it.
Yeah. That's so good.
Yeah, well, look, Bubba said
he helped some people that were stuck, and then he wrecked.
Yeah.
Well, but Bubba said, which is true, it doesn't matter. I know we all have the fun talking about people in the South and snow, and it's all legitimate. But as Span said, too, if there's ice, it doesn't matter how good you can drive or whatever. If all four of your wheels are spinning on ice, it doesn't really matter.
If all four on ice, it don't matter if you're Dale Earnhardt Jr., you can't control that car.
we go. 7 minutes past the hour. There you got Rick and Bubba. I'm telling you, we've been at this thing a while. As we roll through another hour, we hope that you'll be with us. Will of Meat will happen this hour. We're going to make some of the folks here in the studio audience making dreams come true. That's what we do on Fun Zone Friday. So that's happening. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Blazing Silverman's our intern. Rick and Bubba University. Helmsy's daughter, Maddie, is here today. Eminem Brown and Annie Getty. They're shadowing the program today. Got their own customized shirts. Good job, Dad, getting them their own shirts. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day. I don't think that's too much. You got another,
right.
out of 24, 5's not bad.
That's not bad at all.
Leaves you another 19 to do what you want to with.
I actually got an email from a guy yesterday. Says he gives us all 4 hours every day.
4 or 5?
What did I say, 4?
Mm-hmm.
I meant 5.
Okay,
he gives us all 5.
Tell him we appreciate it.
Yeah, and because of what you say, he said, I do. He said, now I have to work through all the different ways to get the 5 in, but I get them in.
Right.
Well, whatever it takes is what we say.
That's it.
Yeah, so did you get those tiny little RBU shirts made down over the store?
I did.
They look great.
Yeah.
A lot of energy.
I started to say, did you get them while we had a store?
Well, I had to reach out and we don't have the Rick and Bubba University in youth sizes.
Right.
So Amanda wanted to get them I just felt like they needed a Rick and Bubba University if they're going to be interns.
There you go.
So Amanda had actually sent me a picture of a shirt she wanted out of the store, and I'm like, no.
Yeah.
For them, we got to have university.
It looks great.
So,
but you and Bubba, you do bring a point. We do apologize.
Yeah.
But right now, the Rick and Bubba store, and I mentioned it in passing, but it needs to be mentioned again, is down, and that's because something was compromised by some hacker.
Russia.
But there no
Russia.
Right. No credit card information or anything like that was compromised. Just you can explain it better than I can, Helms. I guess it's the operational platform of how the store works. Yeah. That was compromised.
Rick, the technical term is it's keyed up.
It's keyed up.
I went by there yesterday. They're doing a good job. They're trying to figure it out, and we'll be up and running soon. But
there's a build out going on. We're just having to build another one, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the store is being built back. We hope to have it back by the time our new CD comes out, because that's just around the corner. I mean, that could be any day.
Yeah.
The new CD will be ready to go. And, of course, the title this year, Where's the Bathroom? Isn't that the phrase?
I just took the guys from Americus, Georgia, on the route. Of course, it's raining outside. See, this is one of those things right now. Currently raining here in town. If you're listening live,
and we thought about that.
And I was going to show them the proper way.
Right.
And of course, it's raining. So I'm like, I'm not going to make you walk in the rain. I'm just going to break some rules and go through about 16 different security features. Right, yeah. And so the first thing they said halfway out, they're like, "Wow, so y'all do have a long way."
It's a journey, isn't it? Y'all always exaggerate.
And there was
a
full house in there today. You had people. It was like we were at a ball game. There were people going in and going, "Wow, too many people in here," and leaving.
It's been a big topic this year, but two things I want to bring up. So, on this topic, number one, and Bubba, you just missed it, and I think it would have been bad anyway because you were eating a sausage ball, because you could have possibly got choked on the laugh. But you know how I love.
I can't wait to hear what's coming.
Well, you saw it. You know how I love to mess with people. So, So one of the radio, it's actually ZZK that is the flagship station, and look, and so very, very kind. It is the announcer that comes on after us, Dana.
I took the girls in there to meet her earlier.
Sweet lady. And she brings a lot of energy.
She does.
Okay. And so when we were going, do you remember which Shrek it was? Was it Shrek 2 or 3 when Pinocchio turns into a real boy for just a brief second?
I'm a real boy. I'm a real boy.
And then all of a sudden, as the fairy godmother's powers kicking around, it hits him again. He's like, oh, and he goes back to being a puppet. Well, it's Friday, if you're listening to this live, and Dana was really bringing the Friday joy. She was like, it's Friday, and she was doing, and she was there. I said, no, and that's why I'm furious about the meeting that Summit Media is called tomorrow. And she goes, what? And I said, yeah, Summit Media is called a meeting. We all got to be here tomorrow.
And about then, I come around the corner.
And look, it was womp, womp, womp. She's like, and they're just now telling us. And, buddy, she was getting cranked.
And you were loving it.
She was like, we got to come back up here tomorrow. I said, we've got to. It's required. And then finally, when I saw that Bubba was about to choke on I was like, I got to let her off.
Well, I couldn't keep a straight face.
And then I said, I was just messing with you.
What adds to that story is I know how much she enjoys her day off. She actually told the girls that she does a lot of pre-recording stuff for the weekend so she can have a day off.
Oh, she was
so the fact that you even said that,
Rick,
I can see her getting hot about it.
You talk about that for just a minute, her whole world had gone a different way.
0 to 60.
Yeah, so that's why I'm so mad about that meeting they've called tomorrow. And
you sell it well too when you go there.
Oh, I had the distraught face on.
Yeah. I got to apologize to Helms. I think I've started something in there.
Oh, goodness.
It's like giving a gift of a drum set to a kid, and then the parents are like, hey, thanks. On my channel, Rick, if you want to bring me up here, I've told them they need to start their own podcast. They're a little young, and they could call it the Three Ponytails. And
that's a great idea.
Yeah, and so we've started a liner here. So just take
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Three Ponytails. I'm Maddie. I'm Mae Moran. And I'm Annie. Thank y'all for listening.
So
funny.
I think that's a good.
About that,
I feel like that's a pretty good start.
That's awesome.
That is good.
Great job.
They all three got a lot of energy.
And we're talking about different topics that we could create, but I might help produce it. It's in the early stages.
It's in the early stages of podcast.
Yeah, but they're excited, as you can tell.
Yeah.
So
I'll have equipment set up everywhere at the house now.
Oh,
Thanks,
you will.
Speedy.
You will.
Done it now, buddy.
The other thing I want to ask, since Where's the Bathroom has been the biggest topic here, and we've had to interact with other people on this very private thing of relieving yourself in one way or another. And help me to understand it, because I may understand it. Is there a bunch that we work with and they're in like direct sales in some way, shape, or form? And here's why I ask. Because there's a certain group here, and it happens not every now and then, often I assume they must be in some sort of, I got a certain quota I got to make every day, I'm direct sales, so I don't want to miss a call, could be a sale, because they take their phones into the stalls. Yeah. They sit down for what nature has said needs to be done.
And sometimes
they'll take calls, and
they'll
keep working. Yeah. I mean, they're taking calls, they're having conversations. It's extremely awkward. And I'm like, so these must be calls they just cannot miss, right? Are they in some sort of? Because I mean, literally.
If you're a salesman, you don't want to miss a call.
Yeah, one time, some of them stay in there so long. It's like they're doing. I don't know if they're go ahead and completing all the paperwork with the sale, and I don't mean the paperwork they need to be doing.
Right.
And so I've seen people stay in those stalls for an extremely long time, just taking calls, like doing their like they're in their office.
Rick, at least their hands free.
Well, that's true,
right?
And that's crucial. Yeah. So I don't know. Is it direct sales? You think? I mean, can't miss one.
I would have to be.
Right. Okay. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I get so uncomfortable, as you can imagine, when it's happening.
Yeah, I get uncomfortable because when they just going number one, not throwing a curveball, they're going number one, and I'm standing next to them, and they got earbuds in, they're having a conversation. Right. I think they're talking to me, and I start talking. I'm like, oh wow,
I had that happen too.
Yeah.
How about this? I was on a monologue and realized I'd never been asked that question. Yeah. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, if we're being Bubba, as we've been talking about for years on the program, because it falls under a degree in common sense, if you don't like companies having their money and doing business in other countries, you don't try to scream they're not patriotic. You don't try to scream America first. What you try to do is actually develop an economy plan involving corporate tax rates and that may set up an environment where they would like to bring that business back to America or keep it in America. And strangely, I've noticed that this concept, when it comes to business, seems to transcend all political worldviews.
Well, shouldn't it though?
Well,
shouldn't it though?
Well,
and see, I love this. Okay, as we have talked about on this show, if you will lower the tax rate, it will stimulate business. Okay, so let's look at what Apple is doing. It is the largest capitalized company in the world, okay? Largest cap. They are going to bring from around the world, depending on what estimate you want to go by, $250 billion.
I thought it was 350.
To 350 billion, just depending on which story you're
somewhere
reading.
In there, right?
Who knows how much they got?
They
may have more than that.
Right.
Who knows?
That's the range.
They're bringing that back to U.S. soil. So what does that mean? What does that mean exactly? They have agreed to pay $38 billion in taxes to the U.S. Treasury. That's going in. Doom. That's just going to go right in.
What's it going to do?
Doom. Just go right in there.
That's the sound of it going in.
Yeah.
And also, they have agreed they're going to invest $30 billion on U.S. soil over the next 5 years in new plants and facilities. It will create 20,000 new jobs at existing and new sites. It will open part of this facility in a new state that it is currently not in, Rick. Okay, so this is going to be good for somebody. A new state's going to get a big dose of apple, okay? Mm-hmm. They've already announced that they're going to give current employees a $2,500 bonus, cash bonus right up front.
That's us biting out of the apple.
And the company's shares rose 1.7% to a record closing price of $179.10. So, I'm looking around. All I see is winners here. Winner, 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 chicken dinner.
Mm-hmm. Well, what I also see is magically, suddenly Tim Cook's political views don't seem to mean a whole lot if it's best for his company and it's best for his business.
Well,
it seems to transcend. There shouldn't be a political view on this, is my point. Mm-hmm. Tim Cook can still have his convictions and still have his political views, but this should be a non-political issue when it comes to business. There should be no political party that could ever say, we don't like this. You know what? You understand what I'm saying?
Rick,
how can any political party say, well, this is not the way to go?
Rick, also, he said that they're going to take plans to accelerate educational programs. Some people are saying that may be grants to various educational outlets dealing with various computer sciences. Who knows how that's going to play out? But I saw an interview with him, and the reporter says, are you telling me all of this is because of Donald Trump? And he says,
policies.
I'm telling you, the tax plan is favorable for us to do this. So why have we ever been against this kind of tax plan?
Why did Obama not also see the same thing? You don't have to be a Democrat or Republican to know this makes sense.
Money coming into our country is not a red or blue issue.
Bubba,
jobs coming into our country is not a red or blue issue. We need to grow our economy. We need to compete on the world stage no matter who you are. And it doesn't matter what your political leanings are. You can be Donald Trump, you can be Obama, you can be Clinton, you can be Bush. It don't matter. It don't matter.
May I quote one of our professors at Rick and Bubba University? That, of course, is Professor Kelly Morris from the Crest.
Yes.
When this news came out yesterday, here comes the following statement from one of our professors at Rick and Bubba University. Amazing how this works. I've been taught that if you give someone / a company money, there's only 3 things they can do with it. Spend it, save and invest it, or dig a hole in the ground and bury it. People do the latter. He said people usually don't do the latter unless you're Lucius Clay. Those are either Charlie Daniels fans.
In Woolly Swamp.
Yeah. He says, and the other 2.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba.
There we go. 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Much to do as we finish up another week. Believe it or not, that's true. But here it comes.
The wheel of meat keeps on turning.
Wheel of meat.
If I don't win today, then tomorrow.
Wheel of meat. Wheel of meat's got me yearning. Let's go.
Come on, give it a try.
Wow, boy, Rock and Roll City. Look,
Adler's got some new shades.
He's got new shades for Veterans Day. Look at him, red, white, and blue. So we're ready for the Wonderful Wheel of Meat. The Wonderful Wheel of Meat brought to you by our friends at harryanddavid.com. They provide the meat. 1-800-Flowers provides the flowers. Moultrie has got Moultrie Mobile and the Edge camera. Chord Buddy is going to help you play guitar. Rick and Bubba's store. At least we can ship you something, even though you can't order it right now. You can win some of that. I think we can send an email, can't we? Ship this to this person. So anyway, that's on the wheel. We got BuzzBox Coffee. We got Blaze TV subscriptions, all kinds of cool things. Henry the Horse. Not everybody a winner, though, Bubba. Pippet is on the board and also Can't Have Nothing.
So you got to be careful.
Yeah,
Good luck, everybody.
From the golden ticket seats, up first to spin is Anna Morrow. Anna's ready. And thanks to all of our help here today, Speedy's got his wireless ready to go. Rock and Roll City is ready to respond. There they are. Let's start with Rich. Rich, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. What do you say to Anna to get her to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Anna. And yeah. All right, so
Anna with a big spin.
There's a spin. All right, let's see if we can get Rich a winner. Looking for it. Let's see how the wheel treats Rich. Yeah! Tea glass, tea glass, tea glass. Drink it! Rich, you've got the decorative glass from the Rick and Bubba store.
No rings up there.
It's
Sorry.
like your classic tea glasses. Or soft drink glasses you would get during promotions at fast foods back when they gave you the Show Enough Good Ones that were made of glass. It's got a cartoon animation of the show all over it. So we'll put you on hold, and we'll ship that right to you. And thanks for listening to the Rick and Bubba Show. Can we get a go for Rich, Greg? Go! Go!
Help us out.
Go, 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 go! Girls, the ponytails, we got to have more go. We got to have more go. Okay.
Check.
Got it. Let's go to Paul in Sweet Home, Alabama. Paul, spinning for you is Austin Bruce. What up, Austin? What do you say to Austin to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Austin. Yeah!
Austin with a big spin.
I tell you, he's got a beard. I knew he was going to put something into it. Here we go. Let's see, Austin.
What do you think Austin does for a living, Rick? Two guesses.
It's Henry the Horse! Henry!
In from the back 40.
I'm going to say youth pastor.
No. Okay. Another guess.
Okay. I don't know.
Look at change. What do you think?
He's a pawn shop guy.
Got it.
Hey!
What's up?
Henry.
Friends.
Hey, buddy.
Just getting jazzed up for the midterms coming up next week.
Henry, you're a week
It's
late.
gonna be a red wave, brothers.
Henry, that was last
It's
week.
gonna be like the elevators opening up at The Shining. Get ready, we coming. Oh yeah.
Henry, that was last week.
You're
Henry.
awful
It's
weak.
already happened.
You're
It happened
awful
this
weak,
week.
Henry.
It happened this week. Last week.
Henry, you're awful weak.
There goes Henry. There you go. What a horse.
I guess the news doesn't get out to the barn.
No. Hey! How about this? The pride of America's Georgia. Stephen Wright's ready to go. Steve, you ready to spin that baby? Here we go. All right, let's get you.
Do it for the dog,
Do
Stephen.
it for the dog, Stephen.
Do it for the silver britches.
Chris is calling out of the free state of Florida. Chris, what do you say to Stephen?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip. Going in reverse. Reverse for the dog.
A big reverse spin.
I didn't think he would do it. You didn't think he would do it, but the dog thought he could do it. All right, here we go. Yeah. Tea glass, tea glass, tea glass. Sing it. Wow. Chris, you too will be drinking your favorite soft drink or delicious sweet tea out of the Rick and Bubba decorative glass from the Rick and Bubba store. So we will put you on hold, and we'll send that out to you. And thanks for listening to the show, buddy.
Thank you.
Thank you, buddy. What about a little go for Chris?
Go!
Go! Much better. Much better, Pigtail.
Wow, it's high pitched.
Ponytail got that done.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Let's go to Nancy, Prattville, Alabama, I-92, WLWI, spinning for you, Chandler Wright. How about it, Chandler? Worship leader, by the way.
Yep.
All right, what do you say, Nancy, to get Chandler to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Shannon. Let it rip.
Chandler with a big spin.
Spin that thing like your commitment to the fifth round of this same course. Here we go.
One more time.
Yeah. Buzzbox, 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 drink it. Nancy, are you a subscriber to Buzzbox Coffee?
I am, and I love it.
All right, so here comes a free pound to you. So if you want to give that as a gift, or heck, you just want to add it to your coffee supply, you certainly can, okay? And thank you for drinking the coffee and helping the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund. Let me put you on hold, and we'll get all the information you need, and you'll hear from Buzzbox, okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you for listening, Nancy. How about a go for Nancy? Go! Very good. Very good. I think we can do one more. Andy, you back up? Here we go. Let's go to Roy out of Bessemer. Well, you and I have been talking about Bessemer a lot lately. Yeah. Roy out of Bessemer, what do you say to Anna Morrow to get her to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip. And there she goes.
And a big spin from Anna.
Spin.
She got mad and pushed it that time, Rick.
She hunkered down like a dog.
Spin it like a coal miner.
Let's see. Oh, no. Henry the horse
again.
Let him again.
What? From the back 40?
He can't believe it. He had his axe ready.
And Henry thinking about what he's going to say right now.
Henry the horse. What about it, Henry?
Okay, guys.
Hey, Henry.
Did some Googling.
Did you?
During the little break there. And turns out instead of a red wave, it's looking more like Moses parting the Red Sea. So, not good, guys. Not good.
Have you ever wondered how he Googles with hoofs on? Seems like it'd be hard to type.
I'd like to see where he got that information.
I bet he misspells a lot.
Oh, he probably got it from a mule. All right, here we go. Thanks a lot. Hey,
congratulations, winners.
Way to go, winners. Austin, Anna, Steven, and Chandler. Well done.
Good job.
Yeah. Nobody spin that wheel. Nice work over there, Ponytail Gang. Bottom of the hour. By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, Rock and Roll City, they've got a little
for
5
you
minute
in the break.
A little 5-minute set for you. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Check. Hey, Greg. All right, Greg. This one goes out for the troops. I said this one goes out for the troops. That's right, I said this one goes out for the troops. Freedom isn't free. Freedom isn't free. Freedom isn't free. Freedom isn't free. Go, Greg, go, Greg! USA! 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 USA, baby! Welcome to the city, rock and roll city that is.
To create growth, it's not hard to understand.
Oh, and Rick,
there's three things people can do with their money. And two of them benefit the entire economy and all of us.
Well, we've already shown how this is going to play out, but wait a minute, we got a whole nother level here. What Apple puts in the bank means those banks now have that money to loan out.
Absolutely.
So it just keeps going. It keeps going. So who will they loan it out to? Well, that'd be people that want to buy houses, people that want to buy cars, people that want to do this, buy capital improvements for their business. That means buy stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. So it just keeps giving. And guess what? When they loan that out, the banks will get a a little cut as it comes back in called interest on top of it.
right.
So that's good for the banks. It's good for the people doing the business because you got people building houses. Well, guess what? All these people have new jobs now need a house to buy.
That's how it works.
Y'all, it's just and the scary thing about it is it works in reverse also. When somebody will stand up in Congress and go, we got to stop this, we got to punish these, and they'll cut the faucet off on one part of this vast net of our economy. Well, guess what? Like a chain reaction. Well, home builders can't buy homes. Well, there's no homes to buy, so these people look for jobs in other places, and then the jobs go away, and it just shrinks the whole system. So, I'm amazed at our economy, how it works. The free market is one of the most beautiful things that happen in nature. We need to nourish it. Now, look, there's always bad apples out there that's going, no pun intended.
No pun there.
That's going to get the headline how they did this or they were greedy and did that. Look, a return on investment is not greed, and we need to keep this economy going. That is what has made the United States what it is today. Rick, it wasn't taxes that made this country.
No.
It wasn't, it's the fact that we had an open market and we traded when the rest of the world didn't get it. Yeah. We let the best and the brightest rise to the top.
And this really, to our original point, should not have a political affiliation.
No, this should be an American affiliation.
That's right. We'll be back. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being with us. How you sleeping? You gonna sleep pretty good? If you're struggling, could be the mattress. And maybe the reason why it's not working for you is that you do not have a mattress that has been designed for you. That's why you need to go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. I tell you what, my baby brother slept soundly last night.
That's right, Rick.
Now, you got that Helix Sleep, don't you, baby?
You know why? Custom made for me.
Custom made.
The way I like it.
They asked little baby brother, how do you sleep? He said, I like my side and my tummy.
Yeah.
And so they...
I didn't say it quite like that. But yeah.
Right. So they made it for him. And is Lisa, she some people can sleep on their back, but I can't.
I can't. I very few people I know. No, more side stomach people. And you tell them about 2 seconds it takes to take the little quiz there.
Yeah.
I'll say 3.
3 seconds. And they want to know what kind of mattress you like. Firm, soft.
Yes.
So what do you like, Greg?
Medium. I like firm.
I like real firm.
I like firm. I like to feel like I'm laying out there on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
Sometimes I wish I may second get myself.
Because if it doesn't feel like that, I'm sinking in it.
Yeah. So helixsleep.com/Bubba, they've got a variety of mattresses for you to choose from, and they all come with a 10 or 15-year warranty, and you're getting it risk-free. They customize it, send it right to the door. You got 100 nights to sleep on it to be sure you want.
100.
And they don't throw that out there thinking you're going to get rid of it. No. We're also going to save you $350 if you go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Now, that's speedy kind of savings there.
Yeah.
Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So
Speedy's over a dialing.
So, Bubba, you were telling me we have video. Did you tell Andrew which one?
Well, I was trying to.
8,
man.
video 8.
Y'all. This was really crazy. 37 years ago, we had the Challenger disaster that blew up, 73 seconds after launch. And there was a group of divers that's doing a documentary on the Bermuda Triangle, the Devil's Triangle, remember?
You don't spook by Bermuda Triangle? It spooked you a little bit?
When I was a kid, I was.
It terrified me when I was a kid.
Well, yeah, it spooked me, Rick.
I don't know why I was scared. I lived in Chill Acres number 1.
Rick wasn't planning on flying over or sailing.
I was a long way from it. It couldn't get me, but it was still scary.
I should have been more afraid of that snake down at the creek.
Yeah. So they're doing a documentary. They're actually looking for an aircraft that crashed in World War II, and they see a pattern on the bottom of the seafloor, and they go down to investigate it, and turns out it's a fairly big piece of the Challenger.
How about that?
Isn't that crazy? So they got quite a fine for the documentary. I'm sure that video will be out later. You will hear them discovering it on the seafloor.
That fish needs to mind his business.
He's really curious about what's going on, isn't he?
Bubba, tell Rick what you did when you found out the.
Oh, I've told that story. I was in college when it happened, and I was headed to English class, and I'd walked in and was getting ready for another exciting class of English.
Yes.
And somebody said, "Hey, did you hear the space shuttle blew up?" I just got my books and left.
You couldn't even study.
Went down the hall to find a TV, and everybody was grouped around it, and couldn't believe it. And then I had to go home so I could get a better view of everything.
So you just turned around and went the other way?
I did. I just went home.
It's kind of like Greg when he found out Earnhardt died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember we were packing up from an XFL game.
We were.
We got that info.
Yeah.
Greg wouldn't even help carry the equipment.
He sure wouldn't. Yeah.
He just went to pieces.
He did. So that's interesting that they found that.
Yeah.
I know you've told this before. Did the families get their loved ones' remains back? Did they find them?
Yeah, to some degree.
Okay.
To some degree.
Let's just leave it at that.
Well, it's not. I mean, when you have an explosion going supersonic speed, there's not going to be a lot left.
Because I was thinking maybe this would be something for them, but they've already done all that.
Yeah, they were informed about it before it was made public. But and I think there's no telling how many pieces are out there on the ocean floor yet to be discovered.
Yeah, sure.
Just you have an explosion that high and with that kind of speed, no telling.
We were doing an update the other morning. They were looking at the Titanic. And it's just deteriorating. It's just, but there's other stuff down there.
To pieces,
yeah. I've always thought that like one of them was a transformer, and it would like touch something, it'd just come alive and shoot out of the water. That's a movie. I'm sorry. Never mind.
Not real, but the Titanic will come alive.
Well, I'm just, there's a lot of stuff down there.
If you think about that a lot, let me know.
Yeah, no. I did bring it up to Greg, though, because that's something he's fascinated with, is the Titanic.
You were talking about the Bermuda Triangle, Devil's Triangle. The promos for all those documentaries when we were kids would scare you to death.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we lost squadrons of airplanes. Ships would disappear. And, of course, we know why some of that was going on now. There is a logical explanation for it. But, they didn't have GPS back then. And there's a lot of iron ore.
Oh, yeah.
And their compasses would get a little tangled up and fogged in.
Yeah.
They'd think they were flying into Florida, and they were just flying back out into the water.
Yeah.
You're out of gas, and boom, there you go.
I know.
And the natural gas, we got so much natural gas. You've seen those. Have you ever seen those tests in the aquarium where the little ship and they cut that natural gas? That thing hits the bottom like a rock.
It does.
I mean, you disappear in 10 seconds off the top of the water.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that happened to a lot of
them.
them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which still makes it a scary place, even though you know what's going on. At least you have some reason about what's happening.
That's true.
We all thought space aliens were getting them, remember?
Oh, of course.
That's how they made the promos.
Yeah.
They even had one of them that had he was doing a radio communication, said, "Don't come after us. They look like they're from outer," and then it cuts off. Do you remember that promo?
Yeah, but that didn't really happen.
I don't think it really happened. But it sure made for a scary promo when you're a little kid.
Have you ever noticed things that you would like hang your hat on, and somebody ruin it and go, "Well, that never happened." And you're like, "Well, that's what I was hanging my hat on."
Yeah.
The guy screaming, "It looks like they're from," and they're saying, "That never happened."
Yeah.
Looks like they're from.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, that was a good reason to put GPS satellites up. You know, they go, hey.
Yeah, I was scared.
Then
I
you'll
was
always
scared.
know where you're at.
Greg, we were also talking about in the break.
Yeah, Greg's got a big weekend.
So the 30th anniversary of the 1992 national championship team, where Dad was coaching at Jacksonville State, they're going to recognize them at the game this Saturday. And at one time, I know our sister thought she was going, and then she's got a conflict with kids. I've got a conflict. And if I'm not mistaken, now the representative of the family at this latest recognition will be you.
Well,
I mean, I'm
not
just,
that they have asked for a representative, but I figured.
No, it's the right thing to do. I'm just talking about it. So you're going there. You know they're going to bring you out on the field, I guess, with the team.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Oh yeah, you're going to be out there.
Yeah, because I've
the
done
end
so
of the
much.
first quarter.
Are you
did
going?
so much
Well, you're
deserve
representing the family.
You're a
Are
Burgess.
you going to wave?
It's on Burgess
Sure,
Field.
wave.
Is that you right? That's
I
all they're
hope
getting.
you got a better attitude than what you have
You
now.
have a better attitude than that.
I'm just
They
gracious.
sent me something.
Show us your appreciation.
They're going to say, and representing the Burgess family.
no,
is
I'd like to
Greg
see you
Burgess.
step out,
Y'all
raise both
saying-
hands, wave a little
Yes.
bit, smile maybe.
Give a number one.
You
Maybe
yeah?
smile.
Give a number one.
You can
really
see
Maybe
Greg.
show some teeth.
He's standing on the 40 in a Thompson pullover. Greg Burgess.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time,
will
we
you
could
give
focus your attention on the 35-yard line. In 1992, the Jacksonville State University Gamecocks were crowned the 1992 national champions. We bring them back to Paul Snow Stadium in Burgess Field to recognize the 1992 national champions. Put your hands together for the team and Greg Burgess.
Oh yeah, that's how it's going to go.
And coming to the wireless mic is Greg for a moment.
For a memory.
Greg, take it away.
Thank you.
Representing the 1992 national champions, Greg Burgess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Greg, you better get a better attitude. Next.
No, I'm proud to be
This
there,
is
but y'all
ridiculous.
acting like that is what's stupid.
Well, that's what I'm just saying. That's what we're told.
In a funny kind of way, they have the Burgess closest to your dad.
Yeah, they do. They do. It's like Dad being out there.
Yeah.
You think he wants to get out there and wave?
No.
Greg Sice just sent me a text, said you're going to flip the coin at the start of the game.
I
How
may
about
do
that?
I may
For the
do that.
official.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, that sounds good.
That's
Now
awesome,
flipping
Greg.
the coin.
Bubba's done that.
I did. It was fun.
Greg, the claw.
Bubba's Dr. Bussey's done that. You know?
Now flipping the coin to begin the game.
It's gonna be-
Representing the Emporium in Forest Hills Gifts.
Sponsored by
Booth
Emporium
number
South.
Booth number 64.
Oh, 49. Come on, Bubba.
Representing booth 49 at the Emporium, Forest Hills.
Which is not far from the stadium.
Creations. What is it? Forest Hills what?
Forest Hills. Or is it Heritage Hills?
Forest Hills home. y'all wasn't ready. I didn't. You did that.
Let me read it right how Greg gave it to me. Representing Forest Hills.
Penny, what is it?
Representing Forest Hills.
Yeah.
It's Greg Burgess.
It is Forest Hill Home.
That's right. Hills home.
Forest Hills Home.
Booth 49.
49.
Representing booth 49 at the Emporium.
There you go.
Flipping the coin for Forest Hill Home.
No, it's
Here's Greg Burgess. Also
No.
part of the Rick and Bubba Show and Coach Burgess' son.
No, it's going to be good. It's going to be
Who
good.
drives ahead?
You know, Greg, I
An all-around
I
good
had
attitude.
right. We'll attempt to vapor in the second quarter.
I had a conflict, but I'm trying to get there now just to see Greg go out on the field.
Hey, buddy, y'all, it's a little corner they ain't gonna be seeing.
If you'd like to talk to Greg, please go to the suite.
portion.
He'll
we
be
will-
with Greg Sites in the suite.
The
Hello,
team will be
ladies and
recognized.
gentlemen.
The team will.
Ladies
the
and
guys who
gentlemen.
actually played. Yeah, they
Ladies
will.
and gentlemen, your attention, please. After this presentation, anyone blocking the exit, please remove
beware.
small children as Greg tries to get home for Bama and Ole Miss.
Right. He'll swing through struts and get some wings and head it home.
Oh, they still need to rush home. He's got a TV out in the box. You watch it.
Rubbing shoulders with all the swanky folks.
I want to apologize to Jacksonville State University right now for I had nothing to do with it.
Rick, the next mayor, say that.
They're taking a good thing and ruining it.
Mayor Pleasant Valley.
Ladies and gentlemen, now flipping the coin, representing the 1992 Jacksonville State National Championship Gamecocks, and unofficial mayor of Pleasant Valley.
Bring it on.
Straight from booth 49.
Straight from booth 49, Forest Hill home, it's Greg Burgess.
Sorry, Greg Sykes.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. time.
Did you think you'd have to see the following? YouTube has pulled the dangerous Tide Pod Challenge videos where teenagers are eating detergent as part of a terrifying craze sweeping social media.
I thought those things were poisonous.
Well, they are. I don't know why we're doing this. These are videos of teenagers eating detergent pods, and are they spitting them back out? I mean,
Don't you know if the punishment was you had to eat one, they would absolutely be coming unglued. But now they're doing it on their own. Now, when I was growing up, you'd get the threat of getting your mouth washed out with soap if you uttered a little dirty word there sometimes.
I had to hold the soap bar in my mouth for a little minute or two there. That's bad. It's a bad deal.
It's interesting that you said that. They said this craze really took off when Donald Trump ate a pod to wash his mouth.
Right.
So these are these pods that you get now, and you throw in. These pods have really made dishwashers.
Oh, yeah.
Just toss it in there, and here we go. And so idiot kids are now thinking it's a good idea to put these in their mouth.
Yeah, and then chew on them.
Inside the pod, Bubba, ethanol, hydrogen, peroxide. They are extremely toxic, often leading to, you would think, for your body to try to remove it in a couple of different ways if you actually swallow it.
It would seem like you get choked on this thing.
Well, they dissolve. Yeah. So I just don't know what idiot would do this. I don't understand. I mean, I know that we're all just as dumb as we can be in our teenage years.
I know.
But this
technology we've developed, and we're doing it to video ourselves eating detergent.
My favorite are these statements that get made now, where we all go, "Yeah, YouTube," like it's some big statement. We're taking these videos down because we're afraid they may encourage others to do it. Well, yeah, that's how people find out about it. They actually tell we're concerned about. People may see these, and they start doing it themselves. Oh yeah, that's a legitimate concern.
But put a video out there of someone who is studying, eating right, doing a good deed for somebody else. No one copies it. Have you ever noticed?
I know.
Isn't it amazing?
Like I said, no one's ever said YouTube is eat up with people trying to be more like Billy Graham. So I'm saying to this, what is this now going to become? The Tide Pod Challenge, where people come back and say, well, if we do it for a charity, everybody's in.
Right. Well, the fact it's been around for a couple of years and it started as kind of a parody, a joke, and now it's just.
Well, but I don't like joking about being poisoned.
No, because now it's turned into
to
something.
me, that's not a fun joke. No. That's not,
I would think the safety guidelines on the side of the packaging would tell you enough, and that is if a product gets in your eyes, rinse immediately with water for 15 minutes. Mm-hmm. If exposed to skin or clothing occurs, remove contaminated clothing and rinse the skin immediately. And we're putting this in our mouth.
How about if I just know it washes clothes, I know not to eat it.
Right.
Yeah. Well, it's concentrated because it has to, work for the whole wash, and that's a lot bigger thing. I mean, it's just I don't understand.
I say though, just so we can talk about it and actually know what we're talking about, Speedy should try it.
Yeah. Is that what you think?
Is that what you think?
You can tell us.
You know what? But I will tell you this: modern day moms have got a new thing. So if your friends eat detergent pods, you just gonna eat one too,
right?
Yeah, well, actually, yeah.
Think about that. Think how goofy you have to be to go, well, why'd you do it? Well, because everybody else was. So you think you saw somebody put a detergent pod in their mouth, and you didn't think, what an idiot. You thought, I'm in.
And not only am I in, I'm going to video it and put it out on social media.
I want others to see what a Nimrod I am.
Right.
Yeah.
Good.
We celebrate Nimrodness now. When we used to be ashamed.
Well, you called him a Nimrod. It wasn't a good thing.
Yeah. Bubba, if you are a New England Patriots fan, and there's none of those in the room, right? Do we have anybody?
Well, I'm thinking about joining them.
I thought you. Well,
I'm not a hater.
I don't hate them.
I do. I do not like.
I knew you did. That's
I don't like any team from Boston.
I know.
I don't like Boston.
I've always found that strange.
Just
don't like the Red Sox. Don't like the Celtics. Do not like the Patriots.
Where you at on the Bruins?
I know nothing about them. But I would dislike them if I was a hockey fan because they're from Boston. Don't like Boston. You ever been around Boston people?
Not much,
Rick.
No,
not a lot of fun. Get on your nerves quick.
But here's the thing.
You talk about a bad accent.
Rick, here's where I'm conflicted on the deal. You're a New York Yankee fan. You ever been around New York people?
I have. I love New York people.
See, that's the whole conflicted part.
I like that fight they have.
Yeah, but Helms, you're not saying Boston people are like New York people because they hate each other.
What?
Return to talk. Blazing Silverman is taking them phone calls. 866 We Be Big is the number. And there's plenty of room for you because lines are just now opening. So Blazing will take care of that. While you are dialing us up, say hello to the golden ticket seats today. Penny Miller, golden ticket seat veteran. Amber Fancher, right there. She's a fan.
Help Penny.
Brad Jones. Where's Brad? Right there.
Brad Jones.
Cam Wright. Cam Wright. Chandler Wright, also here today.
Still up.
Stephen Wright. There they are. Austin Bruce. And Anna Mara. All here in the golden ticket seats today. Bubba, how about a number between 1 and 8?
1 and 8. What about lucky number 7?
Lucky number 7, Austin Bruce. $50.
$50.
50. Hey, I got 50. Thomas Dudney. The dentist for the Rick and Bubba show, Thomas E. Dudney and the whole gang and Dudney World, giving you a $50 American Express card. So lunch is on Austin.
They're not booing. His name's Bruce.
His name is Bruce, not a boo in the crowd. If you want to join us on an upcoming show, ask Penny Miller to bring you. No, you can just go to contact at rickandbubba.com. Click on contact. All the information is there. The tickets they go out there from time to time, and we're doing that on Fridays. And we'd love for you to come see us on an upcoming Rick and Bubba show if it all works out for you. So we do want to thank everybody for being here today and to go on ticket seats as we get ready to wrap it up. Things you need to know over the weekend. We got some man churches going on. Speedy's going to be at UAB. Find the Man Church locations by going to themanchurch.com. And Speedy, of course, will be at Protective Stadium on Saturday for North Texas UAB. Greg, as we just told you, will be in Jacksonville, Alabama for Jack State versus Eastern Kentucky.
Rick, can I say this? Secondhand gets me sometimes having to do contests live in a stadium. And Saturday at halftime, we have the Dr. Pepper tuition toss.
Oh, boy.
And this is where they try to throw the footballs in the Dr. Pepper.
Oh, yeah.
I like that contest.
Two people face off and they throw the footballs. And sometimes there's some methods that are questionable as far as what I would do. No, just, when you go underhand, you go overhand.
Some people cheat it like a basketball.
They've made it now.
Like a power push, are you pushing it through?
And you hate that.
Yeah.
Hey, why don't you get them to bring those out here and let's try it one day? I'd like to see how hard that is.
Hey, I'm concerned about that line, tuition toss. You're going to struggle with that.
Oh, you are.
Dr. Pepper tuition toss? No,
yeah.
I'm fine.
Okay, but I mean that's
Thanks
two words.
That's
two words together that could.
That's in my mind. Appreciate you.
Well, that's why I did it.
Yeah.
Tuition toss.
Yeah.
If it sneaks up on you, that can be a tough one.
I'd like to welcome to the.
Now that's all you're going to think about now. That's good, Helmsy. Well done.
Thank you, Xavier.
Yeah. And also want to thank Helmsy's daughter, Maddie, for being here, Eminem, and Annie for helping out today. Y'all
helping out.
Y'all been a big, are better known as whether it's
three ponytails.
Or as I said, Ponytail Power.
Yeah, Ponytail Power. I like that. That's the name of the podcast. We'll work on it, and your dad said he's working on getting everything.
To the phones we go.
He's going to build you a small studio in the basement.
That's right. You got to get started on this today, though.
Yeah.
Eddie in Alabama, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, Greg, I was off work for Veterans Day today, and I thought it'd be nice if me and my wife went by Forest Hills Homes and saw Lisa. It's not a nursing home. You didn't put her in a nursing home.
Oh, she wasn't there?
That's not what that is.
Right. Let's go to Gary in Prattville. Lines are available for you if you want to get in. Gary, go ahead.
Hey, did y'all see where this fat guy won a legit beauty contest for women?
Oh yeah.
He's another Tootsie. Look it up.
Yeah, we did. We did a whole segment on it. Gary, you can't miss any of the show.
You gotta tune in. We
showed the video of him winning. We made hilarious commentary on it, frankly.
Yeah.
And you missed the whole thing. Let's go to Stephen.
Those girls can't believe it.
In Moundville. Stephen, go ahead.
Hey, Burgess, what's going on, guys?
Fired up and ready. That's all we know.
Hey, man, that's what I'm talking about. Hey, I've done dropped the call twice this week. I'm down here in the swamp, and I hope I don't lose it now, but I just wanted to make a comment of I went to my local credit union the other day and made a little withdrawal, and you know where you sign out on that little thing. I got tickled to death, and the woman couldn't figure out why, but on that little electronic signature thing, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And it said Topaz right there.
Oh, yeah.
At the top.
Oh, yeah. A lot of people.
we get a lot of pictures.
We get a lot of pictures.
Electronic
of that.
thing.
Oh, yeah. I know what he meant, Greg.
Yeah.
He's speaking our
Well
language.
said, sir.
Can I ask you something? In the state of Alabama, youth hunt is today and tomorrow.
Yes, correct.
You think there's any chance I could pass off Brody as being under 16?
Yeah.
Nah.
No way.
Probably not.
Maybe you can borrow
Man, he's
Maddie
too tall,
and
Rick.
take
You
her,
can take
Rick.
Maddie.
Up, Maddie's going hunting.
Going on.
Looking for the big bucks.
Davis in Mississippi. Davis, 30 seconds. Go.
Hello, Rick and Bubba. Greg, Joe Biden lost his mind. I tell you, he tried to run over the whole doggone country. He's the worst dictator we ever had. I tell you right now, we need to impeach that fella. We need to impeach
he's
him
not.
bad.
Well, I don't know.
He's not currently in office.
He said Joe Biden.
Oh, he said Biden. Because you know he's turned on
Joe
Trump.
Biden,
David had.
Yeah, I'm a Trump man now.
Well, you turned on him for a while.
I don't know, David from Louisville. I think Biden's doing a pretty good job.
Rick, get him started up. He's going to write another song.
Eric in Columbus, 96.1. Eric, go ahead.
Y'all.
Morning, guys. How are y'all?
Good.
Going back to a story from earlier, I think it's time to officially see if Bubba can win a beauty contest.
Oh, no.
I
we wouldn't
don't think
that.
so.
You better looking than that one we saw.
Well, that's true. I could probably win that one.
Bubba, you had that and beat by a mile.
I'd rather the young ladies compete in that, and I'll just sit in the audience and cheer.
Yeah.
Like I said, if that was really a young lady, she wouldn't be allowed to even come to the show.
Greg.
I'm just saying. Look at the rest of them.
What if she was the upbeat kind of heavy girl everybody likes?
Yeah. Still wouldn't get her up on the stage, I don't think.
All right.
Huh?
Still XX.
All right, we got a minute left.
No. Look, that again, it goes back to what I said a minute ago. It's one thing to be kind. It's another thing not to recognize it. I mean, there's people who need some help right now. I think it's cruel not to help them, and just kindly say, you know what, we got to talk about you thinking you're a woman now. We got to walk this out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Walk it out.
Yeah, let's talk, walk through all this. Let's help you. Let's try to get you on some solid ground. On some solid ground. By the way, also don't forget, coming up this weekend, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. You'll be able to hear our conversation with Jeff Pearlman. He's written the book, The Last Folk Hero: The Life and Myth of Bo Jackson, and we talk about some stuff that I thought I knew everything there was to know about Bo, but there's some other legendary stories that are there, and he also takes on trying to confirm some of those that people said, did that really happen or not? Is that really true? So enjoy that conversation wherever you get podcasts this weekend. Thank you, Golden Ticket Seats. Thank you, Ponytail Power.
Hey.
Thank you, Blazing Silverman. Thank you for watching and listening. Have a good weekend.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They're